Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Giaccio. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 6 of the Brendan Banfield trial happening in Fairfax, Virginia. He is facing 4 counts of aggravated murder and child endangerment and also using a firearm in the commission of a felony and all of that. So, wait, we're not ready yet. Listen here. Please like and share so others know we are live and we're going to be watching this day together. The defense had 5 witnesses yesterday, and so they said they'll have 3 to 5 witnesses, so let's see what else they bring today and let's see what happens. So many things could happen today, right? The defense could rest, the state could have rebuttal witnesses, or maybe they won't. Maybe Brendan Banfield will take the stand, maybe there'll be closing arguments, maybe we'll be on verdict watch, maybe that'll be tomorrow. I don't know. And there's not normally court on a Friday in this courtroom, but the judge did ask the jury if they would be available tomorrow in case it goes overtime. All right, are we ready? Here we go, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to make sure. There you go.
Yesterday, may we approach?
Jury, or do we have any preliminary matters?
I have a matter that I
Yes.
wanted to take up relating to some of the evidentiary stuff we did yesterday. May we approach?
Okay, sure.
Show him the judge. Okay, sure. All right. So there's Brendan Banfield and the private investigator sitting in the sunshine. Yeah, Brendan Banfield, my goodness. Max Collins says, gee, you look great in blue. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let me move the chat over. Hold on. There you go. Thank you so much. Okay. Do you think yesterday went well for the defense or no? I feel like they helped the state's case more than anything, right? Oh boy, I feel like Brendan feels it too. What do you think? Okay, well, we can skip ahead because we started a few minutes later, so let's just see when they come back. What's going on here? Are they approached? Okay. Go. What is the judge? The judge looks concerned. What is it? What are you saying, defense? Oh my word. I'm glad we started a few minutes late so we don't just sit in silence staring at Brendan Banfield. Oh no. Okay. If you missed any of the other days, or if you missed the trial prep, if this is your first time watching this, you want to know what it's about, there's a trial prep video for you. All the other days are timestamped for you, so you could go check it out. My word. Okay, here they go.
All right.
Sure.
Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Got the sniffles going for the day already. The defense has brought his trusty sniffles. His nose working harder than Brendan Banfield's fake tears, which should have some sniffles with it, but nah. Copper also says, baggy eyes, baby boy. Didn't you sleep well last night? Doesn't seem like it. Thank you, Tangling with Gina. Oh my word, we're starting with compliments today. Gee, would look beautiful even in a burlap bag. Oh damn. Hopefully not in a true crime context, eh? You said beautiful inside and out. Thank you so much. Could you stop staring at the jury like that? You're making them uncomfortable, sir. Stop it.
Thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my understanding from Deputy Johnson that all of you are available for tomorrow. Is that correct for testimony? All right, perfect. All right, your next witness?
Officer Casanova.
Officer Casanova.
Are you making this argument or am I? About the Juliana?
Your Honor, can the
Got a
V's
hot mic.
be released if it isn't already?
It is. There's nobody.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine.
Listen. Listen, prosecution, we can hear you. Shh. Officer Casanova, okay.
Raise your hand, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Morning, Officer Casanova.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions, but the first question is I wanted you to identify the picture that's in front of you. Do you see a picture?
I have a blank screen.
Okay.
Now I have a picture.
Okay. Is there any way, based upon just that snapshot of your body cam video, as to whether this is your video?
I can't say for certain.
Okay, let me move forward.
Going on with a court sound. Let's hope that sorts itself out.
Makes it clear it's you.
This does appear to be my video. I recognize my watch.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
We have to identify it.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit 86, I believe.
I have an 86.
87.
87. Do you wish to have it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we should approach.
Okay.
This audio better fix itself. Look at him, everyone. He's very concerned. Casanova. Okay, Officer Casanova. Another witness? Damn, they said 325. We're here on number 6 for the defense. Okay. Jenna Seagal said, Brendan's body language reads defeated. I know, right? It does a little bit. Sorry. My bad, it does, yeah. A lot of sidebars this morning already. Just thinking hard. While we wait, let me tell you that if you want to see all the exhibits that we have so far, minus the letters, I didn't post that yet, but we did get all 70 letters. Thank you, Grizzly Cat. If you want to see the exhibits, I did post them to Patreon today. It's available on the public free tier, on all the tiers. It's available to all tiers, okay? So you don't have to pay anything to see them. So if you want to go look through those, you can. There were some I left out, some of the really graphic ones, of course. But yeah, if you want to see it, it's there. Oh my goodness.
So 87 will be introduced into evidence without audio. Does this need,
And sir, can you,
I'm sorry, does this need to be under seal? I don't know what it has on it.
I don't believe it does, Judge.
He does not go upstairs.
Correct.
Judge, I hate taking the risk, but I do not believe that Officer Casanova goes upstairs in the house. I believe that he remains on the first level.
Is that correct, Officer Casanova?
I never entered the house.
Never entered the house.
Perfect.
Okay, so.
Judge, maybe
so-
we just approach about one other thing that I might see on there.
My goodness. Approach.
You've indicated question.
Hey,
on your
sorry.
watch.
Wait.
State your name and spell your name for the court reporter.
Okay.
Sure. I'm Robert Casanova, Casanova.
And you've indicated that this is your video based on your watch.
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to watch this without sound,
Okay.
okay? And from time to time, I might stop it and ask you a question. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Who's ready to watch the officer on mute? As in video, no sound. Cool. It's been a bit frustrating in this trial, hey? A lot of exhibits we haven't been able to see. That's why it's nice to get them afterwards, right? Oh man, this court audio today. Pretend it's popcorn. Well, it's pretty useless for us, eh? Let's go forward. Thank you, Jessica Jones, for the coffees for the mods. think these are Brendan Banfield's parents. Wow. Defense. My goodness, you're going to play such a long body cam video and we can't see it or hear it? It's on mute? Okay, well, we might as well just test out another feed then. Meaning to have the audios better. Let's put this one off for a second. No, it's all the same. Sorry about that.
Sir, we pause for a second there.
Carrie says at least it won't be an hour of sirens. I know, right? Again, let's just pretend it's popcorn.
At the house,
Yes, sir.
okay. At 8:56.
Well, guys, what do you make of this? What do you make of this riveting exhibit? Of course, the jury can see it, but without audio.
If I can ask the court to clarify for the record, counsel referenced 8:56, that would be the marker on the video, not the time of day.
Right, the time of day actually says 8:14.
It was 8:56, I was showing the marker on the video, Judge.
Just the marker.
Reference for the officer.
Right, and the time on the video of the actual time would be 8:14. Okay.
Thank you.
It might sound snarky. I don't mean it snarkily. Emily says, "Oh, the prosecution doing a rebuttal witness." I don't have a crystal ball. Anyone else got one? We don't know until that time comes. You know, when the defense rests. Shem TV is like, "Officer body cam, no video, audio allowed." Mm-hmm. And we're live now. We can't even go forward. Thank you, Jessica, for the 3 snarky
Also,
coffees
at this
for
point,
me.
As you're walking toward the house, were you given any direction as to what your duties were going to be at the scene?
Not at this point. I just also, asked Officer Batani, sitting on the sidewalk there, if he needed any help. And then I think that's Officer Hernandez, I asked him if he had crime scene tape, and he advised he was going to get it.
Okay.
Genesee Gal, thank you for supporting the mods with 5 coffees. Seemed like it's coffee o'clock, everyone. Slightly more exciting than watching Brendan Banfield. He's got a nice tie on today. Dare I say it. Court Lurker said I missed what was on this one. I think it's just this officer. He didn't even go inside the house. So it's the body cam from probably outside the house. And why the hell is it on mute? Why can't they have the audio?
Have you been given any instruction as to what you should do?
Yes, my supervisor had asked me to take over from, at the time, Sergeant in Training Bell.
Okay.
Living Story World said, could it be because he goes into the ambulance with the defendant who's bloody? I mean, it could be. Really could be, right? But we can guess. All we can do is guess because we don't know. We can't even see it to guess what's going on here. It's just this officer, Robert Casanova's body cam. Noira says, is baby boy Brendan in prison? No, he's in jail. But he's been in jail since he was arrested in September of 2024. Meaning not out on bond. Max Saw said, baby boy looking concerned. Thought he was so smart. I mean, he did think this crime through, hey, but there were a couple of mistakes that got them caught, thankfully. One being Juliana making that 911 call by mistake too early. And then not answering 911 and then calling 11 minutes later. Ooh, that was a bad one. That's a big mistake, thank goodness. And then staging the scene, which they can prove. Yeah, Michelle Melby said could be the one talking to Juliana outside. It could be as well. Tracy, thank you for being a member for 51 months. Damn, from the very beginning. You said if you appreciate Gizla's ad-free coverage, please like. Thank you. Yes, please do. You like no ads? Otherwise, we can have ads every 6 minutes. No, that's not a threat. Just hit the like button, please. If you like no ads. Rebecca says, while we all watch G, watching Brendan watch this riveting piece of evidence, remember to check your like button's working. Yeah, you're all watching me, aren't you? This isn't awkward. Freaking Brendan. Permanent pouty face. He pouts even at no audio, no audio body cam? Wow. Definitely can't trust that face then. Shell Teresa said, is that why he's not in a jumpsuit? No, defendants are never in jumpsuits when they're on trial because that'll be too prejudicial. They're always in street clothes, right? So that, the jury can see them as they are. Presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Esme says, my question, why didn't the au pair just go along, admit she shot the intruder and stick with the plan? Then it's still self-defense and no one the wiser. That she saw a man going in the house, husband shot. Well, would it be? How are you going to prove it's self-defense? One, how will they prove it's an intruder when they supposedly made the account, right? Like if Christine invited him over, it wouldn't be an intruder. It wouldn't make sense, you know what I mean? Especially because she was also waiting in the cul-de-sac. She wasn't just pretending to go to the zoo. I think they could be busted either way. My word, are we even a few seconds behind? A few seconds. No, we look live. Miss B. Haven said, I spy with my little eye. Something beginning with LWOP. Yeah, Merry Crickets. Crickets for Brendan Banfield. You never know how this day will go. It might start off a little bit boring. And it's going to pick up from there. All sorts of things could happen today. I've made sure to have my caffeine. I've had a Red Bull, I've had a coffee, so that I'm wide awake for this whole long day, which the judge said will go from 9:30 until 5:30 today. Because there's a snowstorm that's going to hit multiple areas in the USA, particularly this area, Virginia, on Saturday. So she said she's trying to be ahead of the snowstorm. So the jury will likely come in tomorrow as well. That's what it sounds like. Indy, thank you so much. You said thank you, Gizla and Mods. ABK said, I'd love to hear him speak and say some real Nicholas Casodis and nonsense. Me too. Come on, get on the stand. I'm so sorry, sir. Sam Tires, thank you for the 3 snarky coffees. Filling up my snark tank. Kindness is a superpower. Thank you as well. Marange, crickets? Are those crickets? Sarcasm said, does that say Officer Casanova? It does indeed. This is his thinking pose. But nothing's going on in there. He's probably just thinking about the Cheetos he wants to get from commissary later. Susie Allen said, I'm iffy on this one. I don't think either side proved anything, but as long as they believe Juliana, then LWAP, I hope. I hope there'll be justice for the victims. Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. Lou Scotland said, you would think all would be checked before court starts. Shame. The judge must be like, she doesn't like it. Tracy says, trial completion certificates available on Patreon. True. There are trial completion certificates on Patreon if you are interested in collecting those. Many do collect them, print them out, frame them even. Thank you for the pictures you send me. And we'll have one after this trial is finished as well. Yeah, Sir Bolden Snarky said he's dreaming of real butter. That's a Rex Heuermann reference. Rex Heuermann, the suspected Long Island serial killer who is yet to go to trial. He wrote to another convicted serial killer, the Happy Face killer, and asked him, do you get real butter? They don't get real butter. Texas woman said, I love hot Cheetos, now I'm craving them. Stefan says, AI says, Fairfax County, Virginia has a high chance of major snowstorm this weekend with a winter storm watch in effect from Saturday evening through Monday morning. Yeah, so could we maybe just get to, defense, can you rest after this or what? Or is he going to get on the stand? He does have a nice sort of tie on today. And he's really made sure his comb over is consistent. So get on the stand and then rest. Lunch, closing arguments. Verdict watch, I'm ready for it. Nikki Kutsia said, what's LWAP? Life without the possibility of parole. Which is what he's facing, if convicted. Southern Kelly B, thank you for the 3 snarky coffees. Oh, let me say this. If anyone's watching the replay, you do not have to sit through this. Just follow the timestamps, okay? Do not put yourself through this unless you want to. But just follow the timestamps. That's what they're there for. You can just click on when court actually started. After the exhibit. Something happened. Also, if you find snarky moments or something that you want me to clip, when I'm, I don't know, saying something about the defendant or something, put your timestamps in the comments too. It would be the format of 0:00, that type of thing. So if it's at 1 minute, go 1:00. If it's at 3 hours and 42, go 03:42:00. That's the format. Then you can help me also find those moments that you want me to clip to make YouTube shorts of. Kerry says B and J weren't worried whoever did this would come back. What if the IRS agent boy was the target, not returning to the house or marital bed unless made FetLife account? What if the IRS agent boy? Yeah, exactly. Janet says, thanks, G, for the timestamps. They help. I'm glad. Shame, officer. Southern Calibre, thanks for spoiling the mods. One coffee, a full coffee for each mod. Thank you so much. Yesterday, I saw on X that Pretty Lies and Alibis had actually shared a screenshot where she showed that Officer Zachary Beckner was struggling to stay awake on the stand. I missed that. I didn't see that. While they were playing his body cam, kind of like this. Looked like he was having a little nap time there, huh? Yeah. Yes. Kathleen, thanks for clarifying. In the comments section, not the chat. Don't put that in here. Put it in the comments section, like on a live stream replay, right? Miss Day Planner. Hold on. Doesn't matter. Any support is appreciated. Miss Day Planner. Yeah. Echo says, is there a bad connection on here today,
So
or
is
is it
this
me?
the end of your contact with?
Oh, thank goodness, my word. Hello. Someone's talking. Sure, the rest of the day should be riveting after this, after this false start. Sorry about that. Okay, what is it going to say? Yeah, there's a little bit of audio feedback from the court feed.
Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I believe I check on her a couple times, but for the most part, yes.
Okay, in the car?
Yes.
Really? You're going to show the jury a no audio body cam? Why? What is the point of this? MVP
So
says,
ultimately, when she left the
hey, Officer Casanova is fighting for his life up there. Right?
scene, was it in your cruiser or in the cruiser that she's sitting in right now?
I'm not sure which cruiser she was in, but it was not mine.
Okay, you know that it wasn't you.
Yes.
What, other than checking on her, were you given any other duties while there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Other than checking on her, which you've testified to, were there any other duties that you began after she was in the car?
Yes, after a short while, I took over traffic control duties, restricting vehicle access to the roadway.
Wow, guys, this defense strategy, hey, sorry. Mama Mia said, I really want to hear this nonsense story. Thanks, G. Uber Lisa says, the comb-over comment was gold and worth $10. Damn, thank you so much. Shall I say it again? Thank you so much for your $10 sticker. Also, M. Lurwell said, Gisela, you are my mum's favorite person. She got me into watching you. We love you, and you do an amazing job. Thank you so much. I hope I'm her second favorite person. You're a favorite, right? Right. Also, Janet Norris said, Gisela, I don't know how to do this. Could you clip when the judge said no to taking a break, please? I will try to find that. I actually did try yesterday, but I will try to find that using the transcripts, okay?
Your Honor, this is 2545. And that's, those are all my questions for this officer.
All right, so just to be clear, then you would just want 87 in evidence up to 2545, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that'll stay under seal then, okay. All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
Oh my word. Oh, those are all the sorry. Trying not to snark too much at the defense attorney. Those are all the questions I have for this officer. And what was the point of that? What in the hell?
All right.
No
Is this
questions.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Yes, ask Brendan. Sir, you said 3 to 5.
Your Honor, may I just check with Detective
Sure.
Byerson?
Lori Funk says thanks to everyone here. Thank you.
Sergeant Brian Ames?
Sergeant Ames?
Now what? What are we going to see now? And Leslie Stain said, Gisela, you and your mods are the best. Thank you for the great content, not least of all the snark. Thank you so much for being a member for 20 months and for your support. Francine Harada said, his attorney is doing a good job. I'd like to have one work for me if I did dumb things like him. Okay. Thank you so much for your sticker. Kathleen Craghead said, how rude to make that officer get up. Just really for no reason. Defense is working hard out here, bringing out all sorts of witnesses. Sir, 3 to 5 does not mean 10, okay? 3 to 5.
Good morning, Sergeant Ames.
Good morning, sir.
And are you a sergeant?
I am.
Okay. Where are you currently, what's your current station?
I'm in the IAB, sir.
Okay.
Internal Affairs Bureau.
And during the period of time, February 24th, 2023, through the end of 2024, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to DFS in November 2024 to February 2025. Before that, I was a street supervisor.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at some exhibits.
Bok, Grandma, thank you for the 5 snarky coffees. Alexia says, gee, don't hurt the defense attorney, he's actively helping the state. I know, right? Yesterday, it really did feel like that. And Carlene said, I don't want him to walk, but is there enough? In my opinion, I think there is. We went over some points yesterday as well. Why? Let me run through some from the top of my head. The soundproof windows, buying 2 new phones, one for him, one for Juliana, hiding Christine's phone in the drawer, starting the FetLife account, which I do think is very plausible it was them. Makes no sense if it was Christine. Staging the crime scene, moving things, dripping blood, all that, oh my goodness. Wait. Changing up his schedule, Brendan Banfield, and then hanging out at McDonald's, the fake zoo trip, Juliana not going actually to the zoo, forgetting her packed lunches and just hanging out in the cul-de-sac. Okay, and then seeing Joseph Ryan entering the home and then calling Brendan Banfield and then him not running to the car, not calling 911, not saying, hey, just wait outside with my daughter, okay? No. Wait for Brendan so they can all go into the basement together and leave the little girl there. What the hell? All of that. There's so much. What else? What did I miss? Thank you, Bok Grandma. Things like that. I think, and never mind. Okay, those are just a few points just without even Juliana's testimony. That's the most damning thing, right? Thank you, Millie.
Here, and I'm going to use the
Okay.
overhead if I can.
It's fine, we'll switch over to that. You just have to hit the button on the top. Okay.
Okay, hold on. Rini said the fact that he didn't call 911 as he raced to the house, that as well is enough for me. You said he's a bad actor. That's why I don't think he'll take the stand. It won't help him anyway. Guilty. In my opinion, I also think guilty. Also, the 911 calls themselves. I mean, the oopsie, called too early, wait 11 minutes, call again. The story of Juliana saying that Christine said, he's got a knife, and then Brendan immediately shot Joseph Ryan. Okay, but then who stabbed Christine? Your story is a self-snitching one, you know what I mean? So that, then how they spoke on the 911 call, not once asking for an ambulance, not then saying she's my wife. It took a long time for Brendan to say that. Not talking about my daughter's in the basement, please make sure she's okay. All of that, not disclosing to the paramedics or the 911 call or at the hospital, anywhere that Christine has a blood disorder. So, all of that.
Sir, can you see that document?
I can, sir.
Let me just straighten it out. Are you familiar with that document?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm specifically looking at, and I'll just put my pen in there, at this particular area. Is that something that you authored?
I did, sir.
And so the sign out is Ames. That's you?
That is me.
And this is your title here.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is it that you're doing here with regard to this communication?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness reading from the item. It hasn't been identified or offered in evidence.
I don't think the question was to read it.
No, it was not to
Okay,
read it.
all right, I'll overrule the objection at this point.
What were you doing? This appears to be an email thread. What were you doing?
Looking at the email, it looks like I received something from Lieutenant Giaccio, and I was sending it out amongst the people who work for me. It looks like I CC'd my captain.
Judge, I am going to object. He's reading from the letter. If his recollection of this email is such that he can testify to its contents, then certainly.
So if you have foundation objection,
Yes,
sustain that objection.
And sir, this is an email that you authored and you sent on to your colleagues, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 88.
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, 88 in evidence, and we can
Now, I would
publish
just
it
like
to the
to
jury.
ask you another question. The people that you were saying you were writing to were people that were within your section, is that correct?
It looks like I CC'd my commanders and two of the detectives that work for me.
Okay, and the two detectives are both named Brendan Miller?
Yes, sir.
And is one of those detectives the digital forensics analyst for this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he's obviously in your section, and is this officer in your chain of command?
No, sir.
Okay, what?
Your Honor, counsel's making reference. He said this officer. I'm not sure who he's speaking
If you
about.
could, just
I
for the
was just
records.
pointing, yes, I won't point, sir. David Giaccio, it says Lieutenant David Giaccio.
He was not in my division.
Okay, and yet he's communicating you regarding, what is it he's communicating about?
An executive summary?
Okay, is that Brendan Miller's executive summary? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but looking at this, I would have to say.
Judge, I'm going to object to any further answer. He does not recall.
No, overruled. You can finish answering, that's fine.
You can finish answering, you were saying, but looking at this.
It appears to be an executive summary.
Okay, now, was there a particular executive summary that Brendan Miller completed that was at issue while you were there in cyber security?
There was no executive summary issued while I was there. I was only there for 4 months, sir.
Okay. Was there, were you aware of any disputes with the executive summary, either within your division or another division?
I know that executive summaries are written on every case.
How about this case? How much contact did you have with this case during your time there?
With this case, not very much contact at all, sir.
Okay, and so what we're seeing is this extent of your contact?
Pretty much, sir.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to take 87 off, and I'm going to have you look at,
Judge, I believe that was 88.
I'm sorry?
Is that correct? He referenced 87.
Oh, sorry.
That was
Did I
88.
say-
You just did 88, yes.
okay, then that was 88 that I took off.
Right.
I'm going to identify,
So he's still trying to point out Brendan Miller's report, which I think Brendan Miller yesterday did very well on the stand, explaining data does not change. He initially worded it, Christine did this, Christine did that, but it was actually Christine's device. But he's still on this path, this defense attorney. Someone, thank you for the 5 snarky coffees. Rob, thank you for the 3 coffees as well. Anyway, I think he's trying to raise a red flag in the police department for the jury. Like, don't trust anything they did because they fiddled with that executive report. But at the end of the day, after Juliana told the police everything she knew for the plea deal, then the context changed, as Officer Miller said yesterday.
What will be marked as Defense Exhibit 89? Can you see that email?
I can.
Okay, and is that appear to be an email that you forwarded on?
It is.
Actually, you know what, I'll just let you tell me what it is.
It looks like Lieutenant Giaccio forwarded a proffer to me,
Okay,
and then I forwarded on to my detectives and CC'd my supervisors.
okay, and you said a proffer, or are there 2 proffers there?
I don't know. Normally the system works where you get 2 different angles. I can't recall what,
Okay,
if that's 1 or 2.
so you never examined those proffers?
No, I'm sure I clicked on them before a meeting, but I don't recall if it's 2 separate parts or if it's just two angles.
Okay, and where you sign off as Ames, that's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Brian Ames, all of the things relating to that were correct as of the time of this writing on
Yes, sir.
November 8th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And you're CCing, I assume, superiors?
Chain of command, yes, sir.
Chain of command, okay. And Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller are the 2 people that this is directed to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now they're in your chain of command. Would that be an order that you're providing them? Here, I move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 89,
Any objection?
No.
All right, 89 evidence.
if we can have that published.
I mean, yeah,
Show it to us, show it to us. Cricket Pie, thanks for the $20 sticker.
yes, I guess since I'm their supervisor, if I send them that, I guess it could be perceived as a command, but that's not really the way it works. It's their detectives looking at a case.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. By saying their detectives looking at a case, you're saying you leave the detectives alone to do their thing?
I'm saying that I had 4 months there. I wasn't really caught up to speed on digital forensics. That's not my specialty. Like I haven't been trained in that.
Okay, so you're a supervisor for the people that are trained and as experts? Okay, and as a...
Hey, we can finally see something. Okay, so let's do a YouTube disclaimer. This is public record. It's an exhibit or evidence being shown at a public trial, so no one's being doxxed or anything like that. Okay, so we've got that right. So it says, guys, I will need you to watch the proffer and look at the timeline. We will need to look at the data in context to this new information. Oh, there's the spelling of Ames, because, you know, they didn't ask him to spell his name. A-M-E-S. I will correct my banner. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, Ames. Sergeant Brian Ames. All right, let's do that. Hold on. Sergeant Ames. Like, is it like that? Did I get it right? Wait. A-M-E-S. Yeah. Okay.
As a sergeant, in your chain of command, are you being ordered to do something by the lieutenant from homicide?
I think I'm being asked to look at this, like this is the way information sharing would happen is we're not homicide detectives over in that squad. We're kind of, we're a support unit over there, so that's how the information would come in.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, cyber investigator, criminal investigations, cyber and forensics bureau is a support bureau for homicide?
Well, specifically digital forensics is a support bureau for all the other bureaus when they have digital evidence.
Okay. And is it common for the lieutenants from other bureaus to communicate with you in this way, to have your detectives do things?
No, there's a lot of back and forth. Like I kind of, when I was in that position, I kind of feel the calls, send stuff up the chain of command, figure out what the detectives think are best for the case, stuff like that.
Okay, so you're going up the chain of command. Is it something related to the communications that you're receiving, or is that something that you would do with every communication?
Since I was a newer sergeant at the time, it was my understanding the expectation out of my command was to link them into pretty much everything that I was doing.
Okay, in the form of, in the immediate moment you received an email?
If I was doing ESRs, like they got them, if we had a case that was unusual, or if we had anything, like I said, I was a newer sergeant. It was my understanding, the expectation on me was to forward stuff up my chain of command. That is correct.
Okay, so this is commonplace, what these emails show?
I would say at that point, when I was in DFS, with me being newer, I looped them in on a lot of stuff.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I've moved 89.
89
correct?
is in evidence.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that? I know you send a million emails
Yeah,
a day,
I
but do
send
you
an awful
recognize
lot.
this particular one?
Yes, this is my email, sir.
Okay, and this, and I'm pointing with my pen, appears to be you, that's the way you would sign off?
Yes.
And this would be all of the information that's accurate as to where you were working at the time?
Yes, sir.
And what about this up here? What was that? Do you have any idea?
I don't know without seeing it. I mean, based on the context here, it looks like it's a timeline
Okay.
from Lieutenant Giaccio
Okay.
related to the proffer.
Do you know, and let me just call your attention to, and this is 89, correct?
That's 90.
90. Your Honor, I moved this in as Exhibit 90.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
90 in evidence and published?
Sir, I'm going to put 89 there next to it.
Okay, not published?
The way he's like,
Sounds good, 89, okay.
don't worry, sir, we
I
feel your
didn't ask you
pain.
about, with regard to 89. Do you know what that is?
I mean, given the context of this, it appears that it's a timeline related to this case.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look back at 88. Do you know what the attachment was on 88? And when I say do you know, I'm asking, did you open it or did you look at it or anything like that?
I mean, I'm sure I looked at it, but If you're asking me right now if I know what that is exactly, all I can say is I can assume that it's an executive summary that has to do with this case.
Okay.
Like, this doesn't look shady to me. B1 and B3, we'll also need to revisit this document in light of the proffer. Please let me know if you have any questions. Not like, ooh, let's doctor all the results we have because Juliana said something. That's not what happened. The data doesn't lie. I know the defense says the data doesn't lie, people do. Sure, yeah. Put Brendan on the stand. We could see a clear example of that then. The data's the data. They weren't sure exactly who made the FetLife account or who used the device until Juliana explained it all, and then it made sense, so there was more context, so that like we also need to revisit this document in light of the proffer. That would be Juliana's proffer. She had two, one in February of 2024 and one in October of 2024. The October one is where she accepted the plea deal. Thankfully, she didn't accept the first one, because what she was offered was a misdemeanor. Oh my word, instead of involuntary manslaughter, even worse. She was still writing letters to Brendan at that point and being like, I would never, babe, never. She was writing to Brendan's mother as well, how much she loves Brendan, how she wants to move to Brazil with Brendan and the little girl. Really? You want to take the little girl away from Christine's parents, away from her grandparents? Oh, wow. Anyway, so my, how things changed after Brendan got arrested in September of 2024. Then Juliana was like, wait, what? And what I think they did was they showed Juliana, look, Brendan is with other women, okay? Because she wrote about that in some of her letters, like, wait, they're telling me that you're with other women. And they're showing me pictures of you with other women. That's where things changed. She was like, okay, well, this isn't worth it. I'm probably never going to see him again anyway. Yeah, give me that plea deal. Yes. And then she testified against him. Can you imagine? Carlene said, I agree that no 911 and having the daughter in the home. Also, why has no one asked why people moved to other roles with the defense using that as a red flag? Why has no one asked? Who's no one? Do you mean from the state or who? To other roles with the defense using that as a red flag? Well, maybe they don't want to say why, but it might have nothing to do with this case. You know what I mean? We don't know why they got transferred. There could be so many reasons. So the defense is using that, indeed. Thank you so much for your sticker.
Thank you very much. Now, on 88, you've added Brendan Miller's, I guess, B1 and B3, they're called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 89, you added Brendan Miller, and then CC'd your command staff?
Yes.
And on 90, I don't see Brendan Miller. Would that have been forwarded to them, or is this just specifically for your command staff?
That's just for my command staff.
Okay. And so there wouldn't be an additional email to show what you sent to Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller?
I don't believe so, given the context of this. I don't believe I forwarded that, but I don't know.
This appears to be dated November 7th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me go back to 89. This was dated November 8th, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And number 88, is dated November 8th, 2024 as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to Sir, do you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and same questions. Is this how you sign out?
It is, sir.
Okay, and this information is all correct?
No, that is, maybe I didn't change my signature line at that point.
Okay.
I don't know exactly when my first day was up there,
Okay.
but that was my previous position.
Okay, and that's your email, correct? You authored that email?
It is,
Okay. And in this, just to point out a few things, November 8th, 2024, and it's to your command staff, not to the Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller. And
Man, Violet Storm said, Lordy, like nails on a chalkboard, only worse. Thank you all for being here with me. This is part of the process to hopefully see justice, full justice for Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. You know, there are some moments like this. We're going to get through it together, okay? So let's see where this is headed.
there's an attachment, and that's the same, appears to be the same attachment as number 88. Is that I can show you 88 again if you'd like.
I mean, it appears the same, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
And this email is from Lieutenant. Who's this email from?
I object to leading, and I object to the continued characterization of the items in the email that the witness has indicated he does not recognize and cannot tell the court or the jury what they are.
I understand. As to leading, I'll sustain the leading.
Who's this email from?
Appears to be Lieutenant Giaccio, sir.
Okay, and nothing's changed about his position or your position since we looked at 88, 89, 90?
I'm not sure why my title line is like that. I don't know. I believe at this point I'm in DFS, given the fact that I'm writing emails to that chain of command. I don't know why my subject line is different.
That's fine,
Yeah. Why is your subject line, sorry.
as long as you can identify.
That's sus. Subject line is different. That changed. Let my client walk. Daisy Duke said, it's not uncommon for officers to rotate into or out of detective positions or other specialty roles. Exactly. Remember the Matthew Paul trial? And then I was able to interview the Celebrite guy. He said that he was he always wanted to be a police officer, and he was initially a detective, and then they moved him suddenly into the digital forensics department. And he was like, okay, interesting. And then he said he just loved it so much. So he really loves what he does now. But the thing is, it is just sometimes that they could say, okay, you're moving there. Okay, we need to put you there now. You know? So, wow, to read this much into it. Defense, that's all you have? That's what you have? Okay, interesting.
Identify that as your email, that's fine.
That is my email.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defendant's Exhibit 91.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I'd object. It contains statements made by a party not testifying would be hearsay.
All right.
Your
I
Honor,
assume that's a hearsay objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just identify that for now.
You just identify, you don't want to put in evidence?
I won't put it into evidence. I'll put it into evidence when I call the next
Okay,
witness.
so 91 is not in evidence. Okay, next question.
Jessica Jones, thank you for your $20 sticker. You said he's trying to prove conspiracy, but no one benefits from a conspiracy, so it does not help. This is all pointless. Even if Detective Miller transferred because of this case, it doesn't change that he did this to his wife, right? And I don't think, in my opinion, based on what I've heard, we don't know why people were transferred. It feels like they're reading too much into it here. But I mean, that's what they got. But that also says a lot. I wonder what the jury's thinking. Oh my word, what is the jury thinking? Are they awake? Better check on them. Is it coffee break yet?
Now, Sergeant Ames, in your training as an investigator, are you the type of investigator that follows the evidence, or are you the type of investigator that follows a theory before the evidence is developed?
Me as an investigator, I go with evidence.
Okay. As an investigator, when you question individuals that may be suspected of a crime, do you let them just tell you the story without challenge?
Objection is to leading.
All right, stay as the leading, if you want.
What, if anything, do you do when you question a suspect in terms of their story?
I mean, I have a conversation with them, sir.
Okay. And if the conversation isn't consistent with the evidence that you have, how do you handle that?
I mean, if I have the opportunity, I clarify it.
Okay. And in clarifying, what is it exactly that you're doing when you have a dispute with, or conflict with what you know versus what the person's saying?
Can you ask that again, sir?
When you have a situation as an investigator that you're trained to be, and the facts as you know them are different than what the person is saying to you in the story or whatever conversation you're having, how do you handle that?
I mean, if I have the opportunity, I follow up and ask questions that I need to know the answers to.
Okay. And would there be any reason that you wouldn't have the opportunity if you're talking to them?
No, I mean, defendants, if you're talking about a suspect of a crime, I mean, they don't have to tell you. You can ask the questions, they don't have to tell you if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just asking, say, let's assume that nobody's claiming the Fifth Amendment. There's just a statement based upon what the evidence you know. What I'm trying to get at is how do you get to the evidence to determine if what you know is correct through the person that you suspect is the criminal?
If you're asking what I do, I generally ask questions till I understand.
Okay. And in terms of the types of questions, how do you do that, or how were you trained to do that?
Judge, I'd object to relevance at this point. I'm not sure where we're going with this witness.
I think it's relevant to the investigations that would go on in any case, in any criminal case.
I'll sustain the objection as to relevance to this case.
Thank you, Steph, for the
In that
coffees.
situation that we were just talking about, would you challenge an individual or not challenge an individual?
Same objection, Judge, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, I'll move on, Judge.
Also, why does this defense attorney imply that Detective Brendan Miller, transferring to the Child Exploitation Prevention Unit is a downgrade or something bad? It's usually something that requires even more experience and could be even more high tech, you know what I mean? So it could have been a promotion for all we know, but it's being framed as like, ooh, he did something bad. He got transferred. Like, okay, you know who did something really bad? Your client, allegedly.
You've seen Defense Exhibit 88, 89, 90 have been moved into evidence.
Yes.
91 has been identified by you, sir. Were there any other additional communications, either telephone or meetings, relating to the subject matter of these three exhibits that you know of?
This has been so long ago now, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there quite possibly could be another email or text. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking if you know of something. I'm not asking for you to speculate.
I don't know.
During the time frame you were there, I think you said February 25 was when you left?
I believe it was February 25.
Okay. Had Brenda...
Oh man, I'm just going to pause. Jen Helmich Sackett said, well, the guy who transferred said he did not do it on his own accord, so it was implied. It doesn't have to imply that. Detective Schroeder, who I interviewed, as I said, he was transferred from being on patrol and a detective, and then suddenly to the digital forensic unit, and also then to the child exploitation prevention unit. So even though, thank you so much, Jackie, for the 5 snarky coffees, even though the detective himself may not have liked that shift, it's because of his skills that he may be required to have shifted. But I mean, who wants to go and shift to Do you know what I mean? It could be a really mentally tough job, of course, with all the CSAM that they have to tackle, find, uncover, arrest those people. It could be really, really mentally taxing, you know. And they see a therapist twice a year, mandatory, is what Detective Schroeder told us from the Matthew Paul trial, because it really is so disturbing. So it could be that. I mean, it's just like life changes a lot once you move to that unit. You know, you can never unsee those things. So I don't think it implies that it was a demotion or something negative. It's just like, oh man, I was moved to that unit. You know what I mean? Stefan said his client won't get a promotion anymore. Yeah, I don't think so.
And Miller, the digital forensics detective in this case, had he been transferred at that point?
I think he transferred either right before or right after I left.
Okay. Did you have any role in his transfer, whether administrative or making the decision?
No, not making the decision. I think my role was figure out where Miller wanted to go initially and just be a first-line supervisor for him.
Okay. And would that include, would that first-line supervisor role, would you have a lot of contact with him?
I mean, I had contact with him every day.
Okay. And would the contact that you had with him be related to the Banfield case?
If things came up, yes, I would have contact with him about the Banfield case, but it wasn't, it's not like I'm doing forensics or anything. If questions come up, I generally shoot an email at my chain of command or stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not advising him how to go through data or anything like that. My job was, you know, I had other things that I was doing budgets and distributing cases, new cases coming in.
Okay. Did you have anything, were you a decision maker in his transfer?
No.
Do you have any idea why he was transferred?
I wasn't brought into those conversations. I pretty much was told that the decision had been made, I wasn't involved in those.
Okay. And
Defense attorney, weren't you a former prosecutor? Why did you transfer?
was there anything that you were told about the decision that was made?
Not that I can remember. I mean, there was, right, it's a police department. There's rumors going around, but I don't know what would make the difference. But I don't know where the rumors would stop and what, I don't think I was told specifically why he was being transferred.
Okay, well, I don't want to put you in that spot, so if you don't know. Were you aware of how the experience that Brendan Miller had, the one that was transferred?
I knew that he was I can't think of the terminology, certified, yes, I know that Miller is experienced.
Okay. And he'd been there for how long, do you think, prior to you leaving, or prior to him being transferred?
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of your making the decisions of assignment of cases, where would he be in the decision process for you?
I don't know what you're asking, sir.
Would he be one of the more experienced ones that you would assign to, or one of the less experienced ones?
The other Miller was kind of the person who I bounced what we were going to do. He was the other Miller was the more senior Miller on the squad, so I bounced most of my decisions off of him.
Okay, and then
Miller 1 and Miller 2, oh my word, sus. Analytical 1 said, like my manager used to tell me, sometimes you volunteer, sometimes you get voluntold. Right?
he'd assist you with that?
He would, yes, he would assist me in that.
And do you know how long he had been in the digital forensics section?
No.
Okay.
I know it was a while, but I don't know.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
I'm going to leave 91 there, if that's okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Good morning, how are
Good
you?
morning, ma'am. How you doing?
All right, so just so we're clear, you weren't in digital forensics very long, correct?
I was not.
Okay, and you didn't get involved in any of the actual digital forensics involved in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you weren't involved in Detective Miller's transfer,
No, ma'am.
and you weren't involved in Detective Miller's work on this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, these emails you've been shown, you just passed them on, is that correct?
That is correct.
They didn't require any specific action of you, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and those requests were to examine the evidence in this case in the context of new evidence that had been received, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, any redirects?
Oh, mic drop. Not? Oh, we got some redirect. Okay, redirect.
Sir, I appreciate your answers. Did you feel as though anyone was suggesting that you distorted, changed, or did anything to evidence based upon these emails?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Is he subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Your
Have
next
a good
witness?
Leah Smith.
Excuse me?
Detective Leah Smith.
Detective Smith?
You really had to cough into the mic there, huh? Man, Detective Smith. Got a packed courthouse. People are waiting. They're waiting for closing arguments, aren't they? That's what you're all waiting for, isn't it? Any Grizzlies in the house there? Who's representing us? Where's TYO Toys? TYO Toys, where you at? Everybody thought this would be like, good morning, the defense rests. Unfortunately not. He wasn't joking when he said he'll take the whole day today. Detective Smith, okay.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Detective
Good morning.
Smith. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Leah Smith, Leah Smith.
And what division in the Fairfax County Police are you currently in?
Homicide.
Okay, and were you in homicide during the time of February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay, so you're familiar with this case, and the Banfield case, and the Juliana Perez Magalhaes case?
I am.
Okay, and as a homicide detective, you're trained in certain investigatory techniques, correct?
Yes.
What are those, if you could just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So we are gatherers of facts. We will respond to scenes, talk with patrol officers who have already arrived. They'll give us a briefing of the case. We'll identify people that we need to talk to, places we need to go, and gather other information and track down what information we have gotten, and if we need surveillance video or go to stores and track back movements, identify people to talk to. We'll canvass a neighborhood. We'll talk with crime scene to figure out what needs to be done in their capacity and how that will work in our capacity. We will just gather all the information that we can and put together to the best of our ability what happened in a particular incident.
And how do the theories of cases emanate from an investigation?
So the best course of action when you're investigating a case is to collect facts and information. You don't have theories to begin with. You have an open mind going into it because you don't know what happened. And then you try to gather all of the information so that it gives you a clearer picture as to what happened.
And in terms of gathering the information in order to get a clearer picture for, I guess, the entire squad, what mechanisms do you utilize in order to make sure everybody's on the same page?
We discuss what we've done, who we've talked to, what information we have gathered or captured. Crime scene will let us know what they have. We usually have a detective who is with crime scene as they're doing their work, and they'll pass on information. If we have other entities doing work on our behalf or assisting us in any way, they'll provide information, and then that will be discussed amongst the squad so that we all have a full picture of what we know.
So beginning with February 24th, 2023, had you developed any theories on that day based upon what you saw at the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to kind of what the timeline is for any theories that you may have had.
Personally?
Yes, as an investigator.
So I did not, and don't have or don't create theories as I'm investigating a case until I have all of the evidence that we can collect. And even then, a theory of the case and how it's going to be presented in court is really something the Commonwealth's attorney is going to do. They're the ones who are going to present it. So we will give them all of the facts and all of the information that we have, and whatever theory that's going to come from that is something that they're going to present to it. We do make a determination if there is probable cause to get warrants for somebody in a case. So in this particular case, I did not have a conclusion until we had all of the evidence in the room.
Okay.
That was a really good answer, right? Because it was like putting Detective Smith in a bit of a corner there. So what was your original theory on this case? Oh my, sneaky, sneaky. Naughty question. Theories, no, that's for the state. Yeah, that would be up to this. We get probable cause based on the evidence. Okay, well done, well done.
The blood evidence and all of that stuff, that was really understood.
And, okay, what was the time frame on it, acquiring all of that information in order to potentially have theories? If you were to
Those pieces came in toward the very end of the investigation.
Okay.
A full understanding of the sequence of events that we could tell and understand in the room that came toward the very end.
Okay. But in terms of the hard evidence that's done, like DNA, fingerprints, digital forensics, when is the evidence available in order to arrive at conclusions or rule things out or any of those sorts of things?
That's a sliding situation. So things are submitted to the lab, and you might get information and lab sheets back in different times. It's not all given to us at once. And so having that portion of the investigation, you might submit something and then realize that you need to submit more things, or the lab will only take a certain number of things, and then you do a second submission. So then your lab sheets will come in as they come in, kind of in a longer time period.
And the decision process amongst the homicide investigators, is that just within the room of homicide, the actual investigators?
Let
Let me see if I can articulate that a little better. You've just described the gathering of evidence and the discussions. Would that be with the homicide detectives, or who else would be included in that?
It could be anybody who's involved in the investigation. We do briefings with all the entities that are part of it. So it could be computer forensics, it could be crime scene. Our supervisors are there. If we're having, so it could be different meetings over the time period of the investigations. There might be different people who are present during those discussions.
And is it, would you describe the homicide group as being the investigators and the supervisors in another way?
The homicide Detectives are the investigators, yes.
Okay, and just so it's clear for the jury, the chain of command going up, the supervisors, they're not investigators, correct?
They are not investigators, they're supervisors.
Okay. Did there come a time when supervisors were suggesting theories to the homicide investigators in this case?
So we had a briefing within the first week of the incident where we were discussing everything that everybody had done and the information that was collected. And our supervisor at the time told us there were 2 theories in the case and we needed to get behind the right one.
Who was the supervisor?
Lieutenant Smuck,
Okay. Who was in the room?
the homicide investigators, the detectives.
Okay, were there any other people?
I don't recall if there were victim services or advocates or our crime analyst or others who might be there during a briefing when we have just had an incident.
Was one of those theories catfishing?
It wasn't stated what the theory was. It just said there were 2 theories and you need to get behind the right one.
Okay, at some point, in order to get behind it, you had to know what it was. When did you find out?
I'm not sure who said exactly that it was catfishing, that was what it was. That's just what I had begun to understand and hear from other people.
Now, did you or any of your, well, actually, I can only ask you, what, if anything, did you do, given what you just testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your methodology, what, if anything, did you do or say after hearing that?
I told Lieutenant Smuck in the room full of investigators that at this point in time, nobody should have a theory in the case, that we are still at the very beginning and we should only be investigating and gathering facts and information.
And how was that received?
There was no response.
And did this meeting end, did the conflict between your statement and the theory that was sitting out there continue in conflict after this meeting? Like in future meetings?
I would say that the investigators on this case knew to investigate with an open mind, even though that might
Oh, my word.
not be along the lines of what the supervisors might have wanted us to look at, how the case to investigate a particular line.
Okay. And
Kathy Luna, thank you for the $5 sticker. You said, thank you, Mods, for cleaning up the chat, best Mods. Now, was it you that bought 40 coffees for the Mods? Oh my goodness. You said, thanks for keeping the chat the safest true crime chat out there. I never feel unwelcome. I look forward to joining in the conversation. Best Mods, enjoy your coffees. From sunny Southern California. Damn. That's the most coffees anyone's ever bought. Thank you so much, Kathy. Really appreciate that.
did there ever come a time, I know you said at the end of the case that the catfish theory went away?
Objection leading, objection, facts not in evidence.
As to leading, as to stating, as to leading.
When, if at all, did the theory of catfishing go away from this case?
I don't know.
Was that then, well, did it ever go away?
What a question. And don't cough into the mic, sir. We've already had enough sniffles. Kathy Luna said, no, that wasn't me. Well, thank you so much for your support, for your sticker, for being here. And to the Kathy from sunny Southern California, thank you so much for spoiling the Mods with lots of coffees.
I don't know.
Okay. And would that be for you to know, or would that be someone else within homicide?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I don't think go away is clear enough. I mean, obviously, we're here on a catfish theory.
What's your legal objection?
Judge, it form, that is an unclear question.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer if you remember the question.
Right, would you just mind repeating the question?
So what I'm trying to determine over the lifetime of the case, was the catfishing theory ever disregarded or put to the side?
No.
Was there, during the life of the case, excuse me, sorry, was there periods of time where the homicide squad was not supporting the catfish theory?
So everything is on the table. I wouldn't say that it wasn't, we explored all options, and that was always on the table.
Okay. And when was it that in your mind catfishing was confirmed or negated?
It was toward the end, I would say, that once we understood the full for the investigation, catfishing is maybe how you got to a point, but what happened in the room, in the bedroom, that is really what you need to figure out. That's the determination of who would be charged in the crime of murder. So once you understood all of that and what happened within the room, and then you have the other evidence of it coming forward and through the digital forensics and the interviews and all of this stuff, that decision was made on who to charge for it based on the forensic evidence.
And you charged Juliana Perez-Magalhaes in October of 2023, correct?
Yes,
So was it concluded at that point?
she was charged for her involvement in the crime. So she wasn't charged with Christine.
Right. And so was it based upon her recantation that Brendan Banfield was charged?
No.
In terms of the catfish theory, actually strike that, Judge.
The catfish theory. Oh, man. Larissa Harris said, lawyering 101 is to not ask questions you don't know the answer to. And it appears as though this defense attorney is the one making up theories about the cops and investigation. This is cringy and helping the state. I think he's going to put every single detective that ever worked this case, which means probably 12 people, on the stand and try to get one of them to say, so those officers were transferred because they did not agree with the catfishing theory, correct? And they'd be like, aha, but even if that happened, do you think that's going to convince the jury, sir? Because that theory makes sense. That Juliana and Brendan started the FetLife account. Otherwise, how would they even know about it? How would they know about the messages, the details of it, what they said, who their target was, why, what they wanted their target to do, to come to the house without meeting in person first, and all that. Where the laptop was, how they used it, when they used it. Oh my word. It just makes sense. So it doesn't matter along the way what happened. We're here now, right? This one is facing some serious charges here. So defense is doing what he's got to do. I don't think it's getting anywhere so far. Thank you, Janice. And Robert Munch.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Thank goodness.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you've told us that you conducted your investigation in a manner consistent with following the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You explained to us that theories were certainly discussed, but that they did not drive how this investigation was conducted, correct?
Ultimately, no.
All right. Counsel asked you about this meeting where you were told and detectives were told that there were two theories and you needed to get behind the right one. You challenged that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did that statement impact how you investigated the case?
No.
Did you see that statement impact how your coworkers investigated the case?
No.
Your investigation was focused on who killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield, correct?
That's correct.
And you followed the evidence in your investigation, and that evidence led you to charging decisions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Juliana Perez-Muglis was charged because you were able to prove that she shot Joe Ryan. The evidence supported that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Banfield was charged when? What was the turning point in your recollection of when Mr. Banfield was charged?
When we got the blood evidence back.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Ew, I like that, like, nothing further look. Did you see that? Thank you, nothing further. I'm guessing there'll be a redirect. Let's see.
Detective Smith, were you ever feeling pressure to follow a theory instead of evidence in this case?
I did not.
You spoke out about it, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel pressure by command after you spoke out about it?
No, I did not feel pressure. I know what I have to do as an investigator. I know how to investigate, and no matter what they thought or the theories they wanted to put forward, that was not how I was going to investigate or provide mentorship or counsel to other investigators on the squad.
Did you raise that with other investigators, the appropriateness of command staff suggesting theories?
Yes,
And did you address that with the group?
individually as a group, yes.
And who was it that was applying the pressure to you?
Whoever was in charge at the time, at the beginning, Lieutenant Smuck, who made that comment in the first time.
After March 24th? March 24, 2024?
It would come from Lieutenant Giaccio and Bruce. I think at the time it was a Captain Busch.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is this subject to recall? No? No? No, ma'am. All right, Detective, free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we started a little early, I'm going to go ahead and have our 15-minute recess now. All right, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. We'll see you in 15 minutes.
Southern Kelly B says, turns out the catfish was pressure cooked. Oh man, thank you, Sir Bolden Snarky, for the coffees as well. You guys are making sure we're going to have energy for today, hey. All right.
Come back at 11:22 then?
Thank you, Judge.
All rise.
Strategizing. Brendan Banfield is like, wait, what? Okay, it's going to be okay, right? Yeah, don't worry. We've got another 8 detectives to put on the stand. We'll question one of them and get them to say it. You weren't on board with the catfish theory, were you? No, I wasn't. Are you on board now? Yes. Okay, damn it. Damn it. Next detective on the stand, right? My goodness. So we've got 5 minutes or so. 5 minutes to wait. What shall we do? Okay, let's see. Vanessa said, will there be another court case for Joseph Ryan? You say he's not mentioned much in this case, and some people say Christine isn't mentioned much in this case. So, depends on the days one watched and what, I think both are mentioned in this case, both victims. But just remember that Juliana is the one that killed Joseph Ryan. And she's taken a plea deal, and she testified already, right? Against Brendan Banfield. Now, as for, Stefan said 20 squats. I did it. I just did it when I went to go get the coffee. Listen here, you guys. Listen. We're not doing 20 squats now to stare at the wall. I got to keep you entertained in this time. We'll get up just now. What's the time? Yeah, still 25 minutes. Then I'll get up after that. Depending on what happens, of course. If it's way too riveting, I can't think go. Anyway, so Brendan Banfield, I mean, he is facing 4 counts of aggravated murder, right? And using a firearm in the commission of a crime and child endangerment. I'm so glad they throw the child endangerment charge in there, but I don't know if the state really highlighted that enough for the jury. I think the jury might actually take quite long with deliberations based on just even the amount of charges, right? Zenjan said the defense will use that in closing, that she felt pressured by chain of command, which indicates they were following a theory versus following evidence, right? Well, it only takes one juror, hey? We don't know. There's 9 men and 7 women, including the alternates, in this trial. That's what the jury makeup is, apparently. And so we'll have to see. Whenever they get the case, when will that be? Today? Tomorrow? By the way, the judge did say court does not happen, or this trial doesn't happen on Fridays because she deals with other things on Fridays usually. But because there's a snowstorm expected over the weekend, the judge would like the jury to come in tomorrow. So they will be court tomorrow. Okay. I'm really still hopeful that the defense will rest today. Can the defense rest, and then can tomorrow be closing arguments and verdict watch? That'll be so great. But that's quite tight, hey? Because if they don't actually reach a verdict, and I'm just speculating based on timeline, right? Ooh, they might not be caught on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, the judge said, depending on the snowstorm. So that depends. We'll have to see, right? Let's see. Jenny Lynn said, following chain of command simply means you're following protocol, right? Yeah. One step at a time. And they couldn't prove who made the account. They couldn't prove it based on how, I would speculate, Brendan Banfield planned everything out, right? But once Juliana told on herself, self-snitched, on herself and Brendan Banfield, I think then it made sense. So then they said, okay, we'll have to relook at this data, see if that, and then it made sense. Okay. So let's see what other questions you have. We have a few minutes, as I say. What time did the judge say they're coming back? I don't hear. I didn't hear it. But I do know that we were 10 minutes behind the feed, and they took a 15-minute break. Mary said, Zenjan said, I don't think it'll change the results. Still LWAP in his future life without parole. Mary said, I love having the court seal behind you, G. Respectfully, you look like a judge. Oh my. He said, and I love it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Dawned on me, said, why would Christine contact Joe with Brendan at home? Right? Why would Christine make the account to then only use her laptop at home? That doesn't make any sense. That she would use her phone or laptop whenever she's not at home, or when she's, got time to herself, not when the other two were using it. And why do they know so much about the messages, about how they were going to find the perfect victim? Somebody who would be willing to come to the house, take that risk of not meeting the person in person. Everybody else on the FetLife page wanted to first meet in person, because that makes sense, right? That would be for safety. But Joseph Ryan was willing to take that risk based on, I would say, the manipulation from Juliana and allegedly Brendan to say it will be even more exciting, though, of an experience if we didn't meet in person. Nat Chris Bliss said, love your snark and energy today, G. Got me pumped as I'm headed to the courthouse now to hopefully catch closing arguments. I'll be wearing a white blouse. Oh my word, should we look out for you? We will. If they show us the gallery. Wave at us. No, just see you in the background like, okay, that did that, but we will look out for you. Thank you so much. Hopefully for closing arguments, right?
The jury?
Are you on?
Ready for the jury?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Larissa said, has Joe's family spoken out as well about him or the case? Yes. His mother is very active on Facebook. Her name is Deirdre Fisher, and she posts about him a lot there and about the case and her feelings about it, and asks everyone, please be kind, because it's really difficult for her and all of that as well. And that her son is not just some FetLife guy, that he's been minimized to in the media. So, yeah. This defense attorney looks rejuvenated, like he had an espresso. Oh my, so we're going to see another 8 detectives on the stand, sir, or what? Are you going to rest? Put Brendan on the stand.
All right, is your next witness?
Matt Nielssen.
Matt Nielssen.
Oh, he's definitely going to put every detective on the stand, isn't he?
Raise your right hand.
12
Do you
of
swear or
them.
affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
And if, I don't know if this is one of them, I would think so. If he's going to put every detective on the stand, yesterday we had Officer Beckner, Officer Baumler, okay, Brendan Miller, 3, Brendan Miller again, okay, today, Officer Casanova, another officer, Detective Smith, 6. Okay, 6 to go, guys. If there's 12 that were working the case, and now there's only 4. So, okay, here we go.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Matthew Nielssen, Nilssen.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Fairfax County Police Department as a detective sergeant with the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay. Were you previously in the homicide division?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
I was employed as a homicide detective prior to my promotion to sergeant from approximately February 2023 until what would have been November of 2024.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you were the homicide sergeant at that time?
I was a detective on the squad.
Okay. And then you transferred to where you are now, which is in the homicide division?
I work for the Major Crimes Bureau. I am not the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay.
I work for
what areas are you working?
I just want to try something quickly with the sound, because it's a very, like, I don't know, distorted, you know what I mean? So I just want to try something like this. Turn this one up, just fiddle a little bit. Let's see if this is any better.
I supervise the sex crime squad.
Okay, gotcha. Now, calling your attention to February 24th, 2023, were you involved actively with the homicide that occurred at the Banfield house?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what role did you play in that?
I assisted beginning on that day with the investigation by handling investigative tasks such as writing search warrants, and then throughout the remainder of the investigation with tasks that were assigned to me by my supervisor and other detectives handling the investigation as primary.
Okay, and based upon the time frame that you said you were there, you were still there in October of 23 when Juliana Perez Magalhaes was charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, was there any sort of planning that went with that?
Yes.
Okay, what was the ultimate goal of charging her with murder?
I would state there were several goals that included the fact that evidence supported probable cause to charge her with murder at that time. But based on our investigation, there was belief that there was more to the story that could be elicited from her. And the effect of charging her with a crime was effectively a way to introduce a change in circumstances between her and Brendan Banfield that could lead to the elicitation of more information about what happened.
Okay, so charging her, keeping her in jail, the pressure that would be caused, was that part of the plan?
Yes, in terms of in any type of incident in which you have multiple people involved in the carrying out of that act, there is competing interests between self-interest and cooperation. And by introducing circumstances that would encourage cooperation with law enforcement over cooperation with other parties, it could change the outcome of the investigation change the amount of information available to us as investigators.
Okay, like a plea agreement to a lesser charge and no further jail time, something like that?
There's a number of different ways that could be accomplished, or the ultimate goal could be accomplished.
And that's ultimately what happened, though. That's what caused the change in Juliana Perez Magalhaes. My
understanding is she did at one point cooperate with detectives. I was not involved at that point in the investigation.
Now, while you were on the homicide squad, were you ever assigned to listening to the jail phone calls?
No, I was not.
Okay. Was that something that was employed in order to determine whether or not she was subject to the pressure that had been intended?
I know that someone was assigned to review those calls, and the information learned from those calls was part of our investigation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination? No, ma'am. All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
All right, you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Your Honor, Patrick Busch.
Patrick Busch.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
I think this would be if a detective number 7 out of 12 that I think the defense will call.
Good morning, Mr. Busch.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
John Patrick Busch, B-R-U-S-C-H.
And you previously were with the Fairfax County Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. And in what capacity was your final position?
I was the deputy chief
Okay.
of the Administrative Support Bureau. I'm sorry.
Yes. At some point prior to going to the administrator, were you transferred from another department to go to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Just for clarification, are you asking my previous assignment before
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I was the deputy chief of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay. And you were transferred from there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that of your own volition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wanted that transfer to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Would that be a no further questions then? Good Vibes only said, has the defense's case created reasonable doubt for anyone? I'm personally still stuck on Juliana's testimony and the footage of Brendan Banfield at McDonald's. Guilty. Also, Huda Mubarak 8459 said, Gisela, the defense theory is that the au pair got her information from Discovery, that the state shared all with her and made her story fit what they have in Discovery. I think her own letters, which the defense submitted as evidence, 70 of them, will debunk all of that. And I also don't think she's that much of a good liar. You know what I mean? But also the defense is not making that very clear that that's their theory. You know what I mean? So, I think the jury's smart and they're going to see right through that, right? In my opinion.
Now, during your time as deputy chief of the Major Crimes Division, you were overseeing or supervising the homicide squad at that time, correct?
It was one of several squads under the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, I'm just asking about the homicide squad. You were supervising the homicide squad.
Could I have permission to clarify?
Yeah, sure.
So I was the head of the entire Major Crimes Bureau, which encompassed the Domestic Violence Unit, the Sex Crime Squad, Child Abuse Squad, Robbery, Cold Case, as well as Homicide.
Okay. And were you involved, or were you in that position at the time of February 24, 2023?
So at that time, I was the captain of the Major Crimes, Violent Crimes Division, so not a deputy chief.
And when did you become deputy chief?
I became a deputy chief in January of 2024.
Okay, and did you, did you have contact or involvement in the case that we're here for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what kind of, how would you describe your role in that case among all the other ones that you were handling?
Overall, my responsibilities are similar for all the cases in the Major Crimes Bureau, to include this one. So it's oversight, it's providing advice as needed, support, guidance, and then also raising concerns in the investigative process if those arise.
Okay, were there concerns in the investigative process by you in this case?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay, and did it relate to digital forensics?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just to get to it, were you involved in the transfer of Detective Miller from digital forensics to child sex?
Yes, sir.
Okay, in fact, you at one point spoke to...
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to lead.
What, if anything, did you say to Deputy Chief Freed about Brendan Miller to have him transferred?
I had indicated that as far as I was concerned, Detective Miller was not to work another digital forensic case that pertained to the Major Crimes Bureau.
And were you aware of his history prior to you making that, I guess, happen?
Could you please clarify?
His work history there in digital forensics?
Was I aware that he was a detective within the division, the bureau? I guess I'm looking for...
Well, I'm assuming you were aware of him being a detective in the bureau. Were you aware of his background in digital forensics?
I guess I would have to say no at that point.
Okay. Did that was that anything you took into account with regard to Detective Miller?
No, sir.
And so...
Funk Master 21 said, it's weird to me to make police corruption or incredibility to be their defense when their own client has a government position himself and try to use that as justification about shooting. I know, right? I don't think the jury will forget about that either. It's like, interesting. Almost double negative there, you know? Interesting. Okay. Lexi says, gee, I literally did those 20 squats. Now I'm gasping for air. Good job.
Is it fair to say, or what if anything, or what if any case was the reason that you asked for him to be transferred?
It would be this case that we're here for.
Okay, and what item of this case was it that caused you such concern?
Could I actually go back for 1 second?
Do spill the tea. We do want to know, okay? We do want to know. We are curious. Here we go.
I didn't say that he needed to be transferred. I indicated that he wouldn't work a case for the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay.
That was Deputy Chief Freed's decision whether or not he ultimately would be transferred.
Okay, so you as the head of you're the deputy chief of the homicide or the Major Crimes Bureau. By saying that, you essentially caused the transfer.
Judge, I'm going to object to his characterization of the evidence. Objection is to form. The witness has testified that at this point in time, he was the captain of Major Crimes when the decision was made, not the deputy chief.
But I'm gathering this guy doesn't like Detective Miller, or what? What do we, it feels like I'm feeling a little bit of a dramatic vibe here. There's some drama in the air here. Okay, tell us, sir.
Is that correct?
I was the Deputy Chief of Major Crimes when I made that statement.
Okay, and when you're the deputy chief, you make that kind of statement, especially with major crimes, that gets things moving, correct?
I certainly acknowledge that had influence on his transfer.
Okay, and his transfer was classified as performance management? Do you know that term?
I didn't know that that's what his transfer was classified as.
Okay, have you ever heard that term?
We have a performance management document.
Okay, but not a doctrine that allows transfer without documenting discipline?
I couldn't comment on that.
Was there discipline associated with this decision?
Not that I'm aware of.
were you disciplining him by moving him out of your area?
Absolutely not. I actually retained him in the child exploitation unit.
Okay, so where he is right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, calling your attention to immediately after the killing of Christine Banfield, were you in meetings at that time when you were a captain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved with any theories relating to the case after the killing?
I'm sure at some point.
Okay. Do you know what catfishing is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that something that you were pushing with your homicide detectives at any point?
I wouldn't characterize that as pushing.
Okay. Would you tell them that this is the theory? Is that not pushing?
So I had a specific meeting with then Lieutenant Harrington. I believe it was in November of 2023. I was asked by the two commanders, Lieutenant Matthew Lewick as well as Lieutenant Aaron Weeks, to meet with Lieutenant Harrington. During that time, I actually proposed 3 separate theories to Lieutenant Harrington. And we discussed those theories at that time. So there was not only one theory I was pushing, or presenting, I should say. Ultimately, I was looking for an objective and comprehensive analysis of all the facts and evidence in this case.
When
Interesting. Southern Calibre said, we don't have drama here, either we are here for the drama. Absolutely. Spill the tea. I don't personally engage in drama with other YouTubers, for example, but I would love to watch all the drama in the courtroom. I would like to watch any of the drama, just don't involve me in it, you know what I mean? Happy to observe. Do tell us everything, man. Okay, but do you think it's helping the defense? Do you think that this is helping Brendan Banfield's case?
the catfish theory came up, had there been a collection of all of the evidence, all the digital forensics, fingerprints, DNA, all those things?
Just like with any investigation, it was fluid.
Okay. Had that theory of catfishing come out before any of that was finalized?
I'm sorry, could you go back to the things you had listed?
DNA, digital forensics, and fingerprints.
The digital forensics, for the most part, had been back at that point.
What time frame was that?
That would probably be the spring of 2023
Okay, so
to fall of 2023.
So my question is, within weeks of the killing of Christine Banfield, did you suggest the catfish theory in a meeting of the homicide detectives?
I don't recall ever being in a meeting with homicide detectives. I do recall talking to my command team about that possibility.
And who was your command team?
Lieutenant Weeks as well as Lieutenant Lewick.
Okay, and where was Lieutenant Giaccio there at that point?
He was not.
Okay, but you brought him in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was March of 2024?
That's correct.
And it was at that point that you had decided that catfish theory was?
Objection
viable?
leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, had you concluded about the catfish theory at the time that Lieutenant Giaccio was brought in?
I hadn't made any conclusions at that point. Did I have a strong working theory that this was a catfish? Absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you told Lieutenant, I guess, Giaccio when he came on with you?
I don't ever recall explicitly having that conversation. I think he probably came to that conclusion on his own.
Okay, but the two of you were pretty close in terms of the investigative issues, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were both in narcotics together at one point?
Yes, we were.
And you brought him in to major crimes, correct?
I did. That was a collective decision amongst my command team.
Okay. And so is it not true that you insisted you had to have Giaccio come in March of 2024?
That is not true.
Okay. Were you aware that he was on the Brady list?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the Brady list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's basically an indication of a time or a potential in where you weren't totally forthcoming.
So truthfulness?
It could be.
But that's essentially the basis of the discipline in the police department, truthfulness, correct?
I think that could vary as well.
Okay.
Ethics, not necessarily truthfulness, so it varies.
But at the time you hired him into that division, he was on the Brady list, correct?
I did not hire him.
Okay, at the time that you asked him to come in and be a lieutenant in your section.
So could I have an opportunity to explain the transfer process?
Judge, I think at this point in time, I would object. I'm not sure the relevance of a non-testifying witness's being on the Brady list.
Oh, I think we've already established that if you want to move on from that.
Yes.
Okay.
At the time that he was hired, he was on the Brady list, correct?
When he was hired by the police department?
No, by you as a lieutenant within major crimes.
Again, I'd have to explain the transfer process and the selection process.
March 24 was he on the Brady
Even the defendant is rolling his own eyes. He's like, oh man, wow.
list?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a 2024, March of 2024.
correct.
And has he been put on the Brady list again during this time?
Objection is to relevance.
What's the relevance as to this time?
Judge, it goes to truthfulness, which will ultimately come in to the decisions to have him involved, the decisions why.
But at this time, I'll sustain as to at this time.
Okay. Now, sir, you indicated that you you decided that Detective Miller was not going to be, I think as you said, involved in any other major crimes while you were there.
Any of the digital forensics for the major crimes cases, correct.
And then he was transferred.
Within weeks, I would say, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your basis for that?
So there were a few factors. Would you like me to expand on this?
Were they related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Exclusively related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it related to his work product?
Yes, sir.
And are you talking about the executive summary work product?
That was part of it.
Okay. And so his conclusions were not agreeable to you?
I wouldn't word that way.
How would you word it?
I would word it that his analysis was incorrect.
Okay. And at that time when you determined his analysis wasn't correct, had you had any training in digital forensics?
I have my master's in computer forensics.
Okay, so did you look at some of the items of evidence in order to arrive at that informed decision?
So he had provided me a zip file of a Cellbrite, but that wasn't able to be downloaded.
Okay, so you didn't really review anything in order coming to that conclusion?
Well, I can get into the specifics if you'd like me to.
Well, I'm asking some questions right now, and perhaps we'll get there.
Okay.
You didn't actually check the source of his findings. With
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did you do to check the source of his findings, the digital forensics?
I didn't conduct my own digital forensic analysis, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, and I think you said you couldn't get into the portable case when you were given to
The zip file of the Cellbrite, correct.
Okay. And so what would be the reason that you would differ from your expert's opinion?
Because of some of the unsubstantiated deductions that he made.
Okay, so it's based upon his decisions relating to his digital forensics expertise.
So the deductions and the wrongful analysis.
Okay, so the decisions.
I wouldn't use that word. I'd say deductions and wrongful analysis.
Okay, and the wrongful analysis relating to the actual digital forensics that were downloaded?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, and did you ever go over those with him in detail?
I would ask clarifying questions.
Did you tell him exactly what it was that you disagreed with in terms of his deductions and his analysis?
I think a couple of them, yes.
Okay. How many were there in total?
Off the top of my head, I could probably list at least 4.
Okay. And so,
This pause, Donna Eldridge says, I don't think the defense is getting the answers they want. It's risky, hey? It could backfire on whatever their strategy is here. Oh dear.
it was based on that, based on your reading of his executive summary, that you decided that it had gotten to the point where he's no longer doing any more major crimes under your tutelage.
Digital forensics for major crimes cases. I retained him as a detective within the Major Crimes Bureau
understand
Child
that.
Exploitation Unit.
I understand that. The digital forensics section.
He was not going to do digital forensic analysis for any other major crimes case.
Okay. And sorry, bear with me for a second.
Larissa Harris said, was the au pair really shown photos of Brandon with other women while he was still free? Then you said, that's funny, I'm sorry it is. According to her letters, the letter she wrote, she mentioned that they're trying to turn me against you, and they've shown me pictures of you talking to other women and with other women, and like, she said that she's so jealous, she can't handle it. She can't handle the thought of him being with someone else and all of that. So that's based on her own words.
Were you aware that his work was peer reviewed outside of the police department?
I was.
And were you surprised to see that they concurred in his findings?
I have a question to clarify. Did they concur on his extraction or his analysis?
Both.
That's news to me.
Okay, so that peer review held no weight for you because you had already decided that the analysis was wrong.
Objection leading.
All right, sustain as to leading. You want to rephrase?
Why was it that the peer review did not hold any weight for you?
Because ultimately the analysis was incorrect.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Cellbrite messages that you say you reviewed, what was it that was the problem with those?
The Cellbrite messages that he had provided,
Yes.
I wasn't able to open the zip file.
Okay, so we don't know anything about the Cellbrite messages as to your decisions on his analysis. Were you privy to a printout of his communications on FetLife?
Yes.
Okay. Were you privy to the communications from Telegram?
Yes.
And do you understand how those were obtained?
Through the digital forensics.
Do you know how that's done?
It's essentially tied to software that then downloads both from a cell phone and or laptop or any digital device.
And did you review that data?
I didn't review all the data, no.
What data did you review?
I reviewed the correspondence.
I'm sorry, the what?
The correspondence on Telegraph, the correspondence on
Okay.
FetLife. There's a significant amount of data when they download these items.
Okay. Now, are you still working as a police officer?
I am not.
Okay. On July 10th, when we were here before the court, you had just moved to the Administrative Support Bureau, correct?
I moved there in February of 2025.
Okay, so, but that's when we found out you had moved, or I found out that you moved to the Administrative Support
Objection,
Bureau.
counsel's testifying.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Correct?
I can't testify to when you found out I was moved.
Okay, on the 10th, we talked about this, correct?
Yes.
And how you had enjoyed this position, and you were really looking forward to, you know, the things that happen in an administrative support bureau, and the challenge of not having, that's being in more of an administrative role than being in major crimes.
I would agree that it was a completely different assignment than I had had throughout my entire career.
And that's something that you sought, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And it's something that you're really excited about, correct?
I don't know if I'd say really excited, just,
Well, when you were here on the 10th, you said that you were very interested and excited about your new challenge.
sure.
Okay. And when did you retire?
July 25th, 2025.
When did you put in your retirement paperwork?
July 11th, 2025.
So the Friday after the Thursday that we were in court here?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened, if anything, about the excitement with the Administrative Support Bureau?
Judge, I would object and ask to approach.
My goodness. Okay. Don't know if this is helping Brendan's case, but it's interesting nonetheless.
Sir, why did you retire one day or put in your retirement paperwork one day after the hearing that we had here on July 10th?
For personal and professional reasons.
Okay. And you're no longer a police officer?
I am not.
Okay. Are we to read into that? Let Brendan walk.
Sir, I'm going to change. Your Honor, I think we have ID'd 91, so 92 would be the next.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, if you can look on the screen in front of you, are you able to see this communication?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that communication between?
Director Fayez.
Okay, and Director Fayez, who is that?
She's the Director of Victim Services.
Okay, and was she someone that was within your command structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, exactly where does that fall in the Major Crimes Bureau command structure?
She's part of the command team.
Okay, so would she be involved with command staff meetings?
Yes, sir.
Is she supposed to be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here we have, it looks like a,
Counsel, if you could go back to the microphone, the jury won't be able to.
sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's going to be identified as Exhibit 92, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's reference to a jail call. Is that you or is that someone else?
They're responding where it says my name.
Okay. And so who else was on this thread?
I believe it would have to be, based on the response of one last favor GI, would be Lieutenant Giaccio.
Okay. And so it was the three of you, and you agree that's a communication that you had with all three?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that as Commonwealth's Defense Exhibit 92.
Any objection?
Judge, it contains hearsay statements. Two of those individuals have not been called to testify.
I'll identify
ID
it,
it?
Judge,
Okay.
and we'll get to it later. And
All
that's
right,
My goodness, Mom of Orloth. Did I say that right? Doxy. So someone please tell me how any of this helps the defendant. The jurors have to be totally confused. Hannah, thank you for being a member for 13 months. Thanks, Mom of Arlo. For 16 months, you said usually in the bushes. Okay, thank you so much.
Deed is 92.
92. Sir, do you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks to be 3 people.
That's correct.
Okay, and who are those 3 people?
Based on the text message, it would be Chief Kevin Davis, myself, Director Fayez, and Lieutenant Giaccio.
And the date of Friday, October 25th, 7:32.
Correct.
Does that have significance for you?
I believe that's the date that Juliana proffered.
Your Honor, can I identify this as defense exhibit number 93?
93 identified as 93.
And I'd move that into evidence?
Objection contains hearsay.
All right, sustained as hearsay at this moment.
I'll just identify it,
Okay.
Your Honor. and-
Identified as 93.
Sir, do you see what will be identified as defense exhibit number 94?
I do.
Okay, and is that a message group that you were involved with?
Could you just give me a second to read this, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, it is.
And this message that you sent is on October 25th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And the same significance as the previous message?
Are you saying on this day of the proffer?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, have I identified this one yet?
You identified it as 94.
94. I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection.
Objection,
All
hearsay.
right, I'll sustain the objection at this point.
Okay,
It is
I'll-
ID'd as 94.
ID is 94. Thank you. Sir, can you see that message?
I can.
And I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 95. There are a number of people involved in this message, correct?
It appears that way, yes, sir.
And the names there, does that match up with your memory?
Could I review this as well?
Of course, of course.
Are we there yet?
I've reviewed it. I don't recall this correspondence, but my name is certainly on it.
Do you have any idea who is writing in the blue boxes,
I can't tell.
even by the discussion?
Well, my issue with being able to tell is that the banner, it's very small initials.
Can you believe this defense? I just mean the defense strategy. Yesterday was all about scooping blood and like what on earth were those questions? And then a PI who was on for just a little bit and then he talked a lot and then it's like, okay, can we take a recess? Yeah, afternoon recess. And then he was no longer on the stand. It just feels like it's going nowhere. Bridget, thank you for the coffees. Thank you, everyone. You're keeping us awake over here, right? Oh my word, is it nap time? This is so lame. So you want to try to poke holes in the police force here? Really? That's all you got? You got the scooping of blood, which, I don't know, it put in many of our minds, right? That, oh, yeah, so it just reminds us Brendan Banfield staged the scene. Cool. I don't feel like this is groundbreaking at all. Stefan said, I think the defense wants to insinuate that something was fishy in this investigation. I hope the cross will clean that up. I hope so too. I mean, so far they've done really well today with the cross, I think, in my opinion, the state. They've cleaned it up every time. But like, really, where are we going? Can you believe this is on 1.1 speed, by the way? Is it? Wait, oh, it was. No, we're back on normal speed because we caught up. Okay, we were on 1.1 speed earlier. Sure.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I've identified this as 95.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll ID this and
Okay.
come back to it.
Yes, sir.
Spaghetti on the wall.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at this. It'll be identified as Defense Exhibit 96. Take some time to read it.
Seven Marmy says, gee, thanks for your coverage. Thank you so much.
I can see my first name up at the top. I don't recall this correspondence.
Okay. And is that with Lieutenant Giaccio?
I couldn't say. I see my first name up at the top.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that as Exhibit 96.
Judge, two objections, hearsay, and it has not been recognized by the witness as having been his
All right.
statement.
Sustain the objection. It's just ID'd as 96 at this point.
Sir, please look at this message. This is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 97.
Again, I see my name at the top. I just couldn't verify if that's me as Patrick and/or who this correspondence is with.
But did you change the subject line, sir? Huh? Because I think that's shady. Nancy Whitmore said they should give the jurors a pillow so they can be comfortable while sleeping through this.
Okay. Let's talk about that. PB, Patrick, that doesn't show up on your text messages?
Well, it appears that this is with somebody else, so it's what appears on their text messages.
Okay, so do you have any idea, based on the content of it, who that person would be?
Are you asking me to take a guess?
No, I want you to conclude who that person is. Can you do that?
I can't definitively say who that's with.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit, or Defense Exhibit 97.
Same objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID'd as 97.
97, Your Honor, is that right?
That was 97.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, I object to the entire defense strategy. Can we move on, please? Got a snowstorm coming. Could we wrap this up, get to closing arguments? How about that?
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 98. Please read it.
This is almost worse than the Daubert hearing in the Burgos Aviles trial. Do you remember that? Huh? You guys watched that with me. Stefan, you remember that, right? Oh my, that was hectic.
Again, that's my name at the top, or my first name at the top, with the initials PB. I don't recall this correspondence.
We'll have a better shot, right, Stefan? Get your client's ass on the stand.
Exhibit.
Stop moving exhibits into evidence. Just stop it, defense. Less is more, okay? This is too much. We're getting tired of it here. Stefan, imagine the jury, though. Imagine the jury. They must be like, oh, my word. I can't imagine that this would be super impactful. I don't know. Is it just me? Stefan said, get your client's ass on the stand, Mr. Carroll. Now that would keep us awake. Yeah, everybody, oh my, okay, he's on the stand. Damn, what is he going to say? What is he going to say? He's got a better chance at doing that, right?
97?
98.
98, same
sorry.
objection, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. ID is 98.
Sir, can you look at the screen in front of you and tell me if you recognize this message? All right, identify this as Defense Exhibit 99.
All right.
Again, I see that my first name at the top, the initials. I just don't recall this correspondence.
Your Honor, move in Defense Exhibit 98?
99.
99, objection, Your Honor.
99, sorry.
Sustained, and just ID'd as 99.
Sir, can you see the picture in front?
Susie Ellen says, I wish I watched day one. Now, day one was interesting. Truthfully, it went downhill from there. Oh my. So it's just every day has been, damn, like day two, the entire day was the cross-examination of Juliana, as in the whole day. Oh my goodness. And then after that, okay, mildly interesting. But day one, definitely. That was interesting to see Juliana on the stand and what she said when the state had their direct examination.
Yes.
And do you have any recollection, based upon your review of the content of these messages, as to whether or not that's yours?
This I do recall, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you the one who wrote about Klingon and Kelsey and not holding off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey?
Objection is to counsel's reading the document into evidence, but it's not being admitted.
All right.
Just trying to identify which message.
All right. Well, you can have, just point to it. And I'll
Which,
sustain the objection.
I'm pointing to that one right there. Is that you, or is that the person you're talking to?
Based on how this is presented, that would be me.
Okay. And in that message, you're talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And Kelsey Gill, the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. And whomever you're speaking to, you're saying, hold off on bringing-
Objection. It has not been admitted into evidence. Counsel cannot read what is written.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, Your Honor.
Oh, defense attorney. Mary Sherry, thank you for being a member for 12 months. You said, this is like watching paint dry. A little bit. I really appreciate you all being here with me. Dang, there's almost 6,000 people here watching this with me. Oh my word. We're all in it. We want to see what happens next, right? Will we ever get there though? Are we going to get there? Now, the lunch break will be coming up. Let's see what the time is. Hold on. Locally right now it's what? 12:15. They might go, what, 1-ish or so? We're going to read some of Juliana's letters. I have all 70 of them now, thanks to Grizzly Cat. So, at least we'll be entertained with that, okay? We'll pick up the energy from there and see what happens this afternoon.
I'd move this into evidence as Exhibit 100.
And again, Judge, Commonwealth would object. It contains hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID'd is 100.
Okay. Sir, this is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that message?
I don't recall this specific message.
Okay. Is that Do you know if that is your communication, even if you don't remember the content?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, I'll hold this as identification
101.
before moving in.
Okay.
101. Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know who you were communicating with?
Lieutenant Giaccio.
And which color of the bubbles are you communicating on?
Gray.
And this is Friday, October 25th. Well, tell me the date. What does it say?
It says Friday, October 25th.
Okay, and what's the significance of that?
That's the date of Juliana's proffer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off and
All right.
move that.
That's
This
fine.
is 102?
ID is 102.
Well, Otis Cat said, when your client is as guilty as hell, it's the old OJ defense approach, blame the police force.
So sir, do you recall this message that's before you?
Yes, sir.
And was that a message that you participated in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you in the gray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 103.
All right. 103, identified.
Now, sir,
103 out of how many? I mean, we said that on day 2 when there was a cross-examination of Juliana, right? The smart jail mail. Oh my goodness, the defense went over so many of them. We were like, really? Like how many more? So many, the whole day. This could literally take all day. I think he's going to, this is the 7th detective that the defense is called. Beckner, Balmer, Brennan Miller, Casanova, Smith, Nielssen, Busch. Okay, now we've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We've got 5 more. If he calls the other 5, because there were 12 originally on the case, and then there were 4 eventually. So I think he might call all of them and be like, all right, do you see that communication? You see that email you sent there? Did the subject line change? Oh my goodness. This defense attorney has a lot of stamina, okay?
in your communication, you reference someone else in the 4th grade communication down. Who is that person?
That's Director Fayez.
And Director Saly Fayez?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, it's identified
It's
as
identified as 103.
103.
Yep. You got it.
Sir, can you see the message before you?
I do.
Is that a message that you were participating in?
Yes, sir. I'm again in the gray.
Okay. And the second box, those are your words?
Yes, sir.
And these are your words?
Yes, sir.
Going to get up and
Do you know
stretch.
who you were speaking with?
Lieutenant Giaccio.
Okay. Your Honor, I identify that as 104, and
Yes.
we'll move in for.
All right, identified as 104.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 105. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And are those your words?
Yes, sir.
And who are you speaking with?
Lieutenant Giaccio.
Your Honor, I'd identify and move to be admitted at a later time.
Okay, it was just right now it's identified as 105.
Sir, I'm going to identify this as Defense Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that communication?
I do not.
Are you not a participant in this?
I don't know if I am. I can't tell.
Okay. Your Honor, identified as 106.
Identifies 106.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify number, what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Are you involved in that message?
I don't believe I am because I'm referenced in the third person. So if you see the second gray box down, it wasn't for your leadership and Busch believing in you. I don't refer to myself in the third person.
Okay, but you don't remember it if, in fact, you were included in this?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move that, I would identify it as
Identifies
107.
107.
107. So those messages appear to be quite frequent and with the same group of people. Is that correct?
I guess.
I mean, would that be your, a group that you rely on for discussion about the case?
Certainly people I was in text communications with.
Okay. And the text communications that we know from what we just saw were what you told us, Lieutenant Giaccio and Saly Fayez, Director of Victim Services, correct?
Well, there was definitely other ones where you had group people on there as well.
Right, but we didn't identify them.
I think there was one line that said Dan Spital on there as well.
Okay, was he part of your command staff?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and were there anybody else that you saw on there?
I believe Tom Harrington was on one of those
Was
threads.
he part of your command staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and anybody else that you saw there?
I don't recall. I have to go through those again.
Okay.
I'd be going as red as him from a temper, being being up there, being asked these questions. My goodness. Z girl said, this poor jury, this is painful. This is so painful, okay? I just told Raphael, that's my husband, Mr. Grizzly, oh my word, because I went out to stretch, jump on the trampoline, get some cola, you know. Anyway, and I'm like, oh my word, this is so bad, this friggin' defense attorney. And he says, well, it's time to let them brows do a little dancing. Like, yeah, that snarky brow's gonna be working overtime today, my goodness. Are we getting anywhere? Does this convince you? Do you think it convinces the jury about anything about this case? Anything at all? To me, it feels like we've gone so far into the weeds, we're very, very lost. Like, what is happening? My word, okay. Is this all just to build up for things to say in his closing? I don't know, but can we get to the closing, please? Can we fast forward to that? I'd love to actually teleport right now.
You're on court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Say no, Judge, like you did yesterday. Your Honor, the court's indulgence. No. They'll be so great. Can I call my next witness? No. Another exhibit? No. Ah, that would be so great. Just stop it, man. Got to vent a little, okay? This is annoying as hell. And if majority of us are annoyed, I'm sure the jury is like, oh my goodness, this is going to take until February 6th. Right? Lena B said, this feels like a painful stall tactic for either Brendan deciding to take the stand or giving the case to the jury. Right? Is he trying to pump the brakes before the snowstorm so that maybe they won't be caught because of all the snow? And then what? Take a week off from the trial and then what? What's going to happen then? It's not going to help at all. In my opinion. Will it help? I don't know. I don't think so.
Sir, in terms of your command structure, who is below you?
As in, how would it
Within
appear?
homicide, yes.
My command structure would have been myself to Major Spital, Then underneath him would have been Captain Harrington, Captain Bobel. Let me clarify, I assume you're talking in this 2024 timeframe?
Yes.
Yes. And then the direct report to Major Spital, I think, by the way, the diagram was, or as I best can recall, would have been Director Fayez.
And so Director Fayez had a direct report? Major Spital had a direct report?
Yes, I was his direct report.
And is that something that's put into the structure that was set up?
Could you clarify what you're asking?
Well, are you the one who's asking for the direct reports, or is it just based upon their position that they're?
It's based upon their position.
Okay. Was Lieutenant Giaccio ever a direct report?
He would have then been underneath, at the way it was structured, Captain Bobel.
Okay. Was there ever any concern by the people in your command staff regarding Lieutenant Giaccio directly reporting to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an issue that you had to deal with?
It wasn't an issue for me.
Okay. Well, in a command structure such as yours, who would Lieutenant Giaccio have to go to if he wasn't a direct report?
I think I'd like to be careful about the word have to. It's a command structure, so there is a hierarchy, and I would be at the top of that hierarchy.
Okay, and
Come on, let me snark a bit. Stephanie8327 said, you guys, are you talking to the whole internet or what? You guys got to stop idealizing these trials. Not every moment is a movie script. Half of it is boring. We watched 25 trials together, and this is one of the most boring ones, if I may say so myself. Like, holy crap. Day one was like, wow, this was so interesting. This defense strategy, I mean, one would be in some major denial to be like, the strategy is really just a delay tactic. It's boring AF, right? My goodness. So it's not about a movie script. It's just unnecessary fluff, which I don't think is working. I like to focus on strategy. What's the strategy at defense? Do you think it's going to work out for your client? No. Will it work out for him? Maybe, because he's private counsel and he's got to show that he's working his ass off for his client as a private attorney. You know what I mean? So, anyway, Mary said, no, I don't mean public defenders don't work equally hard. I'm just saying, I think he's earning his hourly rate here. He's like, all right, well, the longer the better, right? Mary said, now I get it. The defense tactic reminds me of the Karen Reed trial. Not going to work in this case. Even that, it's not the same. It's not at all the same. Okay. I think people could see that from a mile away. I think the jury, even if they didn't ever hear about that, they could see it from a mile away. Am I right? Anyway. Keep it going.
would you be the person who would give him permission to bypass the others to get to you?
I could.
Okay. In this case, specifically this case, did you tell him to come directly to you and bypass the others?
I did not tell him to bypass the others, but it was known that he would be reporting directly to me.
Okay, so you gave him that assignment, and then he just took it from there without talking to the others?
I actually spoke to the others. They were part of my command team.
Okay, so you then disseminated whatever he said to you directly?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
why don't you just ask them if they're all a bunch of corrupt mofos, and if that means the case is thrown out? We'll get there quicker, you know what I mean? Because no, if still not, that's how, in my opinion, guilty Brendan Banfield is. Of course, he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. We're not in a court of law. We are virtually, but you know what I mean? We're the public. We're the internet. We're watching. So you can have your opinion. My opinion is that he's very guilty. My goodness. And Juliana pleaded guilty. And then she told on him. And then she testified against him. And I'm like, it makes sense. There's so much, oh my goodness, planning that went into this. And I think Mr. Smarty Pants over there, baby boy, I think he did put a lot of planning into it based on the evidence we've seen. There were just some dumb mistakes made, as they always are, right? Amitas, thank you so much for your sticker. Yeah, Mama's got ink said, I feel like he's stalling for the storm. So by the time they get back, they're forgetting some of what Juliana said. Yeah, good luck with that. We'll never forget what she said, right? So I don't think the jury would either.
when you came into your position as deputy chief, were you told to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Did you in turn tell anybody to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Were you aware of anybody saying that they were here to clean up the homicide division?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled, if you can answer. That's fine.
No, sir.
Southern Calibre says, with all due respect, you could always watch elsewhere. We don't want them to watch elsewhere. Stay right here. Stay here, snark, troll, do whatever you want, but watch with us, okay? Don't go anywhere else. You stay right here with us. You're locked in. Thank you for being here.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Oh, my word.
Good afternoon. So are we to understand that your involvement in the Banfield investigation was as a supervisor only?
As a commander, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did not collect any evidence in this case?
That's correct. I did not collect any evidence in this case.
Did you direct that any evidence be ignored?
No, ma'am.
You spoke about Brendan Miller and your concerns about his work. You specifically made the statement that he had unsubstantiated deductions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was one of those unsubstantiated deductions recorded in his executive summary that Christine Banfield was the operator of her devices when interacting with the FetLife account?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it that type of unsubstantiated deduction that caused you concern?
Exactly.
Okay. Did you do anything to
Makes
change
sense.
his report?
Never.
And did you do anything to change the evidence that he had collected that he believed substantiated his report?
Never.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
I think they're doing well, right? No further questions. The cross, they just clean it up so nicely. Sharon says, we do not want trolls. Well, I think I decide what we want, right? You know what I mean? I know we're a community, but like trolls are welcome here because we eat them for breakfast, okay? Sometimes we might be a little hungry. They can be here. Our mods are fantastic. They deal with trolls very well. And sometimes, you know, maybe they give me some snarkspiration. So they can be here. Welcome, trolls and everybody. Lurkers, everybody in the community, Grizzly, subscribers, new people. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do, so that you can become part of this community.
Questions on this?
Redirect? I'm sorry, could you?
I had one other exhibit that I neglected to introduce.
Do
in
you have
my
any objection
direct-
to him? Just, he has one more.
No, you're
text
asking
message.
questions, certainly not.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead. It would be 108, Mr. Carroll.
108, yes. Let me just, I'll do my cross and
Okay.
then, or my
Redirect.
Mr. Busch, the word unsubstantiated can be a difference of opinion in digital forensics, correct?
I guess it would depend on how it applies.
And your statement that it's unsubstantiated was in conflict with your digital forensics expert statement that she was in control of her devices on the FetLife communications, correct?
I don't know that I agree with part of that statement.
Okay, which part?
So there was a conclusion that Christine Banfield was always in the possession of her devices. The crime scene definitively
Relating
demonstrates
to
that to
FetLife,
be
which is what she
incorrect.
asked. The question was relating to FetLife. Do you,
So could you repeat the question?
so you want me to go all the way back to the difference between unsubstantiated and what?
No, the part where you're bridging of unsubstantiated with the FetLife.
Yeah, that was the question that you were asked by Ms. Sands. And so what I'm asking is, you've indicated that it was unsubstantiated, I'm assuming as to the question as to the FetLife communications, correct?
That's what Ms. Sands asked me, correct?
Yes. And so I think your answer was you were talking about generally the statement in his executive summary that she had not relinquished any of her devices. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, those are two different things. I answered Ms. Sands' question, which would be that, yes, his deduction that Christine Banfield was communicating with Joe Ryan was not only actually unsubstantiated, it was wrong.
Well, so what did you look at to reach the conclusion that it was unsubstantiated? What digital forensics did you look at?
So going back to my education and being a master's in computer forensics, you never attribute a device and/or a username to a person.
Okay, and is that what you're relying on to make that point?
With regards to Ms. Sand's question, yes.
So that's not supported by any review of the items that were extracted from the 60 different devices that he did?
Well, by happenstance, it is unsubstantiated. Unless Detective Miller was sitting next to Anastasia or Taco Sabrine, he could never attribute whomever was talking on those devices.
And so what your position is that you're not going to believe that you can conclude someone's control of the devices unless you have a video or you have someone who was watching it?
It just would be forensically incorrect to make that conclusion.
But digital forensics makes that conclusion.
Objection, counsel's arguing.
I'll sustain that objection.
Sir, I'm going to show you what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 108. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall the date?
I believe that's going to be October 25th, is that correct?
Yes. It doesn't say, but if you recall it that way, that's
That's consistent with my communication with Lieutenant Giaccio on the date of the proffer.
okay. And is it your understanding that he was in a separate room outside of the proffer? And you were communicating with him?
I wasn't on site. I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
You don't know personally?
I don't.
Okay. But it was while it was going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the communication with Lieutenant Giaccio?
This was my communication, as I recall it, with Lieutenant Giaccio.
Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 108 will ID it.
It's identified as 108.
Were you also involved in the transfer of Kyle Bryant, the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
And was that due to his performance?
Performance due to inexperience, as well as the phrase I would use, I believe he was in over his head as a homicide detective.
Okay, and so Miller, so from the group that was in place in October, Detective Brendan Miller was transferred?
He was transferred, I believe, in November.
Okay. But okay. And then Detective Bryant, who was the lead homicide detective in this case, was transferred?
He was transferred in January of 2025.
And that was as a result of your deciding he had to go?
I just didn't believe he was experienced for the homicide squad.
So you transferred?
He was transferred to the sex crimes unit.
Okay. And in that same time frame, you were transferred, correct?
I was transferred in February of 2025.
And Lieutenant Giaccio was transferred
Correct.
during the same time frame?
Right around that same time frame.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
I like the way that he answers that. Yep, right around the same time. Yes, he was transferred. I was transferred. That one was transferred. It happens.
Based on Exhibit 108, did you have any questions? Since that was a new,
No, but it was not offered into evidence yet.
no, it's just
so,
ID'd.
yes.
Okay. Is this witness subject to recall?
Not by the Commonwealth.
No, are you free to go then?
Thank you.
All right, your next witness? Giaccio.
I'm telling you, man, this guy's gonna call 12 of them to the stand and ask the same questions. Oh, crap. Giaccio, however we spell that, we got the next lieutenant taking the stand. There were 12 detectives originally working the case. The defense said in opening statements only 4 are left. So he's either going to question 8 of them or 12 of them. Damn, probably 8 of them. If 8, this is the last one. If 12, well, we've got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 to go. Okay.
swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Good afternoon, sir.
you
Can you
doing?
please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Lieutenant David Giaccio, Giaccio,
And where are you currently stationed?
the Saly District Station,
Okay. And where were you prior to the Sully District Station?
the homicide unit.
Okay. And you were lieutenant there?
Yes,
Was that under, at one point, Deputy Chief Busch?
yes.
Okay. Or actually, during the entire time you were there was under?
During the entirety of the time I was there.
Because he transferred as well, correct?
I'm sorry.
Because he had transferred around the same time you did.
Yeah, I think about a month before I arrived, he was there.
Okay. I am going to ask you to identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 88.
It's just been marked, not introduced, but.
Oh, sorry. I thought 88 was.
Oh, 88 is, you're right, 88 is in evidence.
Do you recognize that?
It's an email.
Okay. And what's your role in this email?
Without context, it's hard to say. I think it has to do with an executive summary that I was having Detective Miller review.
Okay, so is that the executive summary right there? Was that the attachment?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, during that time frame, perhaps you can recall, during the time frame of November 8th, were you communicating with Sergeant Brian Ames then?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you were communicating about the digital forensic executive summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's in evidence.
That's in
Can we
evidence.
publish that? Is that already?
It's already been published. If it's in evidence, we publish it.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as and moved into evidence as number 89. Does that give you more context in identifying it?
Yes, I believe this was after the co-defendant in this case came in for a proffer. And those attachments or links, I guess would be the better term, at the bottom are links to the attachment or to the body worn camera that was used to record that proffer. There were two parts.
Okay, and in this instance, you went to Brian Ames with the two proffers, correct?
That's correct.
And was there a phone call that went along this? Where did he get his direction from?
I don't recall. I think we talked, I don't remember if it was a phone call or an in-person conversation, but after the proffer, we had a conversation about some of the forensics reports and the need to revisit them.
Okay, and the need to change them, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there an attempt to update, sorry, I'll leave that there so you can see it. Was there an attempt to update the digital forensics based on the proffers that you sent?
So we had a meeting, I think it was after these emails, there was a meeting set up with Sgt Ames and the two Brendan Millers. They names are slightly different, but they work in the same unit to go over the basically all the digital forensics and to understand why they came to certain conclusions previously and understand how the evidence was correctly, how it would have been correctly analyzed.
Okay, and that was entirely based upon the proffer of Juliana Perez-Maglais?
I think it was partially based on it. I think there was some question about the analysis from the leadership, both me and above me, prior to that.
Are you talking about Deputy Chief Busch?
Yeah, he would be one of the people, yes.
Okay, and so, well, I guess, so what you're saying is that you analyzed the digital forensics and you arrived at a different conclusion than your expert?
So I reviewed the data, and I think the data is what the data is. I think the context and how you analyze what it may mean is different.
Okay, and so you were looking at the more the conclusions?
I would say the logic used to arrive at certain conclusions.
Okay, and this is with Brendan Miller's report?
Correct.
The executive summary?
That's one of them, yeah.
Okay, and did you ever talk to Brendan Miller and have him show his work?
Yes,
How many times did you do that?
several.
Okay, and when you were doing that, were you trying to get him to change?
Not the data, the analysis.
Okay,
And I wouldn't say change, I would say to understand what I was seeing.
okay. Are you aware of this email?
What number is this?
This is actually, sorry, 90.
90,
And
so
it's
it is
been
evidence.
introduced, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware of this email, no.
Okay. I think it might have been the day before.
Well, yeah, some of it, obviously, the one I sent, I'm aware of, the one at the top, I assumed is what you were speaking about. I'm not aware of that one.
Okay. And is it accurate in terms of how he characterizes it?
Judge, the witness just indicated he's not aware of the document.
He's aware of the bottom part, I think is what he said, so if you want to direct your questions to that.
Well, I think I can ask him questions, Judge, about whether the body of it is accurate, whether it's being communicated properly.
Oh, okay. We want to read it, right? Major Robinson and Captain Horner just stepped out of meeting with Lieutenant Giaccio. He has asked that both Millers review the timeline he provided and the videos of the proffer that he provided. He would like both Millers to revisit their work products in regards to this case in light of the proffer statements and provide a timeline. He said that he will provide me the list of interpretations that either B3 or B1 and B3 made that will need to be rectified, explained, or revisited prior to the next court date. He doesn't believe Pathfinder is proper at this time, but will discuss it with his team and let me know. Please let me know if you have any questions. So all of this is basically the defense rubbing the police's nose in their initial mistake with shame. Poor Detective Miller writing Christine instead of Christine's device. He was writing that Christine Banfield was the one communicating with Joseph Ryan, that it was her that set up the account, but really it was her device. And he explained on the stand, well, he did that because it would be a lot to write Joseph Ryan's device, Christine Banfield's device, but unfortunately that little shortcut and missing that word, I think it's caused all of this. Not only did it get transferred, but also now the defense is like, but your original theory was, no, no, there was a missing word, but no, it was Christine's device being used. But they, from the get-go, didn't have any evidence as to who exactly was using it until Juliana provided some context, right?
What, if he recognizes it, he said he didn't recognize it, so I'll sustain that objection.
Do you recognize the content of what's being sent?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The body of.
I mean, I can read it,
Sergeant
if that's what
Ames?
you're, I can read it and
Does
understand
that
it.
sound
yes.
like what you said to him?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what has been, or look at what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 90.
No,
Nope.
Oh, sorry,
this-
91.
This is 91, which is
Yes,
not in
91,
evidence.
Sorry. So I'd be most interested in you looking at this area down here. Is that something that you created?
I wrote that email, yes.
Okay. And you want to move this in as Defense Exhibit 91?
Any objection?
I can have the court's indulgence for 1
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
No objection.
All right, 91 in evidence. Publish it, or it goes away.
Funkmaster 21 said, I feel like Brendan sucks his thumb. I think so too. That's why we say he gets a pacifier though, perhaps during his breaks.
Now, I'm going to go through a series of communications where it's multiple people. And so what I'm going to ask you is whether or not you recognize the communication and whether you're involved in the communication.
Okay.
Okay? So this would be exhibit number 92. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does that look like the communication that you were involved with?
Yes, I believe the blue bubbles are mine.
Okay. We still don't have the third person, so I'm just going to identify that, Judge. and
That's still 92.
92.
Genesee Gal said, thanks for explaining the issue regarding Christine's phone. My brain's been lulled into a fog after all this tiresome business. Yeah, thank you so much for your support.
Sir, do you recognize that text message chain?
I do.
And are you involved in that?
That's my, in blue as well.
I'm sorry, in the blue?
The blue is my text, yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that message? That would be Exhibit 93.
It's Exhibit 94.
This is 94.
94. I apologize, Judge. 94.
Yes,
Okay, and that's a communication that you remember?
I do.
And it looks as though it's Patrick Busch is one, and who's the other one?
Saly Fayez?
Okay, and Saly Fayez is, what's her position within?
She's the director of the Victim Services Department or unit.
Is she are you a direct report for her?
I'm not sure what you're,
Am I speaking in, is she or do you directly report to her?
no, I never have.
Okay. Who did you directly report to while you were in homicide?
Well, I had, I guess, Captain John Bobel, Major Dan Spital, and Deputy Chief Patrick Busch.
Okay.
Okay, so two names we haven't seen on the stand yet, so we're probably going to hear from them. What? Amanda S7566 said, you are the very best at what you do, beautiful Gisela. Thank you so much for no ads. Can we see the kitties? Thank you for your sticker. As I just typed in chat, I can't just summon the cats because I'm in an office that's closed so that I can protect my computers and cables. It's different from the old apartment we lived in, you know, the temporary one in Switzerland. So it's very stressful for them, one. And two, they're out there, outside of the office, chilling with Mr. Grizzly, especially at this time. It's almost 7 p.m. They've had their dinner. They're chilling, so I'm just going to leave them in peace for now, okay? If I go out for a break and I see them running around, I always ask them, do you want to say hi to the Grizzlies? If they want to, then of course I will show you. But I can't just snatch them to show with all the lights and everything as well, okay? Please understand. Thank you so much.
Do you have any privilege to report directly to Patrick Busch when he was deputy chief?
For the purposes of this case, he was my primary report.
Okay, so it would just be the two of you communicating, much like these messages?
I mean, the other commanders were part of it, but he was the primary person that I reported to.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify if you are involved in this. Sorry. If you are involved in this, which is a Defense Exhibit 96. 95.
95.
Yes, I believe that's my text in blue as well.
Okay. And do you remember this day?
I believe that was the day after the arrest of the defendant.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this has been identified as Defense Exhibit 96?
97? We're on 96. No, we just did 95.
96, right?
Yes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that's just a direct message between you and Patrick Busch?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you...
Oh, so the two of you were communicating with each other, huh? Just the two of you, huh? Shady, shady, shady. Dr. Patrice Berry, welcome. You say, I wonder if the defense is losing the jury. Do we wonder, though? Do we wonder, or is it a fact at this point? Well, highly likely, right? Oh, my goodness, it's been a very painful day. My goodness, I can only imagine. The jury is just thinking about, what are we having for lunch?
remember the context of it based on looking at it?
That was on the eve of the preliminary hearing for the co-defendant.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 96.
Any objection?
No objection.
96 in evidence and can be published.
So you're in blue again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and big day, you're speaking of what you just said, which is the preliminary hearing?
Correct.
Okay, and you reference Klingon? Are you
Yes.
talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he was the prosecutor on this case back then, correct?
Yes, he was.
And what's,
Okay. Big day tomorrow, buddy. I don't know, who's it from who to who? Former prosecutor Klingon. I mean, I was going to bring up for the jury that one of the prosecutors is also off the case. Big day tomorrow, buddy. I know. You're going to come watch? I can't. They will kill me. Ha ha ha. Maybe. Are you nervous? I'm up and down, buddy. Klingon is scaring me. Why? Because he's having a meltdown today. I've been freaking out for 3 weeks and he's just now realizing I'm right. So someone says, so he's seeing catfish. Okay.
what just describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the communication about?
Your Honor, if counsel is asking the witness to read it, I would object. It has not yet been moved into evidence.
He asked him what it's about, so I'll overrule the objection.
You can go ahead and answer.
It's about being nervous for the preliminary hearing.
Okay, and that's between you and Deputy Chief Busch?
Correct.
Okay, were you directly involved in the preliminary hearing that day?
No.
Okay, and was that the day of the hearing?
I believe it's the evening before, or, yeah, the evening before.
Okay, the preliminary hearing was on April 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved in the preparation? Is that why you're privy to that?
Well, I was the supervisor. I'm sorry. Oh, closer. Sorry, it sounds loud to me. I'm sorry, can you repeat the questions?
Were you directly involved with the preparation for the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I was the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay, but you didn't have any investigatory role in this?
No, in this case, I wasn't involved in any interviews. I didn't collect any evidence. I simply oversaw the investigation starting in, I think, early March 2024, so about 13 months after the murder.
Okay. Is it customary for lieutenants not to be involved in any of those things?
At the time, I was a sergeant, but yeah, I think that's fairly normal. The detectives do the investigating, the supervisor oversees it.
Would there be any other reasons why you couldn't prepare for the hearing?
No.
Were you on the Brady list at that time?
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled.
I'm not aware that anybody keeps a Brady list, but the Commonwealth has told me that they make certain disclosures about an investigation where I allowed an employee who had a brain tumor to stay home on light duty at the direction of a commander.
Okay. And so that was one instance when you were put on the Brady list. Have you been put on the Brady list on other occasions?
No.
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled, he answered no.
And the Brady list essentially, well, you tell me, what is the Brady list?
Well, like I said, I don't think there's a Brady list, but the Commonwealth makes disclosures based on opinions that they form about a case.
And the underlying finding is truthfulness, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, there's comment in here about catfishing. Was that a concern on March 30th, 2024, amongst you and Deputy Chief Busch?
Was catfishing a
There's a
concern?
comment here. I'm just trying to get the context of that.
So based on the evidence, I think that after I reviewed it, just about a month in, I believe that it was overwhelming that this was a catfish. I think the term has been used kind of across the board now. That was set up by the defendant, yes.
Okay, and after doing 1 month's worth of work as a lieutenant, you were able to arrive at that conclusion?
I was a sergeant at the time, but yes.
Okay, and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were your digital forensics qualifications in order to arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I reviewed sort of the evidence that was provided to me by the digital forensics people. You know, for instance, the accounts were created in January. They had never, you know, they were brand new accounts. That was unusual to me. We reviewed Christine's history. I think it went back to the mid-2000s. She had never so much as visited a porn site that we could find. So I thought that was...
I guess my question was about the digital forensics.
What?
Oh, you're not liking that answer, huh, defense attorney? No, continue. Let him answer. Tell us more, sir.
I think reviewing her digital footprint, there was no evidence of that. There were 2 occasions where the co-defendants were out of town for 48 to 36 hours, and none of the accounts, the CB 920 at Gmail wasn't used, the FetLife account wasn't used, the Telegram account wasn't used. It seemed unusual to me that that wouldn't happen while they were out of the house.
Oh, shame, defense. Oh, shame. This is backfiring big time now. I like Lieutenant David Giaccio. Did I say it right? Fantastic. Tell us more.
So if I can, let me just redirect you back to digital forensics.
Well, this is all part of the digital evidence, right? So
Not your opinion as to whether or not it's unusual if they're in or out of town.
Just want to you ask your next question.
Yes. In terms of catfishing, that was a theory that you were pushing, correct?
that I was,
Pushing.
it's what I believe the evidence overwhelmingly supported, yes.
And you then attempted to educate the homicide detectives about that,
Objection,
correct?
leading.
All right, I'll stay this lead.
What, if anything, did you do with the homicide detectives in order to convince them of your theory?
We reviewed the evidence many times between March and September. However, it wasn't until the co-defendant came into proffer that everybody was in agreement that the catfish was the actual correct.
Okay, so once again, it was the co-defendant, not the digital forensics, that caused that conclusion, correct?
That's not my opinion, no.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions on that.
Yeah, better not. Come on, ask more questions. We like it now.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as 98, Defense Exhibit 97.
No.
It's 97.
97.
It's 97, correct.
You see that, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And in that, this is between you and Deputy Chief Busch, is that right?
it is.
Okay. And there's some concern about losing the probable cause hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So question for, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence.
All right, any objection, 97?
Yes, Judge, our previous witness did not identify that as his information, so it stands as hearsay.
It's kind of a follow-on of 96, it just keeps going down, so I'll
I can-
rule the objection on
thank you.
97 in evidence.
Is this communication with Patrick Busch?
It is.
Okay. And in here, there's discussion about the prosecutor's plan, correct?
Yes.
And are you in the blue or the gray?
Blue.
Okay. And there's something about a fail-safe that's been put in place. What's that?
We had evidence that the co-defendant may have misrepresented things on her visa application, and I think Customs and Border Protection had planned to investigate that and potentially arrest her for it.
Okay, so if the preliminary hearing didn't go well, you wanted to get a hold of her immediately afterwards.
Correct.
So if the preliminary hearing hadn't gone well, just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case would have been dismissed,
Correct.
and then she would have been released.
Judge, counsel's testifying.
I'll stay as the leading.
Sir, what would have happened if the preliminary hearing had been dismissed?
The co-defendant would be released.
And so the fail-safe was to have Customs and Border Patrol there to grab her?
Correct.
Okay, so come to the jail before she's released.
I think they were planning on getting arrest warrants. I'm not fully read into what their plan was.
And was this a plan between you and then Deputy Chief Busch, or was this a plan amongst everyone involved?
It was the detectives on the task force that was created that set it up.
Okay, and so who else would have known about the fail-safe?
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, and Detective Smith, I think, was still pretty well involved at that point.
Was Detective Bryant the chief detective at that time?
He was the lead detective, yes.
Okay. And Detective Goodell was another co-lead detective?
Correct.
And was Detective Smith a lead detective, or she?
Yeah, so essentially when I arrived, Detective Bryant had been the lead for the first year or so. I think at some point prior to my arrival, Detective Smith had been assigned to help him. And then once I got there, I assigned Detective Goodell. So there was 3 detectives plus myself that were reviewing all the evidence.
Okay. Okay, did you say in a prior statement that as a lieutenant you wouldn't review all the evidence?
No, I would absolutely review the evidence. I wouldn't take part directly in the investigation. I didn't interview witness, collect evidence, or have any real direct involvement, just in reviewing and advocating for investigative leads.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, 97 was moved into evidence?
97 is in
Okay,
evidence.
and that's, the jury has, it's been published. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Kay's beautiful struggle says as well, as we were saying earlier, it would make more sense if Christine were visiting those sites, that she would do so when she was alone, not with a house full of people. Exactly. That as well.
Sir, can you see that communication?
Yes,
Is that the communication with Patrick Busch?
yes,
And this is from November 8th, correct?
yes,
Okay, do you recognize this?
I do.
And you're in blue?
Correct.
You're going to move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 98?
Judge, I'll renew the objection that former Deputy Chief Busch could not identify this item.
On this one, he could not identify.
I think the witness just identified him.
All right.
Correct, but the witness indicates based on the document
I'm going to
itself.
sustain the objection since he testified that he did not recall it. So I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Sir, in the blue box, you indicate that you did something. What is that?
I used the words markup. Took a red pen. What I did was highlight in red
Okay.
on a document.
And did you actually take a pen?
No, it was the red. I changed the font to red rather than black.
Okay. And the document that you were referring to there, what document was that?
It was the executive summary prepared by Detective Miller.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach on 98?
Sure.
Sure, if it's your last exhibit. Oh, sorry. I'm just watching his demeanor. What is he doing? Sure. Almost lunchtime for the court, and we're not fully defluffing because we started only 15 minutes late. It's 1:10 local time now. Still got just a few minutes here before they break for lunch. Maybe 5 minutes or so. So we shall see where we're at, how much time we got left once they break for lunch. And then we're going to read some letters that Juliana wrote to Brendan while she was in jail and he was out.
Your Honor, if I may, I also had 106.
I had 106. I put that on his.
Okay, and 107. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, do you identify what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 100?
Yes, it's a text message.
And that's between you and Patrick Busch?
It is.
Are you in the blue box or the gray box?
Blue.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence. It's
No objection.
comments
100 in
exhibit
evidence,
100.
and we'll publish.
So what, if anything, did you do when you were told to hold off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey into the loop?
I don't remember specifically, but I would imagine I held off on giving them a call.
Okay, and who, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who's Klingon and who's Kelsey?
They were the prosecutors assigned at the time.
Okay, and do you recall when it was that you put them in the loop after this statement?
I'm sure.
Sorry, I just want to pause so that in case you take it off the screen. Call me back, please. Christine's blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brennan's pants. They said game over. Meeting with task force after Celebrate. We will bring Klingon and Gil up to speed after.
Within 24 hours. I don't recall
But do you
exactly.
have any recollection?
No, I don't recall, but it was definitely not for any extended period of time.
Okay, and this,
It says hold off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey into the loop, which are prosecutors. And make sure your people are direct, please. And let's talk before your task force meeting, please. I'm not sitting in on it. Don't worry.
looks like it was something that might jog your memory. It was relating to Celebrate Task Force. Do you have any recollection when it was that you would have told the prosecutors in this case, whatever the conclusion was?
Judge, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
If you want to rephrase your question.
Was the information that you're holding off on relating to the task force meeting at Celebrate?
I believe it was the blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay, and so how long did it take for you to communicate that to the prosecution team?
Like I said, I don't remember exactly, but it would be something that I would bring them up to speed on within a short period.
Okay, but you don't remember if you did?
I'm sorry?
But you don't remember if you did?
I certainly remember that they're aware of it. I just don't know exactly what that time frame was,
Okay.
but I would guess within 24 hours.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, would this be a good time to go ahead and take our lunch break?
Yes, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss the case with anybody, don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Crap. So when they come back, they carry on. Damn it. Just rest already, defense. Rest already. Okay. So you think they can hear us, huh?
We're going to do Saka at 1:30. So
Tell us when you're back, Judge. What time are they back, hey? See, Brennan, look,
Please know the defense at this time, okay?
he looks like he knows that the jury's bored out of their minds. That's how he looks right now, just like, oh, crap. He's not got that same look as the other days of that, please adopt me. Those were the other days. Today is just like, oh, man, this was bad, huh? Just bad. He's looking at them like we would look at them. Sorry.
Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be back, let's go at 2:05, okay? 2:05.
2:05. Okay. All right. Court's in recess till 2:05, sir. I shall put the court feed on this side. Refresh. Daycare Diva, welcome to Grizzly Bear. Thank you so much to everyone who's joining membership. Thank you to everyone who's also checking out my Patreon. For those who always ask to see the cats, there's videos on Patreon of the cats. Or if you are a member here on YouTube, you can look at the community posts, because I often post of the cats there as well, so you could check that out if you want to. Also, wait, I just want to quickly refresh this feed. Hold on, so we can monitor it. The time right now is 1:14. Let's call it 1:15, so 50 minutes, 50, to read some letters, okay? So hold on 1 second. Let's just get that ready. Now, before I read the letters, I want to say thank you so much to Kathy Turner. I hope you're in chat, or I hope you see this. If not, don't worry, I'll be writing a personal message. But Kathy Turner sent $200 to me on PayPal. Oh my word, which is like the most direct source of support. That is amazing. You said, thank you for everything. I wouldn't watch a live trial anyplace else. I got a raise this past year, so just sharing a little with you. Happy New Year. Miss Day Planner, Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. My goodness. Okay, so now let's get some letters going. Hold on one second. Let me fetch them. So there are 70 letters. Let's open some of them. I'm going to open 10 of them. 1, hello, 2, 3, 4. We'll see how far we get. 6, 7, 8, 9. Looks like 10 is missing. 11, exhibit 11, okay. All right, so here we go. Let's bring up this. Nice. Okay, so thank you so much to Grizzly Cat for obtaining these for us. Really appreciate that. If you want to buy her a treat, I'll put a link in the chat there if you want to say thanks as well. Okay, so these are letters from Juliana. Remember, she got, firstly, the crime happened on February 24th of 2023, which was not the birthday of Brendan Banfield. As the state said in their opening statements, they said on his birthday. No, ma'am. It was actually, oh, thank you, Caroline, for the snarky coffee. It was actually the day after his birthday. His birthday is on the 23rd of February. The crime was committed on the 24th of February of 2023. Juliana, the au pair, was arrested in October of 2023. Brendan Banfield was arrested September of 2024. So for 11 months, Juliana, the au pair, his girlfriend, was his co-conspirator, co-defendant, or all of that, partner in crime, allegedly. She was in jail writing him letters and writing to his mother. And his mother was paying for her attorney. Wow, that was quite something, right? Oh my word. So, also, there's 70 letters. And Grizzly Cat went and redacted all of them so that we make sure that the little girl's name is not there. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. I know we've all heard her name, but we obviously try to protect minors, you know, on this channel. Even if the state says their names, it's better to just protect them and not say their name all over social media. I think they deserve that, right? Okay, so this one, it says Exhibit 1, read private to Brendan on the phone or in person. Who's that instruction? Who's that instruction for, right? John Henk says 43 objections this morning. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, read private to Brendan on the phone or in person. Babe, I miss you with all my heart. We read some of this yesterday, but we only saw little snippets, okay? So now we got the whole letters. I miss you with all my heart, my cells, my bones. Ew, okay, it's so painful being away from you. And it just gets worse and more painful. It's so hard for me to fall asleep. I try to close my eyes and picture you right there next to me as if you were. It makes me feel better and at the same time hurts a lot because I know you are not here. The day takes forever to pass. An hour feels like 24 hours. That's why I call it a slow death inside. It's just like an eternity. I keep thinking of you all day and night and like to hum that song you don't like and don't really know the lyrics. Lol. Babe, in case you didn't know, babe, I'm crazy about you and I would be lying if I say I could live this life without you. That's the lyrics. And I feel that song. I don't know for how long they will keep me away from you. We were hoping for LWAP, but okay, never mind. Took a plea deal. Sorry. But it won't change anything the way I feel about you. Well, that was a lie because you pleaded. You testified it. You pleaded, okay, guilty. You took a plea deal and you testified against him. Okay, sorry. It will be just killing me daily. They got me to try to get you. They want me to help them against you because they think you have something to do with what happened. They have been trying to get it from me so they would get you. And they will be trying that the whole time. They'll be holding me here. That's what they want. Why they arrested me. Trying to put me against you. Using other things. They even lied about me getting tickets to go back to Brazil when I did not do it. They will use whatever they can against me and try to get to you. Cases like this, unfortunately, you mean homicide cases? Sorry. Cases like this, unfortunately, they don't release people. They hold them until trial. You don't say. Double homicide? Yeah, cases like this, unfortunately, she said, they don't release people, hold them until trial. I know they can offer deals. And I guess I know the deal they would offer. There's nothing for them to be trying to do it. Nonsense. However, I just wanted to let you know, since I can't be open and tell you on the phone, I'm here, but thinking of you all the time, non-stop, and I worry a lot about you. I know you're not doing okay or going through something so hard right now, struggling just like me. I doubt it. I think he was on to the next one, ma'am. Sorry about that, Juliana, but he was on to the next one. We'll get through this together, doesn't matter what. I love you and miss you tremendously. I'm here and I'll be waiting to see and be with you again. Never gonna happen. Okay. I confess, it's easy to picture and think of the worst scenarios, bad things, but I'll do my best. With love, Juliana. Here's some more lyrics. You are my whole world and have been since the first day we were together. I take you just the way you are. Okay. Next letter. Exhibit 2. Do you see that on your screen? Do you recognize that exhibit? Me cross-examining you guys now. Direct examination, in fact. This says, hi, Mimi. Now, when she says hi, Mimi, she's talking to Brendan's mother. And she refers to Brendan's mother as her mother-in-law. Oh, my. Okay. Damn. Hi, Mimi. As you know, being here is hitting me hard in all the possible ways. But I want to make sure that you know how grateful I am for everything you've been doing for me, like paying my defense attorneys. Okay, not just now, but since the beginning. I feel blessed to have you as my mother-in-law. Oh, stop it. Who's Julie? Juliana? Is Juliana the au pair, okay? My mother-in-law. I feel blessed to have you as my mother-in-law. Family. The situation being away from you guys, it's killing me, and I mean it. This whole situation is very complicated. Breaks my heart to think that I might not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I might not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, Brendan's birthday, and all those special dates with this situation. I'm not from here. They want to keep me until the trial. That's what they normally do. It hurts me. It's terrifying, the thought, okay, looking at the window and knowing I'm not there with you guys and not knowing when I'll be able to be. I want you to know how much I love you. I hope I've shown that in many ways, including your present with our picture. You were happy to get that. So was I. I loved all the moments we've shared so far. Remember, she's writing to Brendan's mother, okay? I loved all the moments we've shared so far where you cried in front of me, showing your vulnerability. Moments where we shared laughs, drinks, dancing, everyone in the kitchen, and you got buzzed with a second sip of the drink and tried to blame Brendan to make you drunk. I miss all these moments, and I'll be missing every day. But I'll tell you something. It might make you happy to know, and sad at the same time. I want you to know that you gave me the best present, your son. Okay? You have no idea how much I love him. Well, we do know, because you'd be willing to kill for him. Be part of the plot, but also you'd be willing to turn against him. Sorry. I can't hold my tears back right now. Sorry, wait, you have no idea how much I love him. And I can't hold my tears back right now talking about him. He's the most special person I ever met. Man, he's a different kind of special, okay? Not the right kind. Okay, he has changed a lot in me. I'm even dreaming and wishing for a family with him and V. V is the daughter. Christine's daughter, Christine and Brendan Banfield's daughter, giving her a brother or hopefully a sister so that she would be happier. Lol. Really? Lol? You're writing lol? Laugh out loud. That poor little girl who lost her mom while she was in the basement as as I shot Joseph Ryan, which she admitted to, and as I told everyone under oath, her dad stabbed her mom. Yeah, that little girl. Yeah, anyway, I think she'll be so happy if we're together and I give her a brother or sister. I mean, are you insane, woman? Nonny Ann, thanks for being a member for 28 months. You said, I think that Jay was manipulated. She deserves prison, but B planned the whole thing. Thank you for your opinion. I think that she's as evil as him, in my opinion. I don't care about her age or not. And we're all allowed to have different opinions. I'm not saying this at you, Nonny. I'm saying it in general. Do not email me and go, Gisela, I'm so disappointed in you for your opinion. Oh, please. Then it's mutual. Maybe we don't have the same opinion and it's okay. It's okay to not have the same opinion, okay? Okay. So, I want you to know, so we went to the best present. Can you imagine? She's writing this to the mother-in-law. She's not even married to Brendan. She's in jail. She's in jail. Who knows what he was up to out there, right? Okay. She's changed a lot, giving her a brother or hopefully a sister so she'd be happier. Lol. We sure talked about getting married. Like I said, he's changed a lot in me. He is my person. In his arms, I always felt like home. I always told him that. His chest is where I want to rest my head at the end of the day. His warmth, his love, affection. He's everything to me. And I was really happy living the life with him. Oh yeah, she says living the life with him. We know, gold digger. Okay, sorry, calm down. She's like, I'm living the life. I came here to au pair, but you know what? I'm just going to take the whole damn cake. Get out the way, wife. Hey, Brendan, you and me, man. You know that room where we allegedly murdered the 2 people? Let's move into it. I'll bring my lingerie. Let's get a new bed. Let's redecorate. Let's put my picture in the frame, shall we? Right next to the bedside table so that when I'm not on your chest, you look to the side. I'm still there. I'm there. It's me, right? Ew. Okay. So even, okay, I'm going to just say one thing about what I said before this, just a few seconds ago, maybe a minute ago now. For people who feel sorry for Juliana and think that she was so groomed, okay, she watched him, according to her testimony, stab his wife in the neck and then moved into the bedroom to bang him some more with new lingerie. Ew, that is disgusting. That shows everything. If she was groomed, manipulated, whatever, you don't carry on doing that and be like, yes, picture frame, lingerie, new bedding, new bed. But those soundproof windows came in handy. Okay, moving on. Sorry about that. Okay, let's read the letter some more. We're only on the second one. We've got 70. Challenge accepted. No, I don't think we'll make it. It'll be like 5 hours later. Moving on. His chest is where I want to rest my head at the end of the day. Really? The alleged killer, ooh, he's deceptive as hell. Okay, and for the same reason that hurts and kills me the most, if I had the choice, I'd rather to die than living this here without him. It's already killing me, but in a slow way, and I don't want to feel this pain. I don't want to live like this. I would rather die. Get myself sick or something happens to me that I don't feel this pain anymore. That's not fair. It hurts seeing how hurt my family in Brazil are with all the news, accusations. They're getting sick because of me. Well, yeah, based on what you did. I don't want to feel this, Mimi. I'm so sorry for going through this and you guys with me. I'm sorry we didn't have enough time to make more memories. And they took me away. You know who wishes that I can't speak for the victim, but you know who I wish had more memories? I speak for myself. More memories to make with her husband in her home with her daughter and her parents and her life. And her work, Christine, how about Joseph Ryan, the victims in this case? Listen, Juliana, you are not a victim, okay? Freaking pity party over here. Sorry, we didn't have enough time to make more memories. And they took me away in handcuffs. Thank you so much for welcoming me into the family, for always being supportive, loving, caring, affectionate, such an amazing person, friend, mother-in-law. I'm sorry not being there for you guys, for V, the daughter. I feel extremely sorry and sad. I feel so heartbroken being away from your son. You have no idea. You have a precious son. He's very much loved by me, with love, care, affection. Brendan and I have shared laughter and tears and homicide. He is the one to put me back in place when I can't do it myself. So we've heard. Okay, sorry. He's the most caring person and deserves all happiness. I object. I'd like to say the opposite. I just glanced at the chat to see what you guys are saying here, and Raina is quoting me. Do not email me. Email me. Email me case requests. Email me your pet pictures. Email me. But to say, oh, Gisela, I'm emailing you because I'd like to share my thoughts that you disappoint me is just a waste of everybody's time. Please don't do that. Okay, so are we continuing on? How many letters do you think we're going to read in this lunch break? Let's check the time, okay, so you can make an accurate assessment. Ooh, it's 1:29. They're coming back in 35 minutes. And we're only on the second one. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, he's the most caring person. Really? He's accused of killing his wife, ma'am, in front of you. Okay, so he's the most caring person and deserves all happiness. He makes me so happy. I want you to read the letter I wrote for him. It's like a remember letter where I said about so many memories we have. And again, I love him for all the reasons a woman loves a man. for quiet nights and sunny days, for shared laughs and common tears. I told him if one day we have a child and turns out to be a boy, to be anything like him, there's going to be one more lucky woman in this world thanks to him. I want you to read the 7-page letter. Lol, I wrote for him. Why does she have to insert lol all the time? I want you to read the 7 pages letter. Lol, let's laugh out loud. Why is that in there in the middle? Okay, I wrote for him, so we'll know a bit more how we used to be together, the type of a man you raised. He might be shy, lol, but I want you to, so you understand. Like I said, this is the hardest thing I'm going through in my life, and painful. I love you so much, Mimi. It's hard to write because I just cry. It's hard to find the right words, but thank you so much. Take care of him, please. With love, Juliana Perez. November 1st, 2023. Sad face, broken heart. Are you guys enjoying it? Okay, letter number 3. Do you recognize that exhibit, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, this is, I wrote so many letters already. Hope you got them at some point. In the meantime, this is just a short way to describe how I feel. Okay. Is this 11, 14, 23? Okay. Hey, babe. Sorry. One more night sitting on my mattress, 12 a.m. or so, and writing to you. After doing search words, reading, organizing my stuff in my cell. I'm in so much pain right now. I know you don't like me talking on the phone or video about my feelings because it makes me more sad and cry. Or maybe because he's just emotionally flat and doesn't like that. Okay, sorry. But the reality, that's what I do the most here. I want you to know that I want to come back home to you, lay my head on your chest, and live, I think that says normal, norm, it says norm. I want us to have a family, to have a baby. V would be so happy about that too. Delusional. I want us to get married and show our love. Again, I will say, we've already seen your stained bed sheets, and we do not want to see it again. I really, unless you're on, if you're on Patreon, I think it's included in the exhibits I posted. Sorry about that. Trigger warning. I really pray to God to give us that chance. It breaks my heart. Does it say breaks? Looks like a different word, but okay. Fills my heart with hope, joy, happiness when I think about us living that. That's all I want. I hope you have no doubts about it. When during our video chat, oh no, here we are again, you lay on your side, now with a blanket because it's cold. I see the cutest face, this pretty face and smile. Oh God, I miss that. Being there, laying right next to you, facing you, spooning, cuddling, all we love to do. I don't like making letters saying what I'm saying lately. But in case, I hope you always remember us, how we used to be, our love, our intensity. I think the whole world's going to remember your intensity. Our loyalty. Loyalty, says the two literal, like, damn. Well, backstabbers, you, loyalty. Takes a plea deal. Our loyalty, she says. Right, okay, our happiness. I hope you keep looking at our pictures. I hope I'm someone who you will always remember and bring with you. I hope I am or was the one making you happy. He allegedly killed his wife for you, so at the time, sure, but now he's moved on to other things. Well, not now, before he was arrested. Okay, you always said you were lucky to have me, but the reality is I was the lucky one. I had the privilege to have you, to have the best year of my life, the best person I could have asked for, the most loving, caring, compassionate, affectionate person I ever met. Don't touch the au pair, okay? In case we have to spell it out to anyone. Jeez, that's your boss, man. Okay, was. You've taught me a lot about love, affection, about life. And how did that work out? You are the most amazing person I always met. I check the boxes of my checklist with you. I always told you, from 1 to 10, you are 100. And I mean it. 100%. Al-Wapt? Guilty? 100. Hey, from 1 to 10, you are 100% guilty. Maybe in her opinion, based on the plea deal now and testifying against him. I mean it. Hope you feel or felt loved by me. You felt that you had all of me this whole time. And so did I. I hope this 23-year-old from Brazil, this tiny 4'1" person, brought happiness and love to you that you will always remember. I love you with all my heart, Brendan Robert Banfield. Sorry. With love, Juliana Perez. My heart is broken in a way I never thought it could be. I can't do it without you. I can't bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this anymore. It's a torture. I love you more than anything. Sure. Man, the betrayal in this case. Can you imagine if Christine knew any of this? It's terrible. Okay, imagine her family reading any of this. Horrendous. Okay, so let's check the time. We're on letter number 4. 30 minutes to go before they come back. And then let's see what happens. Should we delay it a bit? Let's speed it up, okay. Hi, Mimi, this is 11/15/23. I decided, okay, wait, so she was arrested in October of 2023. So it's like 2 months into her arrest, okay. I decided to write, and remember, a year later, she took a plea deal, okay. I decided to write and send by mail since it's easier and faster. This letter is for all of you, with all my love. It's been a long time. So Mimi again is her mother-in-law, Brendan's mother. It's been a long time since we've been apart the first time. Being here is hard, painful, terrifying, scary. It's not even the fact that I'm here. Of course it counts a lot. But what hits me hard is being away from you guys, from everyone. Not having anybody here to give me a warm hug, hold my hands, not getting any affection. God knows my heart is broken. God knows how many times I sit on my mattress, if we can call it a mattress, and cry. How terrified I feel, how scared I am here. And it makes me more terrified thinking of what if they don't let me go home for now? Oh, so long. What am I supposed to do? Face the consequences of what you did? Okay. I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I would rather to die than live this pain. It's just too painful for me. But I want you to know how grateful I am to have you as my mother-in-law and friend. She's not your mother-in-law. She's Christine's mother-in-law. The victim in this case. And Joseph Ryan's also a victim. You are the best I could have ever asked for. I hate the thoughts I've been having in here, but okay, but if it doesn't work out, if they don't let me go home, I want you to know that you've taught me a lot. And I hope you always remember me, this tiny Brazilian person, 4'1". The luckiest, she writes that all the time. I'm not saying that, she writes that, okay. The luckiest person in the world that I had the chance to have Brendan in my life. He's the most amazing person I ever met. Caring, loving, affectionate, compassionate, loyal, driven, and all the qualities he knows he has, because I've said it so many times, and you know your son better than anybody else. So I hope I made you laugh. Are you happy for V having me? She's so precious. I will always remember you, moments and memories we made and had together. Our dates at dinner, Olive Garden in New York City, the bird park, our drinks together, our rides in the car, the hugs, the affection. Though the love I always felt from you. I'll remember our laughs, our moments where we've shared tears as well. Worry, like I just said, you are the best I could have asked for. Thank you for all your support about everything in the situation. In specific, is that what it says? Yeah, in the situation in specific. I really miss being with all of you. I miss being happy, being home and feeling like home. That's how I feel with you guys. I think the victims miss being alive. Like, what the hell, Juliana? I can't wait to read all your comments. Please leave comments below after the live stream as well, so that I can read what the hell you people think. All of you. I want to hear what you think about these letters, okay? Because I unfortunately only have the two eyes, 2 of them. I'd like to have more so I could look there and here. But unfortunately, yeah. It's hard to write anything without crying. Then my tear blurry my eyes. I can feel so sad, depressed in here. I just want more time with you all. Even if it's 5 more minutes a week, I just want more time. It's not enough. What we've lived and shared, there has to be more. Well, duh, if you within a year are thinking, let's plot murder together. Yeah, that time together is going to end, right? Unless you thought you're going to get away with it. I just want more time. She said that, yeah, okay. I pray to God, I don't want to be taken away like this. That's not fair. Really? I think killing people's not fair. I'm in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. With my hands inside of me, I scream help. Okay. I just feel like if they take me away for so long, I cannot stand with it. I cannot do this. Would be too much pain, unfair. Anyways, I love you so much, and I'm very grateful for everything that you've done for me, for my family in Brazil, for taking care of me as your daughter, and for me and Brendan. I hope to see and be with you again soon. But in case, I hope you remember me and Brendan. Wait, me and Brendan and V all together. That's the best thing that happened in my life, the happiest I could be, and you are part of it. Thank you. I love you with all my heart. With love, Juliana Perez. I mean, she's like, it was just me and Brendan and the daughter. Ma'am, you can't just go into a house or take another lady's life like that. And don't you guys think, I mean, she writes pretty well for someone who cannot speak English so well sometimes, understand? Hey. She writes a lot of very well written English letters. Kerry says she's pretending she's innocent to his mother. Berta Rosie said, Brazil's lovely. I've been there. I've also been there. It's lovely. Yes. Okay, just call me Kim. Says, when did she realize BB never loved her? Well, she crapped her pants when he got arrested, and she's like, oh, crap. Okay, yeah, give me a plea deal. He might turn against me. And in some of her letters, she talked about it, which I think it's coming up. There's a lot of letters, right? But in some of them, she talked about the state showing her messages on his phone that he was talking to other women. And she's like, wait, what? Okay. So this is 11/16/23. This is Exhibit 5. Okay. Hi, handsome. Yeah, okay, sorry. To each their own. The hardest part of being here is being away from you, not seeing you in person, not touching you, nothing but calls and video chat. It helps, but it's not what I want. There are so many songs I think of when I'm thinking about you all the time. I mean, like FOB. I mean, like the last of the real ones, where you also said you think of me. Wait, the last of the real ones where you also said you think of me. I'm the sun and you're the planet spinning around you. And I say, this whole damn city thinks it needs you, but not as much as I do. So these are all song lyrics, okay? And I know they find you. I will protect you. I will protect you. That's sad. I don't remember the whole lyrics. Just like, in case you didn't know, babe, I'm crazy about you. And I would be lying if I say I could live this life without you. And I mean it. I miss you so much. It hurts a lot, babe. You're everything to me. I cannot bear living here without you. Living here. She's sitting in her jail cell. Okay. I'm most... What does this say? Afraid of not seeing you anymore. I just want to cry. It hurts me so much. I'm sorry for going through this. I wish I was there with you, but I hope you feel my love, even from far away. We are so close, but so far at the same time. Don't worry, closer soon, both in jail. I wish I could have had our pictures with me. I'm trying to be as strong as I can be. It's actually getting harder. Everybody here tells me you don't seem okay, because I'm not okay. Remember the song, I'm Not Okay? And I don't know if you know how I could be okay without you. Wait, I don't know if it's or how I could be okay without you at some point. I just can't bear the fact that I'm not with you and the fear of you giving up on me or us, because the time is passing and I'm not there, and I don't know for how long. All I want is to be with you, my love, my person, my handsome. I love you more than anything, and I hope to see you and be with you ASAP. I miss you every 5 minutes. Babe, it's all too much pain that I don't want to live to feel this. Can't wait to be with you, my love. With love, Juliana Perez. And then she wrote at the bottom, wait. I wrote my name in my cup and spoon I bought from commissary. And I said, put SB also. Just like that, and then it cuts off. No, it says JB. I was going to say, Juliana Banfield? Oh my Lord. Okay, Juliana. Slow down there. Too late for that. I know. Okay. Exhibit 6. Grizzlies. Do you recognize this? Exhibit 6. 23/18/2023. Hi, babe. I hope you're doing okay. I miss you a lot, my love. There are so many letters I wrote. I hope you get them, so we'll understand how I'm doing here. I would do anything to be there with you. Or, if I can't, I don't want to live like this. It hurts a lot. All I think about is get back home to you, in your arms, get married, have our baby, live as a family. That's all I want. Clearly. I feel so terrified when I think, are we going to have the chance to live all that? Or when can we live like that? I feel terrified, thinking of you giving up on me, finding someone else. Because I've been gone for so long. Oh, don't worry. It doesn't even have to be long. He'll just find someone else anyway. You know what I mean? Let's do this so that we can actually zoom in a little bit more. How about that? Okay. Wait, I made it worse. There we go. Something like that should be better. Okay. Gonna have the chance to live like that. You mean when you think your plan's gonna still work out? Wow. Okay. Sorry, lost my place for a second. Family, it's all I want. But I feel so terrified when I think, oh, we're going to have the chance to live all that, or when can we live like that? I feel terrified thinking of you giving up on us or me, finding someone else because I've been gone for so long. All my days and nights here have been totally disturbing. During the day, I just feel like crying and depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding at night, can't sleep, and this is exhausted physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing. And I don't want to live or this. Or, I don't know what this word is. This. Be like this? I don't know. Better take, what? Okay, trigger warning for this. Better take my life in trade or in the pain. Okay. It's I mean, people suffer in jail. We know this, right? Jail is not comfortable for anybody. I'm sure all the letters sound like this. It's consuming me, getting over me. I can't avoid it. I have the worst thoughts. It's a nightmare and I just want to wake up. I miss you 24/7. I miss waking up next to you, going to sleep in your arms. You mean after the murders? You know that they for 8 months would have just carried on with their lives, redecorated the bedroom where 2 people lost their lives. Had romantic times, dinners, taken over the house. Had the little girl call Juliana mommy. It's really bad, right? It's really bad. Okay. Miss waking up next to you, going to sleep in your arms, rest my head on your chest, hold your hands, kiss you, feel your touch. I miss everything about you and it's killing me. I worry about so many things being in here. I know I shouldn't be. By the way, the highlights are from the defense, right? Because they asked Juliana to read the highlighted parts, remember? I did not highlight them, just so you know. I worry about so many things being in here. I know I shouldn't be thinking or worrying about this either, but I do. I worry about you working as a driver, seeing so many beautiful women, people, and there's what's the people what? Okay, people to the bar or clubs. About someone trying to hit on you, or you to get interested in someone, I don't know. I felt this fear before, as you know, but now locked in here, even worse. I know it's hard for you because I'm not there. Then I feel this fear or insecurity or jealousy. You are just too precious for me and I don't want to lose you. But I understand it's possible. I just love you and desire you being with you in a way that it's hard to describe. Sorry, sending so many letters and repeating a lot of stuff. That's just how I feel. I think of you all the time though. All the time though, throughout the day and night. I close my eyes and I cry, wishing being there with you. I can close my eyes when you say you are doing something, and I can picture that as I was there, ready for bed. I can picture that too. Oh dear. Okay. Just to clarify, if anyone's only joining the stream now, the court is on lunch. We're watching live today. So instead of staring at the wall or just playing music or something, I'm reading you letters, which are trial exhibits provided by the courts. Just so you know. Right, there's nothing else beyond that. It's just, what can we do in this long break? Let's read these letters, shall we? I know that yesterday, many of you liked it when I read snippets that they showed us in court. And after each trial day, one is able to get some exhibits. So we got these, right? Okay. Welcome. Like and share if you like that I read you letters or show you trial exhibits. We've looked at some other exhibits on the other days, right? Okay. I can't describe how terrified I am with the fear of not seeing and being with you again, babe. I can't bear that. And if it happens, I'm not willing to go through that. Being here is hard in all the possible ways. Everyone keeps saying, you are not getting out, Juliana. And I understand why they say that, do you though? But it hurts me at the same time. Like, when can I see and be with my love again, you know? I feel like the only one that doesn't sit here. I don't belong here. Well, they all say that, don't they? Dota Art. Sorry, I don't know how to say your name probably. I don't know. Sorry, I'm so sorry. You said G, did he respond to her? I don't think so. I don't know if he responded to her or not. I think they did video calls and jail calls and things like that. These are the letters that she wrote to him, which the defense introduced yesterday as exhibits, and that is why they are now trial exhibits that are available from the court, right? Okay. So it says, I don't belong here. I can't just be used to it. I can't feel okay in here. Well, no one can. No one wants to be there. It says, far from you. I worry about me, you, us, my family in Brazil. It's too much to take in. That's why I'm the only one not sleeping at all, not eating well, crying a lot, while everyone else is okay, used to it. I don't think so. I don't think anyone in jail is like, okay, used to it and just loves it. You know what I mean? .art. Thank you so much. .art. Oh, it's like .art. Wait, .art. But then there's .art. I'll just say .art. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Okay. The only one. The only victim there? You're not a victim, Juliana. Anyway. Of course, would be very painful for them to take me away again, but I wish at least more days, more time with you, more love, more affection, more of everything with you. Us. I just want to be there with you all the time for everything. My mental and emotional are getting worse and worse. I'm shaky all the time. I look at my hands and they're shaking. I feel my heart's racing all the time. My mind working and working. It's really disturbing. I fear losing you to someone else. I fear being away from you. I fear living without you. It destroys me, every cell in my body. It's scary being here with crazy people. They are not kind. Are you kind? Are you kind? You think this is kind? Okay, anyway. Hard to deal with most of them. If you are using the phone, they complain, they are loud and weird. I hate when they lock me in there, in the cell, and I can't talk with you at all. I feel so sad and depressed. And I cry, leaning against the wall with my eyes closed and imagining you hugging me. I just can't imagine my life without you, babe. I can't do it. I'm so afraid and scared of this whole process. Then I think about trial, the worst scenario, being convicted. Then what? How am I supposed to live like that? Not being with you? I wouldn't want that. I would do anything to have my life taken away, but I'm not willing to live like that. It would be too painful. I really hope you get those letters. How many does she say those letters? It's like 100 letters. 100 letters I wrote to you. There are so much in those. Feelings, fears, memories, etc. I still remember times you said you never thought of falling in love with a 15 years younger person. Especially Brazilian. Lol, here we are, babe. Love you, Brendan Banfield. Goodness me. Thank you, Sherry, for justice. Said, gee, you are doing great. We love story time with you. Just wish it wasn't barf-worthy letters. Man, I should have told everyone to get your barf bags out, right? I didn't even warn you. I didn't even give you a trigger warning. Oh my goodness. Let's do a YouTube disclaimer. Okay, so this is a public record. It's an exhibit that was presented at a trial that we are busy watching together. And we're just reading those exhibits now today, which is available from the court. Okay. Damn, 11/21/23. Babe, I feel so sad. Today was a hard day. By the way, I'm reading them in order as they were submitted. So I'm not like cherry picking which ones to read because, damn, I didn't even get through reading all 70 myself. I think Grizzly Cat did. I passed out at letter 12. I'm like, yeah, no, night for me. I couldn't anymore, okay. So I've read 12 of them. Thank you so much, Lynn in Maryland, for the 5 snarky coffees. I've read 12 of them, and they're all similar. But, you know, a Grizzly Cat said they get shorter and shorter and shorter because I think over time she realizes, it's not worth being in here for this guy. And I think at some point the state was showing her, see, he's talking to other women, Juliana. He's not loyal to you, okay? So why are you loyal to him? Come on, we'll give you a plea deal. And eventually she's like, I'm going to take that. And now she can't imagine her life without him. Oh, in Brazil, talking to Netflix, huh? Cool, well, he's going to probably be LWOPed. So much has changed since these letters, hey. Okay, so let's just quickly double check the time here. Ooh, they're coming back in 10 minutes. Okay, let's go. Babe, I feel so sad today. Today was a hard day. I thought I had caught, and even knowing my chances to go home is little, I expected to hear something. I'm sorry I'm not there to spend Thanksgiving with you guys. I want to believe I'll be there for Christmas and New Year. Like how? I really hope so. I already cried a lot in here today. I just feel desperate to go home, to be with you again. Or if that's not possible, I don't want to live like this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. I'd rather get myself sick or something worse to happen to me than living without you, and I mean it. I've been thinking a lot about it. It hurts me a lot. Seeing the days, weeks, months passing, and I'm still here. And I can't see or be with you. I can't talk to my family in Brazil. That's terrifying, the days here. I just want this to be over in one way or another, good or bad way. You mean like LWAP? Okay. Life without parole? Sorry. It's terrifying when they lock us in our cells for no reason, for nothing, and I can't talk with you at all. I'll never understand why they treat us like this. Because, okay, you're presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law, but because you're accused of major crimes. You're in jail. It isn't the Holiday Inn. You're not in a hotel. You're not in a guest house. It's jail, after all. Anyway. So it says, we are not doing anything to them. Being here is already a punishment, so why lock us in for nothing? Why make us more anxious? That's my experience here. Being here took away my peace, my sleep, my sanity, my emotional, mental, everything. I just feel the constant fear of not being with you again, not being able to make our dreams or wishes come true. Divorce was an option, okay. I feel desperate to live those things with you, my love. I just want one more chance, that's all. I don't want to lose you, and I don't want you to lose me either, in the worst way. I need you. I can't do this without you. I'm not capable and not willing. It's too much pain for myself, for the pain I'm causing to them in Brazil. Too much pain being away from you. You are everything to me, babe. So is my family, but I can't live without you all. Can't do this. If I can't be with you, I don't want to live either. You have all of me. You always did since the very first day. Well, damn. Since the very first day? Holy crap, ma'am. Did you ever just work as an au pair? Sure. License to Deal said, this is my favorite part, hearing you read this in docs and you insert the snark. Thank you so much. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, but I do appreciate those of you who do like it. Thank you so much. Okay, so you're everything. Yes, we did that. Can't live without you. Don't want to. You have all of me. You always did since the very first day. Oh my word. I love you more than anything, and I'm desperate to be with you. Missing you a lot. With love, Juliana Perez. You're forever 4'1" Brazilian. I loved you since the first day, yesterday, and I'll always love you, my handsome. Exhibit 8, let's go. This one, we've got to move like this. 12/1/2023. Hi, Mimi. That's again to Brendan's mother. Here I am again, writing as always. I want to let you know that I'm very grateful for having you in my life as my mother-in-law, family. You are amazing, the best I could have asked for. And then I think, what would I do without you, right? Since I first got here, you've been amazing, welcoming, compassionate, close friend. What we are going through right now, it's so hard, I won't lie. But having your support, love, affection, care, all that, money to pay for my defense attorney. Yeah, is it 4'1" or 10? I don't know. I don't use those units. Is it 4'10"? I don't know. Tiny, tiny Brazilian is what she wants to say, okay? We are going through, what we are going through right now, it's so hard, I won't lie. But having your support, love, affection, care, all that, it's really important, it means a lot to me. I've always told my mom how I love you and how you are with me, and she's also thankful. I don't know what's going to happen or when. There is a passage I read every day and try to remind myself of that. It says, may you be lifted up and thrown into the sea, and it will happen. But you must really believe it will happen and have no doubt in your heart. I tell you, you could pray for anything. If you believe that you've received it, it will be yours. I confess it's really hard to keep that in my heart, and God knows it. He sees my struggles all the time. Most time, I feel hopeless, sad, exhausted, tired of this place. I don't belong here. Are you sure? 4'10"? Okay. What is that in? Wait. If it's 4'10", let's do it in my units so that I know. 147 centimeters. 1'47". Okay. I'm 167. I think I'm 5'5", I think. No, everybody's going to say their heights, aren't we? AI is going to be looking at our chat like, everybody's now talking about their height? Yeah? Okay. So, it says, I confess it's really hard. Yes, okay. He sees my struggles. In my prayers, I also tell him, Father, if my life back, my freedom, being with my family, that's not what you hold for me, please have mercy on me and take my soul, but don't let me live like this. Suffer. Bring suffering to my loved ones. I'm already in too much pain. Don't let me have those thoughts. Or even asking for someone to help me. with dark thoughts. I know it's harsh and tough to read and know how I feel, but God knows that I feel exactly this way. I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do. Right? You guys are like 5'1" in here. Blueberry says, no, G, if she's saying 4'1", that means 4'1". Well, it depends if she's saying that, right? And if it's 4'1" in centimeters, that would be, damn, 124 centimeters. Yeah, you guys are saying heights, aren't you? License to Deal says, is she sure it didn't say thrown in a cell? Yeah, thrown in the sea. Thrown in a cell? Thank you so much for your sticker. Okay, wait. Objection cases. Did I miss the part where she says how awful it was for Christine and how shocked they are that this happened? State should point this out. That as well. Right? Thank you so much for your sticker. Okay, wait, we've got to check the time. I've got to check the time and the court feed. Just hang on. 4 minutes. Go. Okay. We didn't even make it through 10 letters, and there's 70 of them. Okay, so back to where we were here quickly. Okay, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do and put my family and you guys through it. It would be very painful for me. I've been thinking a lot what I can do. You know, again, dark thoughts. Here it's harder because we can barely have something in prison. Would be easier. Maybe getting in a fight with other prisoners or something like that. Thank you, Kimmy. I know it's crazy, but it's how my mind is going. I can't do this to myself. I'm 23 years old. I have a family that loves me unconditionally, waiting for me. But ma'am, why did you plot such things with this guy that you then confess to later, huh? 12/4/23. Don't worry, I'm monitoring the court feed. Let's refresh it, shall we? Okay. 12/4/23. Hi, babe. Well, this letter is just in case if I don't make it again through my bond hearing or even my preliminary hearing. Who knows? I really hope I make it through. I want you to understand what's going on. This is the only way so you can understand why I'm so afraid. Well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's been said. And they say they know more than I think they know. I know a few things they have related to you and me, and to me. I said before that I'll be basically talking for both of us since they have me here. They've said about fingerprints on the K. Ooh, there's that code language, you know, on the K. The knife, okay. Camera of neighborhood that shows our driveway. She says our driveway again, claiming Christine's house just like that. Our driveway, our room, our kitchen. Wow. Okay, statement of someone that saw us together in February. So they say I know more than I told them. At the police station on October 13th, they showed me our pics from last year, my shoes. Then, here we go, pics of other girls on your phone that you had. And they said that you are not the only one in his life, Juliana. I think with you, he just got what he wanted. See, there it is. You see that? There it is. And clearly that affected her because she's like, you know what? I'm going to take that plea deal eventually. They also said something about her insurance. Ooh, are we talking life insurance? Having a good amount of money to you, etc. Did he get life insurance? I'm just making more clear what they are trying to do. They arrested me with a warrant from this is magistrate. Is it magistrate? Not sure how to spell that. But I know they bring to a grand jury and they see a warrant. They can skip the preliminary hearing and instead just keep me in here bringing my case to trial. They might do it. The only way of this case not going to trial is if they drop the charge, and we know they won't. Anyways, I want you to be okay and also be aware of the situation and why it's scary and terrifying. They have the 2 phone calls to 911. Yeah, that one you made by mistake first? Okay. They have the 2 phone calls to 911 saying they hear something in the first one. Yes. Probably Joseph Ryan in the background. Still running fingerprints from the knife, from the K, she says. To the 8 points. Okay. What does this say? The 8 points. But they can say that's yours and his. He had 2 phones. Girlfriend in New York City said the zip tie they found is similar to the ones they found in the garage. She's like, what? Of course, there are more than we know. This is not easy. I just want to go home and be with you, my love. That's all this whole time I'm here Just in too much pain. You have no idea. I just want this to be over. The court's not back yet, by the way. And be with you. I love you so much, babe, the way I never felt before. All I think about is you, us, being home, the situation over, etc. It's too much pain. I want to take this away in one way or another. Thank you for being an amazing person, boyfriend, friend. I will choose you every single day until they offer me a plea deal. Okay, so I want you to be my husband. They're coming back now. Give us a second. I want you to be my husband and father of my kids. I want to come back home from work to you guys. I want to live every day with our family. I keep thinking about those things and it brings me hope and I feel happy picturing those things. You're the best I could have asked for. You've taught me a lot. We've lived a lot together in a short time and I'm ready to keep living my whole life with you. The love of my life, my man, my handsome husband. Easy, tiger. Okay. I loved you yesterday. Today, I will love you tomorrow and every single day. And I will show my love in all the possible ways, like testifying against you at your trial. Sorry, she didn't say that. Or in all the possible ways. I love you and miss you more than anything, my love. I hope to see and be with you again as soon as possible. And then she said other words. Amor. I don't speak this language at all. Sorry about it. But I guess it means I love you so much, my man. With love, Juliana. Okay, there's still. We can only see the seal. One more. Let's go. Challenge accepted. 2 pages. Hi, Mimi. Hope you're doing okay. I don't know what's going to happen at my preliminary hearing. Obviously, I'm nervous, afraid, scared because I feel like I've been gone for so long already. I just want to come back home. This is the only thing. We don't know if it's going to happen now, later, or when and if. I don't know how much Ryan told you, but in case you didn't know, that was her attorney, huh? That the mother was paying for. Ooh, they're coming back. Okay, wait. Can we just read this one? They want me to cooperate against your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could... something from my charges, something very simple. Oh, yeah. Called misdemeanor, and I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them with what they say that happened. I know it didn't make them happy, so they'll do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far right. I have no idea what they are making up. Faking stuff, lies, etc. But whatever it is, we don't know, and we are not sure what's going to happen. Again, I just want to say how grateful I am for you being you, for your love, support, for everything you've been doing for me, like paying for my attorney. I would do I inserted that, okay? I would do anything to be with you guys again in Brendan's arms. But if it's not possible, I loved him so much. You can hear she's turning here, hey? I loved him so much, and I tell him, I love him more each day. I'll love him forever, even when I can't. I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him until you get a plea deal, until he's arrested. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I could take the blame for both of us. Liar. I want him to be happy. He deserves it. He's such an amazing man and person. He showed me love, care, affection, connection, warmth, everything. When I think about death, I can't think of a better way to die than loving him and thinking about me. Okay? He is 38 years old and never imagined himself with a 22-year-old Brazilian tiny person. But life surprises us in the best way. Really? In the best way? Damn. If I died today, I would have been so happy this last year with him. But I would still be wishing to be with him, to love more if given a chance. Maybe you think, is this letter for me or Brandon? Lol, for you. But I'm not there, so I want to make sure that you remind you of my love for him. Maybe we happened at the wrong time or moment in a wrong way? Oh, you think? You banged the husband. You freaking au pair. Shh. You took the wife out of the picture. What are you saying? Oh, it must be wrong timing though. Pam says, thank you for the misery you are putting yourself through reading these letters. Much love. Thank you for being here so that I could share them with you, because my little beady eyes are going to be reading the rest of them tonight. So I do like sharing them with you. Thank you so much. I'm too curious. I need to know, okay? So I'm glad that I have a community that appreciates the same things I do, because I used to have to read things like this alone, you know? Okay, anyway, so I don't regret that. Really? She said, I believe everything happens for a reason. Huh. With purpose. I don't regret that. Nothing about him or us. Seriously? So, the same way I remind him every day how handsome he is and how much I love and miss him, I want you to feel that too, how special he is for me. Other day he told me he feels shy when I tell him, do you know what? And he says, what? As if he doesn't know what's coming, huh? And I say, you are so handsome. I've been like this with him since always, and he still feels shy. It's cute, lol, but he also told me he wasn't used to hear that before, that often, from anybody. Well, that makes sense. That checks out. So I told him, now you better get used to it. I still do it every day when we're on the phone or video chat. I believe even he's 38, has a lot of experience. I could still teach him something. Clearly, we don't want to know what you taught him. But love, affection, care about himself, it makes me happy to know that. I've learned a lot with you guys, and I'll be thankful forever. I love you, Mimi. Sorry you ran out of time, lol. And that, everybody, 10 out of 70 letters, 10. Okay, ready for trial? Off we go. That was a great lunchtime. Thank you for spending lunchtime with me. That was fluff that we will allow. Here we go. Handsome boy sitting there. Ew. Okay, there's no sound yet. Sure. Over there. They're approaching. What are we doing? Please rest, please rest. Okay, sorry. Zaza Sky said, there's nothing cute about this grown-ass toddler. Yeah, K Watermelon says the lunchtime shit show. A little bit, yeah. Yeah, Stefan's like, I could still teach him something. TMI, Juliana. We don't want to know. We don't want to know. K Watermelon said, wow, that's the person she's talking about. Listen, she's only a tiny Brazilian. She just never thought that she would fall in love with this special guy. Excuse me. Are we there yet? Why are we in silence? We could read another letter at this rate. Sir, thank you to your defense attorney for giving us those letters. I'm so appreciative that he submitted that into evidence. That was easy to get before you even had the verdict. You know, oftentimes they seal things like that before the case is even done. We only get it after the case is finished. Okay.
All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Yes, ma'am. Oh, Mr. Carroll. Thank you.
And so we continue. Also, I don't know how to say your name. Bahi Haja said, Christine was best friends with her previous au pair. Christine was in her wedding. Interesting, right? She was. It's on her Instagram. Right? She was so close to the previous au pair, the one before Juliana. So she had a lot of trust with the au pairs. She thought they were amazing. And I'm sure they were. Not Juliana, though, unfortunately.
Bless you.
Gesundheit. We got a courtroom sneezer now, everybody. We haven't had that much, hey?
Great. Let's get the witness back on the stand. Sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, your next question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Giaccio.
Could you move the microphone back towards yourself there?
Beg your pardon? Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Okay.
very good.
Lieutenant Giaccio, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been identified as
I'm taking you with me. I'm going to go do my 20 squats. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to say hi to the cats all day. I'll be right back.
Defense Exhibit 102. Do you recall that conversation and who it was with?
Yes, and it was with Deputy Chief Busch.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I'd move that into evidence?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, 102 in evidence.
Now, this, the date is significant for what reason?
I believe that's the date of the proffer.
Okay. And was the proffer occurring at that time?
It was later that evening.
Okay. And what time did the proffer start, do you know, in the evening?
I believe somewhere around 4 or 5 is when we began. I don't recall exactly, though. It was in the evening hour, so.
Were you in the room where the proffer was occurring or the room next door?
Next door.
Okay. And how were you linked up to the proffer?
By phone.
A phone was just left open and you could just listen to it?
Correct.
Okay. Was there not enough room in the area where the proffer was occurring?
It's a relatively small conference room, but it was a decision of the Commonwealth Attorney who was in there.
Okay. Who was the Commonwealth Attorney?
That was Mr. Klingon at the time.
Okay. And was the decision that you would be out?
Yes.
Or there wasn't enough room?
I can't speak to what his mindset was. I mean,
I told you you're out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I think we have a previous exhibit where it was requested that you hold back information from Klingon and Kelsey Gill. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that around the same time frame as this?
I don't know. If you could show me the exhibit, I
Let me
can tell
see if
you.
I can
Yeah.
get the exhibit for you.
What are we hearing from the hot mic?
Exhibit 100.
It looks like that was in June, middle of June 12th.
Okay. Did it ever come to light that you were holding back information from the Commonwealth Attorney?
We weren't holding back information. It was simply to allow time for, I think, Deputy Chief Busch to notify up the chain of command.
Oh, okay. So is that reflected here in this message?
No, but that wasn't unusual.
Okay. Was there some reason that Deputy Chief Busch or you, if you can answer, didn't want to include the...
And was that interesting? Somebody said I missed more bubbles, or I was just listening. Okay. I can go forward after this, wait. Oh, I see it, I see it. There. Tentatively scheduled for 3 p.m. Nothing more yet. Wow, big day. You think it's going to happen? I think so. Okay, and what else?
It was in the evening hour, so.
Were you in the room where the proffer was occurring? Or
They
the
said,
room
wow.
Next door.
They said the offer will be manslaughter with time served after Brendan Banfield's trial. Ooh.
Okay, and how were you linked up to the proffer?
By phone.
Oh, they said that's absolute dog shit. Still no more details. On call with the Ryan family now.
A phone was just left open and you could just listen to it?
Correct.
Okay.
They said agreed and then said, let's hear what she has to say. Okay. Go forward a bit.
It's a relatively small conference room, but it was a decision of the Commonwealth Attorney who was in there.
Okay, who was the Commonwealth Attorney?
That was Mr. Klingon at the time.
Okay, and was the decision that you would be out?
Yes.
Or there wasn't enough room?
I can't speak to what his mindset was. I
He
mean,
told you you're out.
correct.
Okay. Now, I think we have a previous exhibit where it was, it was requested that you hold back information from Klingon and Kelsey Gill. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that around the same time frame as this?
I don't know if you could show me the exhibit, I
Let me
can tell
see if
you,
I can
yeah.
get the exhibit for you. Exhibit 100.
It looks like that was in June, middle of June 12th.
Okay. Did it ever come to light that you were holding back information from the Commonwealth Attorney?
We weren't holding back information. It was simply to allow time for, I think, Deputy Chief Busch to notify up the chain of command.
Oh, okay, so is that reflected here in this message?
No, but that wasn't unusual.
Okay. Was there some reason that Deputy Chief Busch or you, if you can answer, didn't want to include the prosecutors in this case?
We always included the prosecutors, but there was a major piece or a major change, then I would notify Deputy Chief Busch, and he would notify it up the chain to the Chief of Police, and we wanted to allow time for him to be aware of it on our side so that he would hear from it from us rather than from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
Okay, so looking at this exhibit that's been introduced into evidence, was the meeting with Celebrite a major change?
I think that what he's referring to is the blood evidence, not the meeting with Celebrite.
Okay, because Celebrate doesn't have anything to do with blood, correct?
No, that's
Okay.
digital evidence.
Okay, I'm just following my questions up on your statement saying whenever there are major changes, we might delay so he can go up the command staff chain before telling anyone else. So what I'm asking about is in this one, is Celebrite a major change?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think objection is to form. Mr. Carroll is misreading the information. There was no meeting with Celebrite. The statement is meeting with task force after Celebrite.
All right, I'll sustain
Fair
this
enough.
form.
You testified that traditionally Deputy Chief Busch would say, hold off, so he could send it up the flagpole, essentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think you're confusing what information. The information is the blood information that he's asking me to hold off on is the way I understand it.
Well, yeah,
The
that's.
Celebrite has nothing to do with the later statement.
And where does it say that?
Well, I'm saying that.
Okay. And so that would be, what you've just testified to was that this would happen when there were major changes so that everyone and staff could know and be able to answer questions by the press and things like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, what I'm saying is, what is the major change in the case that would cause there to be some delay in talking to the prosecutors?
The blood evidence. So Christine's blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay.
That was new information, so that was something that I considered significant.
Okay, you sent that on. And then, so you remember that moment?
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember sending the text, yes.
But do you remember it as you're reading this text, what the context of it was?
Yes, we got a lab sheet back that contained new blood information, and I notified my chain of command.
And so what about that would not directly relate to information the prosecutors need?
I'm not really following what you're trying to ask.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why there's any need to hold back evidence from the prosecutors.
There was no holding back evidence. It was merely giving time for it to get up our chain before the notification was made to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and you don't know specifically what that time was?
I think I testified earlier, it was no longer than 24 hours. It was either later that evening or the following day.
Okay, but we're now talking about this major event of the blood evidence that's referenced here, and that doesn't tell you any different?
Objection leading, counsel's
Testifying.
testifying.
Leading.
Now that we're identifying what it is that was the major evidence break, do you remember why you were holding back and when you ultimately gave them the information?
Again, Judge asked and answered. He has testified that he does not recall specifically when he shared the information, but he knows that it would have been within 24 hours.
I think that was previously, Judge, when we weren't talking about the major event, which is what he just testified to.
All right, I'll overrule. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
So what was it about this major event with, I guess, a lab sheet coming back that caused you to hold it back from the prosecutors? And then my question is, if it's a major event, wouldn't you have an idea of how long you're holding it back from the prosecutors?
I wouldn't say major. It's a significant thing that we get a lab sheet in that shows blood evidence. There's no holding back. The evidence was all provided to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, but we allow time when we get some kind of information for it to go up the chain of command so that they're all aware of it, so that they can, if the Commonwealth Attorney's Office calls over to somebody higher ranking, that they can speak educated about it.
So is that a policy?
I mean, it's just how we do business. There's not a policy.
But I mean, somebody has to determine it's major, and somebody has to then make the decision whether it gets held up.
I think it would go to my discretion whether it's something I'm going to notify my chain of command, and they're going to tell me sometimes they're not, it's not significant enough that they would hold it back. Or perhaps, if it was a phone call and the deputy chief was with the chief or the assistant chief, they could relay it immediately. In this case, I'm assuming that the deputy chief didn't have immediate access and was waiting for some reasonable amount of time so that he could make that notification prior to bringing the Commonwealth Attorney into the loop.
How many times in this case did you find yourself speaking to Deputy Chief Busch at the time about holding back evidence from the prosecutors?
Again, we're not holding anything back. We're making notifications and then notifying the Commonwealth Attorney.
Well, couldn't it also be done as telling them, hey, we haven't made notifications, keep this under your...
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Weren't there other ways to do that with involving the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Well, they were involved.
Not if it was being held back.
Objection argumentative.
I'll sustain the objection.
You just testified that they weren't involved because you were holding back.
Objection leading.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Let's go back to exhibit number 102. This was looks like the entire chain was October 25th, which is I think you had previously said was the day that Juliana Perez Magalhães recanted?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks as though, and Your Honor, I'm sorry, have I moved this into evidence yet?
Yes, that's already been.
Okay,
evidence.
okay. And you're the blue bubbles there, correct?
Correct.
And I guess the offer hasn't been made yet, but you have the offer there, or has it already been accepted?
I don't know. I'm aware of the offer. I don't know if it had been accepted yet, I guess is what I don't know the answer to
And
that.
who would have been involved with that process?
The Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
And do you know who made the offer?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon.
Okay, did you talk to him before that
I talked to him.
about the offer?
Yeah, there was discussions throughout the case about a potential offer.
Okay, when was the first time that an offer was made in your recollection?
I don't know.
Could it have been around January 1st? of
Objection leading.
2020? How long were offers going on as far as you knew?
I don't know.
Were you privy to all offers that were made?
I don't know.
Do you know of any other offers other than this one being made to her?
I believe there were others. Don't know the ins and outs of them.
Okay. And would that be because of your capacity as a lieutenant in homicide?
Well, the police department investigates and the prosecutor's office prosecutes, so they make those prosecutorial decisions, and I'm not always privy to them.
Okay. How many offers were you privy to?
I know that there were other offers made. I couldn't tell you if it was more than one. I just know that there was discussion that there were previous offers.
Okay. And in the context of the calendar year, and the big events of that calendar year of 24, were there offers made before Brendan was arrested?
I believe so, but I wouldn't know the details of that.
Okay. Were there offers made before the preliminary hearing that was a cause for concern for the fail-safe?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. That was a pretty big event though, wasn't it?
The preliminary hearing? Yes.
And that was something that really stood out in your mind?
Objection leading.
Is that something that stood out in your mind?
I mean, it was the first, with my involvement in the case, it was the first sort of major milestone, I would say.
Okay. At any point, did you hear of an offer of a misdemeanor for her testimony?
Not that I'm aware of. Or not that I remember, I guess would be the more appropriate answer.
And I was just going to follow up. There may have been, but you don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any way in your capacity, either directing or performing review of jail calls?
I listen to them regularly, yes.
Okay, and you were listening to them.
Objection leading.
Were you listening to them when Juliana had
Shame.
been arrested and was in jail and Brendan was out?
I don't recall when I started, but I believe it was before. I at least listened to some. I listened to more after.
Okay, but you were the
They heard your jail calls. The rest of the world will probably hear it at some point too. And we read your latest. Well, we read Juliana's latest. Look at him now. He's like,
command staff person. Was there someone assigned to listen to calls all the time?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
Well, part of it was that with Juliana, she spoke in Portuguese, so we had a Portuguese-speaking police officer that listened.
Okay, was that who was assigned?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the goal of listening to her jail calls?
To gather evidence.
Okay.
which happens
And
all the time.
Was there ever any discussion amongst your group about the pressure that was applied to her relating to her being incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something that was favorable for what your goals were?
That she had pressure because she was incarcerated?
Yes.
I mean, potentially.
Okay. Were there, in listening to all those calls and having them translated, when you listened to the ones in English, were you concerned about her mental health?
There were times where the officer who was listening had concerns, and we relayed those to the sheriff's department.
Okay. Were there times that you were concerned about her talking about the meetings that she had been with the police and the Commonwealth's office?
I don't recall any concerns about that, no.
Okay, so you didn't hear any calls where she was telling somebody what's going on?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Did you hear any calls like that?
Like what?
Recounting what the offers were or talking about the case after talking to the police?
Not that I recall specifically.
Okay. And so how often did you find yourself as a supervisor listening to those calls?
If I had free time, I tried to listen.
Was the Portuguese officer that was monitoring them, was it just on the Portuguese calls?
I think he checked all the calls and he summarized them. So from time to time, he would, send a note if he thought something might be worthy of the detective or somebody on the task force, giving it a listen to see what context it had.
And what kind of things were said?
I couldn't specifically tell you. I would have to go through emails.
So it would be something that would be beneficial to the case. from your
Objection leading.
perspective. Would it be something that would be beneficial to your case?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything that he thought was unusual or stood out to him, he would pass on. He wasn't directly involved in the investigation, and hadn't reviewed the whole investigation, so sometimes he didn't really know what something might mean. He would forward it on.
In assigning him, did you or anyone give him parameters on what you're interested in?
He was assigned before I got there.
Okay. Did you ever educate him when you got in there, what you wanted?
No, I don't think there was, like I said, he was there and had been doing that for some time before I arrived.
Now, when you arrived, what were you told to do when you arrived?
My job was to be the homicide supervisor. Also, I was asked to review this case and other open cases.
And were you told to close this case?
Well, of course, that's the goal for any open case.
Specifically this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you told to clean house in homicide?
If necessary.
Did you ever say, or what, if anything, did you say about cleaning house of the existing homicide detectives?
I think I told all of them when I first got there that was not my goal. I hope to keep everybody who was there.
Okay. And did people leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people left the homicide squad?
During my time there, 5 were promoted to sergeant. I think they're all back in the Major Crimes Bureau now, and 1 was transferred out.
Okay.
Now he's clicking the pen as well. Listen, Mr. Attorney, we've already had sniffles, coughs into the mic, and now there's pen clicking? At this pace of questioning, can't anymore. Remember, the judge said previously there's no trial on Fridays. Yesterday, the judge asked the jury, would you be willing to come in tomorrow, which will be Friday, the 23rd of January? The jury said yes. They're coming back in tomorrow. the judge has asked that of them because there's going to be a huge snowstorm hitting many areas in the USA, but this area where the trial's happening. So the judge said that she would like them to come in tomorrow. I think everybody, including the judge, was probably hoping that we'd be like, on verdict watch by now, but never mind. Clearly not. Maybe tomorrow. Do you think tomorrow will be closing arguments? Actually, I don't even know anymore. Tomorrow could be a whole nother day of the defense's case, for all we know. But because of that snowstorm, the judge said she'll have to monitor it, and the court might be closed Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That's the worst case scenario. So, yeah, that will be an interesting delay. Either way, whenever it happens, whatever happens, we'll pick up right where we left off, which I hope is not still on the defense's case. Can you imagine? Imagine if tomorrow they go the whole day. We're back on like Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, and they keep going. We'll be like, damn. Now this trial, remember, was expected to last 4 weeks. Little did we know the state would rest after 5 days and that the defense would take the rest of the time. Never saw that, right? Never saw that before.
And who was that one?
That was Detective Bryant, or I'm sorry, two. The Detective Bryant and Detective Hanging were transferred out.
Okay. Now, did you have any control over Detective Miller being transferred?
No.
Were you aware of Deputy Chief Busch at the time saying that he was no longer working on any major crime bureau cases?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of any?
I'm sorry.
You okay? Were you aware of any proceedings for transfer for Detective Miller?
No.
Okay, so you had no say in that?
No.
Okay. Or were your discussions with Deputy Chief Busch informing him as to his decision to transfer?
I mean, we discussed it, but that wouldn't be, it's not even our bureau at that point, so I would have no real input.
Okay. Now, Detective Bryant, he was transferred.
He was.
And that was, I guess, was it the decision around the time of October 25th? Which is
I think he was transferred in January.
okay, but the decision, when was that made?
Shortly, I mean, probably in January, maybe late December.
Was the reason for his transfer the October 25th?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did the October 25th recant and the time leading up to it, what, if anything, did that do to hasten his transfer?
I think once Juliana came in proffered and provided more context to the evidence, everybody agreed that the evidence was overwhelming and that they had missed the mark, and he was the lead, so that's what ultimately was what caused him to be transferred.
So he was transferred because he didn't get it done. You needed Juliana.
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting?
So am I to understand it was because of
Judge, that's still leading.
I don't know what the question is, but go ahead.
Were there any other factors that were considered other than what you just testified to as to Detective Bryant's transfer?
When he became aware of the proffer, it was 5 days before he passed that information up the chain of command, so that also played in.
Okay. And his leaving, was that, how was that characterized?
It was a transfer.
Okay. Was it related to discipline because he didn't notify command staff?
No, it was a lateral transfer.
Was that the circumstance of performance management that was talked about last summer?
Yeah, I would say that's
Okay.
the term used.
What is performance management?
Well, if somebody isn't performing at a level that you would expect for the position they're in, you might move them to another unit to gain further experience. And that's what happened in this case.
And he's now
Clarified.
in digital forensics. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Was that where he was?
So based on what we had speculated earlier, sometimes it can be a promotion. sometimes it can be, okay, yeah, you're going to need to go and work in another department now. Okay. Didn't volunteer, got transferred, and the defense has been busy with this the entire day.
Transferred from homicide to digital forensics?
No, he went to sex crimes, also in the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, so sex crimes and then now digital forensics?
That's my understanding. I don't have any knowledge of that transfer.
Okay, you haven't
I
kept
wasn't
track
involved
of
in it, no.
anything like that? Now, he was the lead detective on this case from the beginning, correct?
Yes,
From that day on February 24th.
that's my understanding, yes.
And Brendan Miller was the lead digital forensics person from the beginning of the case, correct?
Yes,
And he was the only one that worked on extracting the 60 devices and things like that, is that right?
I believe so. There's two Brendan Millers. I think they may have helped each other out at points, but so I'm not 100% on that. But I believe the Brendan Miller you're speaking of was the lead.
Is that the one that is sitting in the court right now?
Yes,
Okay. And so that, we're talking about the same person.
yes,
And he was also transferred during that time, correct? Within a month, couple months.
I don't recall the exact time he was transferred.
Okay, but it was soon after the proffer and
Yes.
and the back and forth in terms of the emails with Sgt Ames.
Correct, it was right around that time. So
Okay.
if you put that exhibit up, I could give you a better ballpark.
If I said November 7th, November 8th, would you believe me?
If you're representing that that's what it says, then I will accept that.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
And so, now I know you weren't in homicide for long, right?
About 11 months.
11 months. And that was before you were transferred.
Correct.
And prior to that, were you ever in homicide as an investigator?
I was not in homicide, but I've been an investigator for most of my career,
Okay.
or supervised investigations.
And your career as an investigator was in narcotics, correct?
Primarily, before I came to the police department, I did fraud investigations as well.
Okay, with another.
Stefan says the jurors are looking for a transfer soon. I think we all are. Can we teleport to wherever the moment is where the verdict is read, please?
Other police department?
With a private insurance company or insurance agency.
Oh, okay. But in terms of your experience, police experience, you hadn't had any homicide experience up until you got there on March 2024.
Only peripherally. A lot of homicides relate to narcotics, so from time to time we would be involved in that aspect.
But you're never the lead detective or anything like that?
No.
Now, in your experience, does it seem odd that the chief detective?
Objection leading.
I don't know what the question is, so if you want to continue your question, I can't rule out
Does it
yet.
seem odd that the chief detective of this homicide case and the chief digital forensic examiner were transferred around the same time?
No.
Have you ever seen a case where the lead investigator is transferred and another lead investigator is transferred prior to it coming to court?
The lead investigator transferred, yeah, I mean, that happens all the time, I think.
In homicide?
In any case, I think there's plenty of homicide cases where they've come to trial and the homicide detective has moved on through promotion or to another unit prior to the trial. That's pretty normal.
Well, there's a distinction in the way you said that. I'm talking.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Let me ask you a different question. If the case is getting to the point where it hasn't gone to trial and a homicide detective is moving, that's different than what you just testified to, right?
Objection leading.
No, overruled, I'll allow it.
I think that's exactly what I just testified to. Sometimes there's an arrest, there's a transfer, and then there's a trial.
Okay. I think, I don't want to quibble with you about it, but I think you had said once the case has gone to trial, then the person transferred.
No, if that's what came out, that's not what I intended. I don't think.
Perhaps I misunderstood.
Yeah, I think it's relatively normal for a homicide detective to leave the unit, whether it be for transfer or promotion, and then still see the case through to trial.
Okay. And when you were transferred, did you have any additional duties with regard to this case
No,
beyond what you had as a watch commander?
not really. I mean, I provided what I had and moved on to my new assignment.
You gave your OneDrive and then moved on?
For the most part, obviously, I've been here to testify a couple times here with you.
So other than being subpoenaed, you're,
No, I didn't have any more investigative responsibility with the case.
are you aware of whether or not Deputy Chief Busch, then Deputy Chief Busch, now Mr. Busch, has played any role in this investigation since he was transferred to the Administrative Support Bureau up until he left the?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any duties that Kyle Bryant, who was the chief homicide detective, what duties he's had since he was transferred?
My understanding is he remains the lead. He remained the lead when I left, to put it that way.
Okay, so he was actually still involved in certain things, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was that while you were still there, or did that happen after you left?
Well, he was transferred when I was still there, but my understanding is he's remained the lead, and if that changed, that would be news to me.
Was that in talking to him?
In talk about.
Is that how you learned that? You spoke to?
Well, I was still the supervisor, and I told him that he will remain the lead.
Okay. And he carried out his duties as he was supposed to, as far as you know?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then with regard to Brendan Miller, do you know whether or not he had any responsibilities or obligations with this case?
I don't
After
know.
he was transferred?
That I don't know. I would assume so since he was the lead, but I don't know the answer.
Okay. And in any of the communications about transfer, you weren't privy to that?
So right when he was transferred, there was a couple weeks where we talked about reviewing and he was going through the evidence. Beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. And you didn't keep track of it?
No.
There probably wasn't any reason to keep track of it, right?
Right, I moved to a new command.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry, 102 has been moved into evidence?
102 is in evidence.
Okay. Now, were you when you were speaking to the victim's family, you indicate that you're on a call with Joseph Ryan's family?
Judge, can we identify the exhibit?
Which exhibit?
I don't know what we're looking at. I'm
Is
sorry.
it still
Can you-
102, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's written on the bottom right corner. So were you the main contact?
Thank you, Brenda, for the snarky coffee. Dear Liesel says, Your Honor, can we please rest? I mean, sleep. Oh man, we're all going to sleep so well tonight, isn't it? Just awesome 2024 said, this is just getting crazy. Move on, defense. I think he's going to go through another 5 detectives. This is number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 4 more after this, in my opinion, but I don't know. I hope not. License to deal said, objection, please stop this crap. It's bad, eh? This is so bad. We're going to earn our trial completion certificates on this one for damn sure. Hey.
For the Ryan family and the Banfield family?
No.
Okay. What was the phone call about?
I think that was filling them in. Well, I don't know. It may have been to fill them in that the proffer was coming, but I don't recall.
Juliana's lawyer's name was Ryan as well, so could have been referring to that.
It was right before, so I would imagine, but it wasn't a phone call that I set up or led.
Okay. Would that be under your umbrella, I guess, or would that be victim services?
I think that was in concert with victim services.
Okay. And so in concert, meaning you were on the phone with someone from victim services?
Yes, I wouldn't have made that call without victim services, but to the best of my recollection, I believe I was just a silent observer in that call.
Who else was on there?
I don't know. I believe that I don't want to misspeak, I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, how many times did you talk to the victim's family with someone from Victim Services?
At each of the hearings, I mean, if they were in town, we always tried to be in the room, or if there was an update, we would update them.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, was this a phone call?
I believe it's a phone call.
Okay. And so would you oftentimes call the Ryan family or the Banfield family part of your?
Primarily, it would be in-person meetings when they were in town.
Okay. And this call would stand out as not being the usual contact?
I don't remember specifically the call. Based on the date, I would imagine that it was to notify them of the proffer.
Sir, can you see what's on your screen?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that?
What number is that?
Sorry, Defense Exhibit 103.
103, thank you.
Yes.
Do you know when that text occurred?
I believe that was during the proffer.
Okay, so you were in the
Show us.
adjacent room,
Correct.
and you were, well, you tell me, who are you texting with?
Deputy Chief Busch.
Okay, and
Remember today, they're going to 5:30. It's going to be a long day. It's only 5 to 3.
you're going to move that in as
All right, any objection, 103?
No, ma'am.
103
Defense Exhibit 103.
Publish.
So let's go through this. It's tough to see what's under the banner there. Do you know what you wrote?
I think it says no real response yet. I did let Klingon know.
Cheryl said, defense will include in his closing arguments the number of detectives transferred and also reasons why the au pairs accepted the plea deal, mental health, stress rather than truth. Definitely. I can see that happening for sure, especially after all this, right? Oh, my word.
Okay, and you think, and you said this is while it's going on?
Correct.
So were you communicating via text with Klingon at the same time you were communicating with Patrick Busch?
So we had a group thread for questions, and then I was communicating with Deputy Chief.
Okay, hold on. Hee-haw said, I've been to this defense lawyer's house. He's my friend's dad. I can't believe he's representing this specimen. Oh, okay. This one says, no real response yet. Will let Klingon know, ha ha ha, what did Klingon say to you? I told him I would accept his humble apology in writing. He said, you, Patrick, were right all along. Well, at least he gave me that. Yep. If it had been for me, you and Saly, this never happens. Okay.
Busch as well.
Okay. Who was on the group thread that you're talking about?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon, Detective Goodell, Detective Bryant, and Ms. Sprisler.
Was Detective Miller on there?
No.
Was there anybody on there that had expertise in digital forensics when those
No.
questions were being asked? Was he still in his position at the time this took place?
Yes.
And was there any reason why he would have been excluded as the expert?
So for the investigative and interview stuff like that, it would be the homicide unit, and then we shared that video later with him.
Okay, but was there any benefit to having his perspective, like it would any other part of the agency that did some investigation?
I mean, I think there's a number of people you can have, that are present. So we made it to task force and provided that recording to everybody else afterwards.
Okay, but there would have been room because there was an ante-room that you were in.
Sure, there would have been room.
Okay, and so who made the decision to exclude Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon determined who was going to be there.
Okay, that's different from my question.
Thank you, Mickey O, for the coffee, and to cafe pause for joining membership.
Just answered my question by saying he determined who was going to be there. Was there anybody who excluded Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon, I guess. I mean, he determined who was going to be invited.
And okay,
So I imagine the converse would be true.
So because he wasn't there, it had to have been Eric Klingon.
Objection, counsel's testifying, and I think that would be a mischaracterization of the defendant's, or I'm sorry, the witness's statement.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't want to mischaracterize. Tell me what you were just saying about who was invited and who wasn't.
Mr. Klingon, I believe in concert with Ms. Sprisler from the prosecution team, determined who and where this would occur and who would be invited
Okay.
or excluded.
Now, it looks like there's additional back and forth chat.
Yes. Library Girl 79 said, Carol almost makes me miss Pablo. True? Yes, bring Pablo back. Pablo Galaviz, we miss you so much. We're so sorry. Come back. Ask your questions.
What's that about?
It's about the, has been characterized, the catfish theory.
And does that highlight the dispute as to who believed in it and who didn't?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And is that why you said you were looking for an apology?
Yes, I think we had back and forth. I advocated strongly that I didn't believe that Christine had set up or sent any of those messages. That wasn't the theory that went forward until Juliana came in and told the truth.
So this is a celebration of you being right.
I don't know if I would call it a celebration, but it's a realization. Confirmation.
And then it looks as though everybody's telling everybody how great they were. Is that
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting.
What's the rest of it about?
I think it's just acknowledging that we had gotten it right, and that now everybody was on the same page, and that nobody believed that we were not right.
Okay. And so you arrived at the determination that you were right because Juliana Perez Magalhaes told the story.
Yeah, I think she filled in the blanks, but by and large, what she said was consistent with what I believe the evidence showed pretty much within my first 30 days of being involved in the case.
Okay, so were you aware that it was 2 weeks before trial when this proffer occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your position that you needed her to testify against Brendan in this case?
I thought it would be helpful, but I don't think it was necessary based on the evidence.
And your opposition to Detective Miller's executive summary was based on her testimony, correct?
No, I opposed it from pretty early on, but I think it was confirmation. It gave context to a lot of things that were in there.
Okay. And it was at that point that you worked through his chain of command, Sgt Ames, to get him to change the executive summary, correct?
I never asked him to change anything. I asked him to review it, be able to explain why he arrived at the conclusions that he had, and to be able to explain why he doesn't believe that to be the case anymore. And my understanding is that's what he did.
Not with you?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Did you ever go and ask him what his original position was?
I think it's well documented in his summaries. I mean, we discussed it.
That was an inartful question. Did you ever ask him to go through like a math problem and show your work as to how he arrived at those conclusions?
Yeah, we looked at it time and time again.
Okay, but I mean, I'm talking about a comprehensive explanation based on his expertise that arrives at his, did you ever do that?
Judge, I'm going to object to ask and answer, not just now, but earlier, prior to the break.
Sustained. Next question.
When you say you talked about it from time to time, is that a comprehensive review of his work?
I mean, we spent a lot of hours in his lab, yes.
Okay, and were you questioning him?
I mean, we discussed all the things. There was something in the digital side that I didn't understand. I would ask him to explain to me what he felt that it meant.
Okay, so at least one aspect of whatever you didn't understand, you would ask for his explanations. I guess what I'm asking is, did there ever come a time when you had him explain his entire report?
Probably not all at once. Obviously, it was, there was extensive evidence, but we went through a significant chunk of it in his lab, yes.
Now, just specifically with regard to the executive summary, when did you recall, when did he complete it and when did you see it?
He completed it prior to my arrival, so I saw it, sometime probably in that first 30 days in March of 24.
Okay, and at any point did you agree with it?
I think in the first bit, I just took it all in. I tried to take in all the evidence. I spoke with a number of detectives and sort of got their impressions, and then I reviewed it, and then I had questions about the analysis. I think part of the issue is it was not the data that I had issue with, it was the interpretation.
Okay. You mean the statements surrounding the data, the findings?
For instance, he attributes things to people rather than devices.
Okay. And is that something in your digital forensic experience that's not best practices?
I think it's difficult to say who's holding a device if you don't have a lot of context.
I think that's, I mean, isn't that why digital forensics is what it is?
Well, they extract data and look and tell you what's going on, and I think probably some of his analysis went outside the bounds of what he would normally do.
And did you ever directly address him about that statement you just made?
Yeah, we discussed it, and I think he agrees.
You think he agrees?
That it was beyond what he normally does, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of the peer review of his executive summary and files?
So there was stuff sent down to University of Alabama, I believe. My understanding was that they were trying to do a deeper dive into certain devices and see if they could pull more information than perhaps Fairfax County has the ability to pull.
Were they able to do that? Do you know?
I don't think they really got much further than he did.
Okay. Were you aware that they concurred in his findings?
My understanding is that they concurred that he extracted the things properly and that the data was correct.
Did that peer review change anything in terms of your position as to the executive summary?
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you speak into the microphone? It's hard to hear up here. I'm sorry.
Did the peer review change your thought process as to the executive summary that he had created?
I think it gave me confidence in the data, but it didn't affect the analysis part of it.
Okay. And so perhaps I've asked you this. What was your experience in the analysis of digital forensics?
Well, I'm not, you're looking at what the data is. I've been an investigator for almost 2 decades. So I've looked at lots of data and developed theories or trends, stuff like that.
But
This was the first time when I had a stretch break and I said to Raphael, Mr. Grizzly, excuse me, can you please just turn off the internet? Because sometimes he jokes, you know. He'll be like, listen, I'm going to turn off the internet. And I'm like, don't do that. He's like, I want to change the password. Don't do that either. Today I'm like, please, please, just cut the line. Turn off the internet. We need some technical problems here. Okay, we cannot continue on the spot. This is terrible, man. We are surviving this day together. My goodness. The wheels of justice are turning so slowly. So slowly. My goodness. Okay, so he just laughed at me. I'm like, I'm serious. Cut the internet. Okay, here we go. Are we there yet? How many more detectives are there going to be?
can't anyone do that?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Would that be difficult for anyone else to do?
I don't think so. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in investigations and putting things together, and you look at, patterns of life and how people act and how humans behave, and this is just more data points to look into.
Now, and that's what, is that what differentiates experts to investigators?
Well, I think the
Judge,
expert,
objection, relevance, I'm not sure where we're going with this. He's not an expert,
Yes.
he's testifying as his.
Exactly. Objection, stop this, rest, STFU.
Recollection of the events.
Well, I think the discussion is about Brendan Miller's work.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 104.
Peanut family said, no, please, Raphael, we couldn't survive this without Grizzly. You know what I should do? If he can't help me, I'm going to let the cats into the office. They can definitely help pull some wires.
Is that yours?
yes,
And that's with Deputy Chief Busch?
yes.
You're going to move that in as Defense Exhibit 104?
Any objection?
No objection. We also would not object to 105 as it appears to be page 3 of this same conversation.
Okay, 104 and 105 in evidence.
And sir, you're in the blue, correct?
Yes.
And so your first statement there, what does that mean?
Which,
The first
Here,
statement
can you-
in blue.
I'm sorry, without the microphone, it's very difficult to hear you and understand.
The first statement in blue?
B guided her through B was Brendan.
Darlene Ann said, I'm going out to shovel. This guy is putting me to sleep. We have 5 feet of snow in upstate New York. Love this channel and our beautiful G. Thank you so much for your $50 sticker. Oh my goodness. And yeah, please take me with you. Thank you so much.
Oh, so you're recounting her story?
Correct, this is during the proffer.
And is this in the ancillary or
Correct.
the ante room of the?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And this is Detective Busch's statement?
That's Deputy Chief Busch speaking, yes.
Deputy Chief Busch, sorry.
Okay, so it says B guided her through because 90% of people we work with are absolute morons. So the only, all the others reading this, oh dear, we got some tea here. So the only thing, or snore, okay, the only thing we may have gotten wrong is you and I believed that Christine was dead before Joe got there. And then they said, so far, which all intents and purposes made total sense considering what we knew. Hey, wait, whoa. The plan was not for her to shoot unless things went wrong. Yeah, like when they thought Joseph Ryan was still, well, when they saw him still moving. Then Juliana was like, oh, sure, okay. And then they say, interesting. Joe was, shame. This is terrible for his family to read. Joe was writhing, so she shot. Had the gun on her the whole time. In her pocket, even though she tiptoed to the damn safe, right? Southern Cali B says, gee, I only have one eyelash left to pull out. Sorry about that.
And did you have any, in your text group, did you have any say in any of the questions that were being asked?
Yeah, so we, in the text group, if there was something we wanted to explore, we would put a question in there, and then Mr. Klingon would either ask the question or not, depending on, his expertise, I guess, as a prosecutor.
Okay.
Grizzly Micah says, thanks, Grizzlies, for making this semi-bearable. Thank you so much for your sticker, all right? We're getting through it, slowly but surely. Oh, my word. J.O.J. Croft says, hi, G, and hello, chat. Hope you're all not a... What does that mean? Thank you so much for being a member for 37 months.
Sir, it looks as though 105 has been admitted to evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, Kathleen says writhing is not a threat. Exactly.
Yes.
Okay, and is this part of the chain of text messages back and forth?
Right, it's a continuation of the previous exhibit.
And the discussions in, I guess, the gray is then Deputy Chief Busch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're in the blue responses?
Yes.
And so these are what you guys are in this, well, tell me what you're talking about there.
So we're recounting some of the stuff that's coming on from the proffer and talking about some of the days leading up to the proffer, and then sort of the response of people who became aware of it.
And the discussions about specific situations, those were your theories going in, correct?
Well, confirming the account that Brennan and Juliana created the account is, yes, part of our theory. And then the revenge rape or was she dead was a question as part of that theory as well.
And it looks as though Klingon is a prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And there was comments about him?
Yes.
And what about Kyle and Tommy? Who were they?
That's Detective Bryant and Detective Goodell.
Okay, and those were the two head detectives at the time?
Correct.
And is that just banter between the two of you?
Yeah, it's a text thread between the two of us.
Normal part of life. Banter between them. Yes, it is. Indy Randolph, thank you for spoiling the mods with 5 coffees. That was good timing. Kerry said, I'm thinking about Paul's trial and judge saying to Pablo, how to be aware of too many exhibits. This is a circus. Poor Detective Miller is now on trial. Exactly.
So I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 108.
Caroline says, and Caroline, Caroline has been a member for 51 months. Oh my word. You said, hello, Swiss kitty cats from a couple doggies in Maine. Well, hello, Caroline. And I mean, 2 of our cats are theoretically from where you are, right? Maine Coons, huh? So they say hi to your dogs as well.
Is that your communication?
Yes.
And who are you communicating with?
Deputy Chief Busch.
You want to move that in as Defense Exhibit 108?
1.2 speed.
108 in evidence, published.
We're like 8 minutes behind. So 1.2 speed, we go. I don't care if we catch up. I don't care if there's an afternoon break. I think it'll be more interesting than this pace. 1.2 speed, let's go.
So it looks like, well, tell me what you're saying here.
Which part?
This part.
I think you just pointed at Deputy Chief Busch's comment.
Okay, were you part of that?
Yes, I think what it's referring to is where I say this is good. She confirmed that he would send her home a little early from the gym so she could post when he was not in the house, which was confirmation of some of the digital forensics where you could see that Juliana's device and Brendan's device were at the Lifetime Fitness in Reston, and then Juliana would leave, and as her device would leave, as she arrived at the Stablebrook address.
I don't think this is responsive to my question.
Or you want to ask your question again?
Yes.
My goodness. I think it's perfectly responsive and just helping to prove the state's case some more. They said, this is good. She just confirmed that he would send her home a little early from the gym so she could post when he was not in the house. Well, that makes sense. Deborah McGee, thank you for spoiling the mods with coffees. They said, so it's okay to tell the chief and Brooke it's 100 a catfish. Yes. Anything else juicy? Nothing too crazy so far. She is ice cold. I agree with the detectives on that one. Abraham says, which lever do I pull to be crushed by a safe? Lol, this guy is unbearable. Lol, it's terrible, right? I think this is bad. There's been a couple of moments that really tested our patience in the 25 trials we watched together. This is the 25th one. One was the Burgos Aviles Daubert hearing. That was bad. That was bad. 2, I think, was the Matthew Paul trial. Ooh, Attorney Galaviz and his true for hours, and watching Matthew Paul in the mailroom for hours. That was that was a lot. And yeah, this one is top 3 of like moments. It's not even a moment. Days that test our patience. The whole of day 2 already and the whole of day 6. It's been hectic, hey. Okay, so to continue on.
This area up here, does that indicate that you are still in the room?
Yes.
Okay, so this is while this is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And the things that you're reporting to Deputy Chief Busch at the time, are those some of the questions that you were sending in, or some of the things that you were trying to get the au pair to say?
I wasn't trying to get her to say anything. We were trying to ask questions to get to the truth.
Okay, and were you asking questions regarding that particular incident you just started wanting to talk about?
So that's something I think that came up. Juliana put that out there without being prompted. But like I said, we can confirm it with the digital evidence, and it was, corroborating what she was saying.
Now,
see, even Brendan Banfield here is regretting having private counsel. Oh, you're spending all your mommy's money on this. And he's making sure he does a thorough job. He's like, damn it, I should have just had a public defender. Maybe they would have just been quicker with this. Not so thorough. Not that I'm saying public defender. Don't get me wrong. I'm just snarking. I'm being sarcastic, okay? Oh man, he's regretting all of the. Just stand up now and say, oh, you know what, Your Honor, it's okay. I plead guilty, it's fine, whatever. Yeah, do that. I know you're thinking it. Huh? Buffering over here. Stand up.
when she confirmed that she created the account, did she tell you what the email address was?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you what the password was?
I don't think so, but I also don't think she specifically said that she created the account. I think that she said Brendan created the account.
Okay. Did she say that she was there when Brendan created?
Objection. Calling for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Was there anyone in the text group asking her or suggesting questions to Mr. Klingon regarding the account platform?
I don't recall.
Was there anybody suggesting questions in what you saw regarding the passwords?
I don't recall. I do remember that Mr. Klingon had a list of, I think, over 100 questions that he hoped to get to. So a lot of that was covered in there.
Do you know what the origin of those questions were?
I think his review of the case, I don't know though.
Okay.
Paula W. said, how is this helping the defense? I don't think it is. Hey, I don't think it is. It might just be helping his closing argument sound more believable in his own mind. I don't know. to try to, say, see, we heard from all those detectives. Most of them were transferred. Huh? Juliana was coerced. Okay. Thank you for being a member for 47 months. Holy crap. That's amazing. Thank you so much.
What, if anything, did you know about any meetings that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and her attorney had with Mr. Clean prior to that?
I'm not aware of any, but if it happened outside of my knowledge, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so it was your impression that she walked in there and
Objection, counsel's testifying, leading.
what was your impression of the interview?
She appeared truthful, and we were able to corroborate a lot of what she said.
Oh, okay, and is that the measure of the truthfulness for you?
I think when you see interviews and conduct interviews over a course of a career, you start to kind of get a feel if somebody's being truthful or not. And one of the ways we do that is corroborate through other evidence.
Okay. Now, with regard to your digital forensics that you did, and forgive me if I've asked you this, but it's something that I want to make sure we cover. Did you ever extract anything from any of the phones or devices, or I think there were 60 of them?
No.
Okay. And I think you'd said that you don't have any problems with the data that was generated from those.
No, as far as I can tell, the data appears to be extracted, in compliance with the industry standards, and as you said, University of Alabama confirmed that.
Okay, so what did you do to determine what the industry standards were and what he did?
I just took what the Detective Miller represented to me and the University of Alabama report.
Okay, so he says this was industry standards and you accepted it?
Yes.
Okay, so there wasn't any real, to inform your conclusions, there wasn't any real investigation.
Objection, leading.
Was there any investigation relating to digital forensics that informed the conclusions that you were working from?
I reviewed the data. I don't think I did any quote-unquote digital forensics work. He provides data. In this case, he provided some other reports and summaries, but the data is the data. You can look at it and sort of figure out what it means. And if there was something I didn't understand, I would ask him for help. But it was the analysis, I think, of that data that I thought was problematic.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Brendan's like, the chat's saying that I should stand up, plead guilty. Do it, do it, do it. I can't take any more of this. Attorney, you better make this stop. Look, man, I've had enough. Bring it home. Wrap it up. I'm ready to testify. I'm just guessing, of course. Thank you, Marentia Grief. South African Rand, $6.99. Thank you so much. Meatballs Mayhem said the defense is trying to bore the jury into total submission. I don't think that that's ever worked out, has it? I think they'll be like, can we go deliberate now? Guilty. They're only human, okay? This is too much.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 104. I think you've previously looked at it. Mm-hmm. This particular statement right here on the October 25th, that was when you were still in the anteroom where the recant was happening, correct?
Correct.
And that's a statement that you wrote. Is that what was said?
That's my understanding of what was said. I don't recall the specific wording.
Okay, but you were in the moment and you said that.
Yes, that would be my
There's a white blouse lady. I think this is the one that was in chat. Are you a Grizzly? Is this you? Do you see this in the future? Can we see that that's you? Someone in chat said they're going to the courtroom, right? This could be one of us, you guys. A Grizzly. Ma'am, tell us. It's bad, right? How does the jury look? That's what we want to know. Are they, are they struggling to stay awake at all? Are they looking annoyed? Do they have a snarky brow? I'm like, shaking their head. I don't know. 31, Kelly said he's reaching, trying to make the mundane a conspiracy, asking the same questions over and over, hoping they will trip. Thanks for making this bearable. Thank you so much for your sticker.
What I understood it to mean.
Okay. Now, did you, I know it was a goal, or I won't say it that way. One of the things, what if any, I'm sorry, Judge, strike that.
That's right.
I want to make sure. Was there anything that occurred in the recant when you were in the ante room that challenged any of the questions that she was asked, or any of the answers that she gave?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me, I'm sorry.
Was she challenged on any points in this recant?
Really, really, we're going down the challenge path again. Sir, these are police interviews. Hello. Or, the proffer. Put him on the stand. Put the defense attorney on the stand. I would like to question him on his job. The ordinary things, the banter, bring up some text messages.
You mean, did Mr. Klingon ask her clarifying questions? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you remember any of those?
Not offhand, no.
Did, so the people that were in the room, and I can name Detective Bryant?
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, Miss Sprisler, Mr. Klingon, I think Mr. Campbell and his co-counsel may have been in there as well, and Juliana.
Okay, and that was it?
I believe so.
Did anyone else, other than Mr. Klingon, ask questions of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I don't think so.
Did anybody, if you had a vantage point to see this, did anybody interrupt him to try to get a point across before he asked a question?
I didn't have the ability to monitor the room. I could only video monitor. I could see it on the phone, or got me crossed out there. It was just an open phone line, so I couldn't see anything until afterwards.
So there was no video feed?
No, I couldn't see into the room.
Did you hear anyone challenging like a detective would to what she was saying?
Objection leading.
What if anything did any of the detectives or the prosecutor do relating to issues that came up in the questioning?
I don't remember specifically. I think the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking from the prosecution side. I don't know that any detectives actually spoke during that proffer. And there were definitely times when he asked clarifying questions, but as to specifics, I'd have to watch the video. It's been quite some time.
Okay, and I guess that brings up another point. Is it unusual in your investigations to have the prosecutor question the cooperating co-defendant versus a detective?
To me, it was a little unusual in a state case. In a federal case, that was standard.
Right,
Kathy Luna, you said try again. Thank you for your $5 sticker. And, oh, that was there. Try again. Yes, okay, wait. There was another one down here somewhere. I don't want to miss it. Sycamore Saly, Esquire. Oh, we got a lawyer in the house. Please get us out of this. I need a lawyer. He said we needed more, I'm guessing snarky, right, G? Make it tolerable. Do you need snaky or snarky? We got options. Oh man, I'm trying my best. This is testing even my snark. It's testing it, okay?
federal cases,
Objection, counsel's testifying.
there's a little more.
He's still
The
testifying.
objection. Next question.
And did you know whether those people in the room could say something, or were they told not to say something?
My recollection is that Mr. Klingon the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking. I don't recall there was a, specific statement that nobody else should talk, but that was the plan going in.
Were you involved in any sort of a breakout session between the groups, between the recants?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, there's, and I think it was on your email, there were 2 proffers. And so there was a break between 1 and 2. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I wasn't present for the second one. I had been transferred by then.
Well,
Ooh, we just said the word transferred. Defense are going to be like, oh, really? Let's talk about that again. Joe Hoffman says, snaky snark. Oh, you mean like venomous? Like you don't want just snark, you want like venom today. Okay, could maybe make that, could work on it. Casey Mama said, thanks G for keeping us awake through this bullcuck. Oh man, cuck is K-A-K, huh? In South Africa, in Afrikaans? Yes. It is my pleasure. Is it though? Is it? Are we going to have any internet outages here in Switzerland? All right, are we there yet? It's almost like, I think it's like 5 minutes until, maybe even less. 4 to 5 minutes until cross-examination. Here we go.
no, sorry. There were 2 separate recorded proffers on October 25th. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think on February 7th, there was another proffer. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah, so in the first proffer, between the 2 sessions, we had food. We had taken Juliana out of the jail prior to her receiving a meal, so we provided her some pizza.
Okay. And then were you there for the
What kind of pizza? Did she get a blankie? Did she want chili on it? Was it margarita? What did she have to drink? Could be quite interesting to hear.
second portion?
Yeah, I was in the room next door, listening.
and-
Same through the whole time. There was just a break in between.
Okay, so and the break occurred where everybody could join together?
Yes.
Okay, and in that, was there any sort of a discussion amongst the potential questioners that were in the room?
Not that I recall. We kind of scarfed down some food and got back in there because it was starting to get late.
And so it sounds to me like, so Eric Klingen basically controlled the whole process.
Yes.
Was he willing to take input from you?
Yes.
He did? Did he take input?
Yes, like I said, we had a text group where we, provided questions and, and I kind of remember in some cases we would send a question, but by the time, he kind of finished the thought, he already got to that question. And then there were some times where he asked the question. I don't remember the specifics. I just kind of remember that flow.
Was it ever suggested that she take some sort of a lie detector or anything like that before she would be offered that plea?
Judge objection. It's not relevant.
All right, I'll state the objection.
Was there any discussion as to how to confirm her veracity by whatever means?
Yeah, so like I said before, we tried to corroborate a lot of what she said through evidence, whether it be digital or documentary. Like, for instance, the windows, we were able to, that was something we had no idea about. And then once the proffer had been completed, we were able to kind of run that down and confirm it.
Now, did you ever say to any of the investigators that they arrested an innocent woman, talking about Juliana?
No.
That was never said by you to anyone?
About me?
By you to anyone?
No. I think what you're probably referring to is I expressed concerns about the articulation of how, the reasons they charged, but I think the charge was solid.
And who was that with that you expressed those concerns?
Detective Bryant.
Katerina Scarcella said, can the judge give a lawyer time restriction? Probably not. That could make, I don't know, issues for appeal, I would assume. I don't know. We're not seeing that. And I mean, this judge is a former Marine, apparently, so I think if she could, she would, right? Man, 64, San Jose. Thank you for your $4.99 sticker.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Okay, so let's talk about this case and how the Fairfax County Police Department Homicide Division got involved. Do you all have a rotation for call-outs when there is a crime committed?
Yeah, so there's what we call a homicide list, and there's, generally about 12 detectives on the squad, give or take, and there's an order, and it kind of rotates through that list so that nobody's overwhelmed with work at any one time.
Okay, so when the call came out for the murder at the Banfield's home, was Detective Bryant essentially on
I
call?
believe he was up for murder. Again, that was prior to my time there, so
Okay. And so his assignment, you indicated that it's not uncommon for cases to be handled by multiple detectives over the course of the case's life. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, and in this situation, this case has been pending for 1 month shy of 3 years. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay, so there's nothing really out of the ordinary about multiple detectives having been involved in this case.
not at all.
Okay. Likewise, this was a really big case for Fairfax County homicide, correct?
It created a lot of attention, media attention, so there was a lot of eyes on it.
And there was a huge volume of evidence to go through, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And as such, your leadership was very involved in this matter, making sure that they were up to date on how the case was progressing, correct?
yes.
Okay, so was there anything, again, intended to be hidden from the Commonwealth by making sure your leadership was aware of developments in the case as they arose?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
George P. 2724 said, this lawyer is trying to cause confusion and act like his client has been wronged. If Banfield is innocent, then get him to testify. He is so guilty, and it's obvious why Banfield won't testify. I'm also starting to think he probably won't, right? Nat Chris Bliss said, hi Grizzlies, that's me in the courtroom with the Mozart-like white blouse. The defense is painfully slow. The jurors seem bored. There it is. That's what we want to know. Thank you for your sticker. With such a slow pace. Oh my.
Turning to Ms. Perez Magalhaes' proffer, you all were working as a team in developing the questions for Ms. Perez Magalhaes, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and it was simply determined that Mr. Klingon would be the mouthpiece in the room, nothing more, correct?
correct.
Okay. Ms. Frissler was present, as she sits here at the table today. This is Ms. Frissler, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and Ms. Perez Magalhaes' attorney was present, correct?
correct,
Detectives Goodell and Bryant were present.
correct.
All right, and you were all smushed in a room, is that accurate?
Well, they
good
were
for you.
smushed.
They were
I
smushed,
was
you were
comfortable in
outside.
Ms. Bristler's office.
Okay. Was there room for anyone else in that particular room at the time?
It's a small room, as you know.
Okay, thank you. Her proffer was 2 weeks before her trial, is that correct, Ms.
Yes.
Perez Magalhaes? And that was more than a month after Mr. Banfield had been charged, correct?
Correct. He was charged September 16th. I believe the proffer was October 25th, about 6 weeks.
So the proffer was not the determining factor in whether or not to charge Brendan Banfield with the murder of his wife and of Joe Ryan, correct?
Correct.
What was it about Ms. Perez Magalhaes' proffer that you believed made her to appear truthful?
Well, so we were able to corroborate through digital evidence that she left the gym. She basically said that
I'm sorry, could you put your microphone on? What's your objection?
Objection to, it's outside the scope of what I've asked. It's an open-ended question as to the investigation, and it's
Damaging to your client.
I'll overrule the objection. All right, continue.
Please continue.
So she essentially kind of confirmed the sequence of events that I believed occurred. Part of the way we did that was looking at the digital evidence. There were things along the way, for instance, going to the gun range, we were able to see pictures of that. She talked about leaving the gym, that Brendan told her to leave the gym early to go home so that he wouldn't be in the house while the FetLife or Telegram account were active. And we were able to see that on the geolocation of her device and Brendan's device, and then we could see her log or see a log on the Telegram shortly after that device arrived in the area. The windows was something we hadn't had any idea about once she.
When you say the windows, do you mean the replacement of the windows in the Banfield home?
Right. So she said that there was a time where Brendan had the windows replaced with windows that were like soundproof, and he asked her to go stand in the driveway, or actually he asked her to stand in the bedroom and scream while he stood in the driveway to see if screams would be able to be heard. She said that she did not want to do that, and so he screamed and she went outside. We were then able to track down a receipt and some emails, I believe, about the windows, and ultimately find the company and speak with the salesman who spoke to Brendan. And there was just a lot of there was a lot of things that over the course of the, whatever, I guess, August until February, in the digital evidence that she was able to corroborate for us in that, or that we were able to corroborate her statement after.
All right, thank
Zengen Art says, ooh, getting all kinds of evidence in that the state should have put in originally. I mean, why didn't the state? We're hearing all these cool things. Like you looked at the gym surveillance. I mean, one would think they would, but you looked at the gym surveillance and could prove that Juliana left early and then shortly after that she's on the Telegram account or on the FetLife account? Listen, state. I suppose if Juliana had a trial, we would have seen a lot of that. But she pleaded guilty. But still, why didn't we see any of that? But okay, we're hearing it now. The jury can't unhear this.
you. Just a final question from me. I'm sure counsel will have more. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Lieutenant Giaccio, you were ordered by the court to turn over evidence that should have been turned over months before during the summer, isn't that correct?
No, I gave everything that I had.
The text messages and the emails that you're seeing here were turned over in July when we had a discovery order in November, isn't that true?
Yes, and that's something that we have never turned over in any other case that I'm aware of, so as soon as the court ordered it, we complied.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you talking about?
Fairfax County Police.
Okay, and so the issues relating to the conflict in the case were exculpatory evidence, wasn't that correct?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Sustained. Next question.
Did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over?
Objection is to the form.
Sustained is the form.
Did the emails and the text messages that you have just witnessed, did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over on the discovery order?
An objection, Judge. I think we're still on the legal conclusion. He indicated that it was turned over once he received a court order.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who in your division is in charge of looking to see whether something's exculpatory?
Objection is to relevance.
You go, state. Nice. Look at the state go. Okay. Excellent. Shame. Look at him. This is a good pause. It's okay, sir. You can sit down now. You tried very hard. You tried very hard.
I think the question is, this is in response to her question that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
In terms of the transfers of Brendan Miller, or actually, I think you were involved with the transfer of Kyle Bryant. What was your reasoning behind that?
Well, I gave input, and my input was that I thought he should stay.
And in fact, he was then removed?
Yes, he was ultimately transferred.
Okay. And what was the reason, the October 25th situation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overrule if you can answer it.
I think it was a combination of the withholding the proffer for 5 days and, and just being wrong about with the analysis in this case.
And you're talking about being wrong after the Juliana Perez Magalhaes proffered.
Well, I think that's when he realized it. I think after that, there was nobody on the police department that I'm aware of that doesn't believe the current theory of events.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
Oh, no?
No, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right,
Oh, the way-
let's go ahead and take our.
The way the defense was like, no, not subject to recall. Okay, how far behind are we? Ooh, 12 minutes. Excellent. And they take a 15-minute break, right? I see the time. Local time is 3:49 p.m. They're going to 5:30 today. Can you imagine? This feels like the longest day of all time. Everyone that will say, what's the time in Switzerland, G? 9:49 p.m. We're going to 11:30 my time. Okay, let's see when they're coming back.
Afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case. Thank you. And just a reminder, our next we were going to 5:30, so keep that in mind on your break, okay?
The judge, oof. Yeah, oof. We say oof as well, Judge. Audra P. 5700 said, I'm behind, but defense attorney is not hitting marks he thinks he is. It's all failing very flat in my opinion. Join us live. Somebody type that in chat. Just skip all that, if I were you. Just join us live now. Okay. Judge, please ask, how many more?
Come back at 3:50 then?
Yes,
3:50,
ma'am.
Mr. Carroll?
Excellent. 3:50. It's 1 minute from now. Hey, let's refresh the feed, shall we? Stand by. Okay, they're on a short break for a whole minute still. We defluffed that for somehow. We were even going on quicker speed. Oh my goodness, okay. So, seeing as we only have 1 minute, they said 3:50, right? 3:50, okay. 1:50 here, it says Nave Delamore. Yeah, no. Susie Allen says, Gizzle, I hope you sleep late. Well, I have a choice. I think I'll be in a freaking coma after this. I'll be so exhausted. I'm going to need a Red Bull just to wake me up. And I won't be able to fetch it myself. I'm going to need Mr. Grizzly to bring me a Red Bull. Wake up. It's a new day tomorrow. Because, like, damn, this takes a toll, hey? West London says, gee, when do they ask if he's going to testify? I like the way you wrote that. He's going to testify. I would have thought they would have asked that already, but at some point, I mean, it has to be before the defense rests, right? Southern Cali says, every single juror is lighting up a cigarette. Thank you for your sticker. And we're back, everyone.
Jury?
Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
no.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, normal speed. All caught up. Look what you did, Brandon Banfield, making us all go through this. What a jackass. Even though he's presumed innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law. Look at him. He's like, I'm a good boy. This is not my fault. Marilyn Morse, welcome to Grizzly Cub. Thank you so much. Yeah. Saza Sky says, a coma. Of course I will be. I'm going to need a defibrillator to wake me up tomorrow. First a defibrillator and then a Red Bull. My goodness. Not even the cats will be able to wake me up as they stampede over my pillow every morning. Feed us, lady, feed us at 4 or 5 in the morning. I'm not even going to hear a thing. Jessica Jones said, at least we don't have to hear true.
Saly Fayez.
Saly Fayez?
Who's that? Is that a detective? Saly Fayez. Sir, why did you say 3 to 5 witnesses? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? Yeah, I like this guy looking at what he's scribbling. I really like this guy. Excuse me, sir. Please tell us. Look how he looks at him. Look how he looks over his shoulder. And there's someone behind you. He's looking at your notes. Brandy. This guy right here. He's like, he's a lurker.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. Hi.
All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fayez.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you some text messages.
Judge, I would object. The witness has not yet been identified.
Could you just have her?
Sorry. Can you please say your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Saly Fayez, Salyfayez.
And if I ask you any questions that don't come out right or you don't understand, just please tell me and I'll repeat the question.
Absolutely.
Now, you're the head of the victim services for Fairfax County, is that correct?
Correct. For the Fairfax County Police Department.
Okay, and in that role, Do you fall within their command staff, I guess, map?
I do.
Okay, and so can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of your organization and how it fits within the police department?
Sure. So we are a civilian unit within the police department. We fall under the Major Crimes Bureau. So there's 4 divisions in the Major Crimes Bureau. There's the Violent Crimes Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, the Cyber and Forensic Division, which are all sworn staff, and then the Victim Services Division, which is my division.
And so...
Did you challenge Juliana, though? Did you challenge Juliana? Sycamore Sally says, gee, make BB fix his collar. Oh, hell no, he can stay just like that. I think he forgot to take his bib off. Belle Clo, welcome.
And how many people do you have working for you?
17, plus we have interns, but 17 employed.
Okay, and when you, when something like what happened in this case happens, how do you get involved?
So my office is located on the 6th floor, which is where the rest of the violent crime detectives are. So it's not uncommon that something happens and I'm automatically made aware of it, which is what happened that day.
Okay, and so you get a call or you get a text or something like that, and then you roll to wherever you need to be?
No, so the day of the murders, I was already up at headquarters, and so I either received a phone call or a message, I'm not sure, letting me know that Valerie and Juliana were headed to headquarters, and did I have an advocate to sit with them?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did I have a victim advocate that could go sit with them?
Okay, and did you arrange for that?
Correct.
Okay. At that point, is that victim advocate the victim advocate for them for the remainder of the case, or how does your organization work?
Yes, on homicides, the advocate that responds, usually we respond to a scene, but in this instance, we responded to headquarters, so they would keep the case. There's 2 different families, so I assigned one advocate to one family and another advocate later on to Joe Ryan's family.
Okay, and how long have you been doing that?
Doing
Your job?
I've been with the department for 23 years, so I was an advocate for 7 years, and I've been the director for 16.
And so, in terms of your interaction with the police department, what's your interaction on a daily basis if you're not otherwise responding to things?
I'm in command meetings, I'm in supervisor meetings, there's daily dialogue about cases. I'm obviously making sure that my unit is squared away and going where they need to go. If there's a call out, we have a text thread of who's gonna respond to a call out. It's really just the day-to-day of supervising the division.
And the command staff meetings you're talking about, who's attending those?
The command staff meetings are all majors and above, majors, deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, and I believe captains.
And are you on a level of a deputy chief or a major? Or?
I would be considered the professional equivalent of a major.
Okay.
So I answer to a deputy chief.
And who during this time frame would you answer to?
To Deputy Chief Busch at the time.
Okay.
Well, at the time of the murder, it would have been Deputy Chief Reef, Jeff Reef.
Okay. And I think timing-wise, Deputy Chief Busch came in just after this incident, or he was actually a captain?
He was the captain
Okay.
during the incident, yes.
So you had interaction with him when he
The day
wasn't
of.
the deputy chief?
When he was the captain, yes.
Okay. And then when he was deputy chief, you answered to him?
Correct.
Okay. And so the command staff meetings, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those are without any specifics?
It's just to ensure that the command team of the Fairfax County Police Department know what is going on within each of the subdivisions. It's really just a conversation of what's happening within the department of all of the rank and file.
Okay. I'm going to show you some text messages and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
This is marked as Defense Exhibit 92.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of that?
From looking at it, but no.
Okay, no, nothing on the page stands out for you?
No, I mean, I see that was from 2024, but otherwise, no.
Okay. Is it common to have jail call recordings in your communications with Deputy Chief Busch, and who would be the other person? Was that Lieutenant Giaccio?
I only see myself and Deputy Chief Busch on here.
Okay. Would that be a common occurrence, the jail calls from a case?
Yes. I mean, it's not that it's every day, but if you're asking, is that okay that a text message included a jail call? Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm sure it's okay. I just was curious if that's just something that would be naturally flowing from your position and his position.
Yes.
Alexis North, thank you for spoiling me and the mods with coffees. Okay. And is that something that are you ever involved in listening to jail calls, or just when it's sent to you in this kind of format?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay, and in this case, have you done any listening of jail calls?
No.
Other than this?
No.
Okay, and so, it appears there's a conversation. Ninth defense witness. Conversation going on. What's the nature of that conversation?
There's several conversations going on. Which one are you referring to?
Actually, let me just, if I can just pause for 1 second. Your Honor, I move this in as defense exhibit number 92.
Any objection?
Judge, I think the witness testified that she doesn't recognize it.
All right, you want to lay a foundation?
In terms of your communications with Deputy Chief Busch, would text messages be a common way that you would communicate?
Absolutely. I think that's the common way to communicate with most people.
And so, other than personal communications, would text messages, including jail calls or other discussions about perhaps defendants, would that be something that you would talk about?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, is that what that looks like?
Without knowing what that call was, no.
Okay.
I wouldn't know.
What about the next statements regarding that?
Again, unfortunately, since it was 2024, there's not a lot of context of what this is for me to know.
And so you're based upon what you know right there, you're saying you're not certain that this was a communication that you had made?
Well, I obviously made it because my name is in there, but I really don't remember that specific text message.
And I think that's
But I'm not
understandable.
saying I did not do it.
That's certainly understandable with text messages. Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 92.
Judge, I wouldn't object to its admission at this point, but obviously the witness's testimony would be limited by her
Well,
recollection.
I understand that, but as far as admissibility, 92 is an evidence. You want to publish?
Now, down the page of this message, I'll point to this. What are you saying there, and does that indicate that somebody else is in that message?
Giaccio, Lieutenant Giaccio.
Okay, does that help you remember any of this?
No.
Would it be common for you, Deputy Chief Busch and Lieutenant Giaccio, be on a three-way text?
Yes, I've been on text messages with deputy chiefs and supervisors in the past.
Okay, and these are the kind of things that you discussed. Okay, I'm back right on time from jail call last week. Arresting him will put him over. He sounds like a big baby. There you go. I love this. Who said that? Oh, this lady, Saly, said it. Saly said he sounds like a big baby. I like her a lot. When you're talking to, she said he's gonna fold.
Well, if I'm reminding Lieutenant Giaccio to ask people to do something, yes.
Okay, and how about talking about things like arresting him will put him over?
Again, I'm sure we have in the past. I just don't know the context of this.
Okay. Ha ha.
The defense brought it in. The defense brought it in. Ha, Brandon, you see that? You see that? Arresting him will put him over. He sounds like a big baby. He's gonna fold. Yes. One last favor. GI, can you remind everyone to do the evaluation for class by scanning the QR code in the folders? Okay, irrelevant. Objection, irrelevant.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit number 94. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of the date in remembering that?
Friday, October 25th,
Yes.
the arrest of Brendan Banfield. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I don't think.
Shame. Unfortunately, this mic's gain, as in with the witnesses mic, ew, it's too high. It's too much. You gotta just be a little further from. It's not her fault, but you know what I mean. Damn, I can't even turning it down doesn't help. It's just the court mic. It just is how it is.
Well, let me just do this, and then we can talk about it. Your Honor,
Sure.
I'd like to enter this as Defense Exhibit 94.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
94.
It appears it's a conversation with Deputy Chief Busch, and it's relating to some message that the chief had written.
Yes.
And do you know what the significance of that is?
I believe after Juliana's proper.
Okay. And you knew that to be October 25th, correct?
I only see it at the top of the text message.
But did you know that to be October 25th?
Not that I would have recalled, no.
Okay.
Okay. Patrick Busch, to both of you, it's like brushing the kitties. Okay, sorry. To both of you, that's a pretty powerful message from the chief of one of the most respected law enforcement agencies in the country. This is an important moment for what is an exhausting process. Nobody but the two of you truly know what this entailed. Saly, wow and thank you. GI, with all you've been through, what a full circle moment.
And in this text message, you're talking about not taking no for an answer, correct?
Correct.
And what's that relating to?
It appears to say not taking no for an answer, so we're all grabbing a drink next week.
Okay, and do you know the context of that?
Probably just saying we're all going to grab a drink next week.
Okay, but not anything with regard to the case?
No, not that I would read from that.
Okay.
Look at him, he's embarrassed now. Dear Darby, I can't believe she called me a baby boy. How dare she?
What has been marked as Defense Exhibit 98. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the text message, no.
Okay. Are you involved in that text message?
By looking at it, I can't say yes or no.
Okay. You don't see. Okay. I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what's been identified as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
No, I don't.
Are you not part of that?
It doesn't appear so, so I would know if I was.
And you don't have any independent memory of it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll withdraw that.
Look at the judge's face. Look how she's looking at the defense attorney. That's how we're all looking at you. Also from behind, sir. Judge looking at your face, we're looking at your back right now.
Defendant's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Is that a text that you were involved with?
Yes.
And just for the sake of identifying people, which color were you on that? Gray or blue?
Gray.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 106.
Judge objected to, that was not identified by whoever the other party is in the email.
That's correct. The other witness said they didn't recall, so I have to sustain an objection to 106.
Why must it be this slow, though? Which color box were you? Blue or gray? Gray. I'm not snarking at the witness. I'm like, defense attorney. Oh, my word, speed it up, sir. It's a very slow way to ask a question.
I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Do you recall that text message? Or can you identify that text message?
Identify it as in,
As a message you sent or as a message you were part of?
my name is up top, so I would say that it was from me.
Okay, do you know who you were communicating with?
Not just by looking at it, no.
Again, look at look at the judge's face. Lena B said, this is not a good look for the defense. Thank you for your sticker. Frankie's mom, 1439, said 20 squats every time someone has to tell him to use the mic. Oh my word, we'll be so super fit if we do that. We'll be like the Hulk, all of us, if we do that.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 107.
Judge, we do object.
The objection.
Again, it calls for hearsay.
Right.
Ms. Fayez is the person who was the recipient. She cannot identify who the communicator was.
And I believe the other witness said it wasn't him, so I have to sustain the objection to 107.
Joe Hoffman said, speed him up, G. I can't. We live. Wish I could. That would be nice. 1.5 speed. Lisa loves dogs. Welcome.
Very well, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, when you're in the command staff meetings, what kind of role do you have in those meetings?
My role really is to make sure that the victims and the survivors are a part of the conversation.
Okay, and so are you giving updates on things, or how do you engage with the command staff, the police command staff?
I think it really just depends. Are you talking about in this instant, or are you just talking about in general?
Generally.
I think it just depends on what the case is about. Sometimes if we have a case where a case went to court, then we would update the command staff on what happened with the verdict. If there's a case where we believe the family needed some awareness when there comes to a public affairs bureau release, we work directly with our public affairs bureau command staff to make sure that families are notified in a dignified way that something's going to be released.
Now, specifically with regard to this case, were you ever involved in the theory of catfishing?
Yes.
Did you suggest catfishing?
I did not suggest catfishing. I suggested that it be proven that it's not catfishing.
And when in time was that in relation to the killing of Christine Banfield?
I think as time went on, it became apparent that that was a possibility. And so are you asking when I started to think it, or?
Well, where did this theory come from? Were you the one who started it?
Did I start the theory? No.
Okay, when did the theory become a discussion topic in context of the time that the...
I think throughout the investigation, depending on what meeting you were in.
How soon after the killing of Christine Banfield did that come up, is what I'm asking.
I think it came up once they were in a hotel and our intel detectives heard her call, ask if she could call her mommy.
I'm sorry,
I think there were things that came out a couple of days after the murder that made people question whether this was a catfish or not.
Okay, so within days after the murder,
Correct.
did you believe that it was a catfish?
I didn't believe that it wasn't one, but it was on the table that it could have been, absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you discussed in command staff meetings?
I think that evidence and investigative avenues were discussed, but the actual word catfish, no,
Okay.
until later.
How,
What does it matter, defense attorney? Because it was a catfish situation. It was Juliana. She took the stand. She testified against him. I believe it. I know it's up to the jury. But it seems pretty obvious now. It makes a lot of sense. And how many detectives did we hear say, oh my word, they've got this evidence and this and this and this and this and things we didn't hear before. But like, yeah, it is what it is, okay? I think by now everybody's accepted it, not? Sure.
so was it discussed in terms of assuming someone's identity, or how would it have been discussed in those meetings before saying catfish?
I think it would have been discussed as, has everything been done to prove one way or the other? Was this a setup or was it not?
And is that something you were bringing to the table, or is this something that?
I think it was a group discussion.
A group discussion? Okay. And so within days, the discussion turned to catfishing? And that's
Not
something-
within days, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My view, within probably a few days, was a question of what really went on.
So in your mind, within a few days, catfishing was a possibility?
A possibility, yes.
And did you communicate that possibility to the people that were in the command staff meetings?
I'm sure we all were having the same conversations because I wasn't the only one that thought that.
I mean, is that something that you would oftentimes talk about in these cases?
Yes, well, I don't think we've had a case like this, but I would have a conversation about the case that's being presented, absolutely.
Okay, well, I guess for purposes of your memory, would there be other times? I mean, if this is a pretty big case, and if you had suggested catfishing, that would be memorable.
I think you're confused as far as what I did. Whether I thought it was or not, it's not that I suggested it. There were meetings where plenty of people above me that believed the same thing. It wasn't just a Saly catfish, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get an idea of when you started talking about it as catfish. And I think you'd said you thought about it within a few days, but when did it become a viable theory to talk about in the command staff meetings?
I think you're confusing command staff meetings. What meetings are you referring to?
The ones that you just described where you're with command staff.
Those are different meetings than just a normal meeting talking about cases in the
that's what
Major
I'm
Crimes
asking.
Bureau.
We'll talk about the normal meetings. In the command staff meetings, when was it that you started talking about catfishing?
Well, it was never discussed in an actual command staff meeting because that's the entire command staff, so it wasn't discussed then.
Okay. Were there breakouts?
Move that. I'm
Were
sorry.
Were there breakout meetings of the people that were involved? I'm just trying to understand where we're going.
And I'm trying to understand where you're going. I'm sorry, I really don't know what you're asking me.
So the only meetings that we've talked about at this point were command staff meetings that you said that you're involved with as one of the command staff personnel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm trying to get to is, when was it that catfishing was a theory amongst the meetings that you were attending, whether they're command staff or other meetings, whatever meetings you're attending?
Again, I think they're ongoing. There's meetings on that floor between the supervisors and the commanders on that floor. That's a different meeting than a command staff meeting.
It's not so important in my question as to what kind of a meeting it is. What my question's really directed to is, when did you start adopting that and talking about this in meetings?
I don't have an actual date for you.
When was it in comparison?
He's like, who started the rumor about this catfish? Who introduced that idea? Because they ran with it, didn't they? Phew. And then there was evidence.
Listen to the returns on DNA, digital forensics, fingerprints, anything like that?
I think what happened is every single time some piece of evidence came forward that made you question what really happened, then that theory would come back up.
Okay, and do you know the time frame on that?
No, I don't.
Would it be a year?
Again, I think when you have an investigation like this, there's constantly meetings, there's constant conversations about it. So there were times where, hey, could it have been this? Are you looking at this? Versus talking about some other angle.
Okay, would it have been a month after the incident?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. And if you could move the microphone a little closer to you.
Not that Mickey says, I would love to understand his point. WTAF. He's trying, I think he's trying to continuously imply, number one, that the police were corrupt. Number two, that they all got onto this catfishing theory, fed it to Juliana to then say on the stand to get that plea deal. Like, I don't think this defense attorney believes in this catfishing theory because I think he doesn't understand it based on how he described it earlier, which I think was in opening statements, right? We were all like, what? No, that's not what catfishing is, sir. That's not what it is. Anyway, so I think he's trying to imply that at some point they got tunnel vision, thinking, ooh, it's catfishing, that's what it is. But like, man, it all makes sense. And I'm too tired to go down those rabbit holes again and bring out all the bullet points of why it makes total sense. One, I would say, is if Christine set up the account, why would she only use the account when she's at home with them? Why, when Juliana and Brendan Banfield are traveling around during their affair, those are the times the account is not being used? Why would the person that was lured to the home from FetLife suddenly stab someone to death? Why? That makes no sense either. And then there's Juliana's story of walking into the room, Brendan announcing he's a police officer, and then Christine saying, Brendan, he has a gun. Oh, sorry, he has a knife, and then Brendan shooting him. Okay, so then who stabbed Christine? If you shot him immediately, huh? You know what I mean? So like, sir, defense attorney, I'm going to put him on the stand and ask him to explain catfishing.
So you don't remember when you would have talked about catfishing in a meeting?
The actual word catfish, no, I wouldn't remember that. I can remember when questions would come up about what happened that day.
Okay,
Yes.
and maybe it's my terminology that's a problem. When was it in meetings
Perhaps.
when you talked about the theory of what happened that day in the meetings?
It wasn't necessarily me starting those meetings saying that. It would be a meeting for an update on the case or what was going on with the case. And so everybody was having that kind of conversation. It was kind of a give and take.
Okay.
Which is normal in these kind of situations.
Sure. I'm just.
Yes, it is. I don't know how to say your name. SVA Billy said, I'm ready to eat some catfish now. Me too. Could I please? Hi, sorry, we'd like to order some, how many orders, Grizzlies, of catfish?
Trying to understand. And so catfishing wasn't a comment, or wasn't a name that it was given, but there were issues regarding the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and I understand you're saying it evolves into something. When was it that catfishing was brought up as the?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next
You
question.
don't know?
Next question.
Okay. On the day of the incident, were you involved with Brendan and Christine's daughter being brought to the safe spot?
Careful now.
What do you mean?
To be, it was in a place where an interview took place?
No.
Okay. Were you involved with any sort of discussion about trying to detain my client?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Were you involved on the day of the killing? Were you involved with anyone trying to detain my client at that point?
No,
Were you involved, were you at the headquarters during the?
I was, yes.
And were you in the presence of Juliana or Valerie?
Juliana and Valerie were in one of our waiting areas where we have a victim waiting room with the advocate, not me.
Okay. And did you have any say in any sort of interviews of Juliana or the child?
No.
While they were waiting there? Did those occur?
Not that I remember, but I wasn't there for that.
Okay. Was there any concern from you and the people that you work with about my client being released at that
Judge,
time?
objection calls for speculation. She can speak as to what was in her mind, but asking about others.
Rephrase the question.
What, if anything, were you worried about with my client being released that day?
Valerie safety.
And did you do anything to further that worry that you just told for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I had received a call from Captain Busch and Lieutenant Weeks, who was the homicide supervisor, and they were on scene, and the concern was
Okay.
that he
Your
would
Honor,
not.
that's not responsive to my question, but,
You asked her what she did.
and she talked about a phone call.
Okay, all right.
What did you do?
I ended up getting a hotel for everybody, so they would all be in one hotel together.
Okay. And including my client?
Correct,
Okay.
and Juliana.
And at any point in that process, did you discuss detaining my client?
No, I have no authority to ask anyone to detain.
I understand, but you have the ability to discuss.
Objection argumentative.
Do you have the ability to discuss that with the police?
No,
So in terms of where you're concerned, you can't communicate to the police your concerns?
I absolutely can.
Okay. And in this case, did you?
I don't understand the question.
Did you discuss your concerns with the police on the day of the incident
But what concerns are you talking about?
about my client being left out?
Again, I don't understand the question. I want to answer it, I just don't understand it.
Okay. And that's the case with some of my questions. So let me see if I can get it straight.
Why'd you leave my client out when you're a victim's advocate? He was a victim too. He's only a tiny baby boy, okay? You were not nice to him, lady. Okay, not that Mickey said, you know what infuriates me is all this BS could have taken a day max. He's delaying on purpose. The judge has other important cases too. I know, right? It feels intentional at this point. This is not necessary to delay it this much. My goodness. Thank you for your sticker.
The question of my client being detained or being released, was that a worry for you?
At the time, your client wasn't even in headquarters.
So you didn't have anything to judge that by?
No,
Okay. Did there come a time where you were concerned and you wanted him to be detained?
no.
So there's no communications between you and the police about that?
If I can go back to my conversation with Captain Bruce and Lieutenant Weeks, was where I was going with that.
Well, let's just stay with what we're doing right now. I'm talking about your concern about my client being detained, and I think you've answered that you had no concern at that time, correct?
No, it just wasn't an issue at the time.
Okay, when did it become an issue for you?
It never became an issue.
Okay, so it never really came up in terms of trying to detain him?
No, not
Okay.
that day, no.
Okay,
If that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that day.
Okay, no.
Now, do you know how long it was before he was reunited with his daughter Valerie that day?
I don't know. I know when I went to get everybody a hotel and they were together then.
Okay, and how long after the incident was that?
I wouldn't know the time.
Was it the same day?
It was the same day.
Okay. And were you, so you arranged the hotel so the family could stay outside of the home?
Correct.
And is that normal for your position when there's a crime scene, an active crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And did, is it normal for there to be surveillance going on in a hotel like that?
I can't answer that. That's not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you didn't have anything to do with
No.
having surveillance?
No.
Okay.
Why would she? Defense, what are you doing?
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
No. Judge, say no, like you did yesterday. No. He's like, but she wasn't nice to me. That lady wasn't nice to me. I was also a victim on that day, okay? I'm just a tiny baby boy.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just briefly, can you explain what it was that raised the question of Christine Banfield having been set up?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Sure. What was it? So Mr. Carroll went through with you repeatedly about when did catfishing become a topic of conversation. My question was when you were asked, but we're not able to finish answering. What was it that happened that raised in your mind the question of Christine having been set up?
At the hotel? So from my understanding, we had an intel detective in the lobby of the hotel that we had everybody in, and she had asked Juliana, can I call you mommy now?
When you say she, who are we
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Valerie. Said, can I-
Valerie, Christine's daughter?
Yes, said, can I call you mommy now? Juliana, again, I don't remember her answer. She said yes. And then she said, are you going to marry my daddy? And Juliana said, I wish.
Okay. Thank you. I don't
Sure.
have any other questions, Judge.
All right, redirect. Or is this witness subject to recall? All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you. Your next witness?
Shame.
Detective Miller again?
Yes.
All right.
Oh,
Detective Miller?
stop it, stop it, stop it. You got some nerve, defense attorney. Detective Miller again? Stop it. Guys, are we stuck in like some sort of Groundhog Day time warp? What is going on here? You gonna put Detective Miller on again? For the third time. Because he had him on, then the PI, that didn't work out, put him back on. So for the third time. Breathe, everybody. Are you ready? Let me look. I think I want to start giggling because it's getting ridiculous. Oh my. 4:30 local time. They've got 1 hour left for today. Stefan's like, again? I don't want to press play again. Again? Stop it.
He's already under oath.
He'll be like, ha, we found out why you got transferred, sir. Yes, and we all knew. We knew that it's because he said Christine was on the phone. Christine was on the laptop. Instead of writing, Christine's device was being used. We know his error. You do not have to rub it in anymore. No more salt in wound. Okay? There's no sound right now. Shame, Detective Miller. Sorry about that. Don't know what this.
Detective Miller.
There you go. He's like, Did you see? Bear with me, Detective Miller. The guy's looking at the jury. Like, guys.
So you had an opportunity to listen to some of the witnesses today, specifically Lieutenant Giaccio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he indicated that he reviewed the digital forensics in this case, correct?
I believe he said not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, in his testimony, what did you hear him say?
That he reviewed things with me.
Okay. And the things that he reviewed, do you have any idea what those were?
Off the top of my head, no, there was a large amount of data in this case.
Okay. And in fact, you extracted nearly 60 devices, correct?
It was a large number of devices, yes.
You don't remember whether it was 60 or not?
It was in that neighborhood.
Okay. And so whatever data that you had extracted that you chose to share with him, would that have been the raw data that you extracted?
I believe everything provided was in report form.
Okay. So he didn't get into the level of detail that you get into in your analysis?
I would not imagine so. I don't recall raw data specifically.
Well, let me ask you this. You heard him testify. Did he ever sit down with you and ask you to go through your work?
Judge, at this point in time, I would object. I believe counsel is trying to impeach his own witness, Detective Giaccio, with this witness.
I'm not sure, but I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay.
We'll see where we go.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Did you ever sit down with Detective Giaccio and explain your work that resulted in the executive summary?
I don't recall if I did it in its entirety.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the times that you did it? What were you telling him and showing him, and how he arrived at conclusions?
Well, again, it's a summary, and I believe at the top of it, it qualifies that it's not every artifact involved in this case.
Okay.
So there would be times we would go over aspects that there were questions about.
Okay. And did you ever agree with the things that he was saying about it?
Your Honor, objection. It's vague.
All right, you want to rephrase it?
Yes. Did you ever agree with his conclusions relating to your work?
Objection again, Judge, still vague. There were so many conclusions we've heard testified to.
Give more
Okay.
specifics.
Say, for example, on January 9th of 2023, the analysis of the opening of the email account. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you go into your conclusions and how you arrived there with him in any of those meetings?
Yes, I went through the devices that were involved based on the data extractions and the warrant returns, et cetera.
Okay. And I know you did, because you made the decisions, but I'm asking, did you go through that with Lieutenant Giaccio on that specific day?
I believe that was one of the items we went over.
Okay. And was that something that he agreed with you on?
There was heavy discussion about being able to attribute activity to a particular person. And I believe I stated that in this field, barring external corroboration, it is difficult to attribute activity to a person. But given that devices were known to travel with somebody, it's logical to look for aspects where dominion and control may have been lost.
Okay. And in discussing that with him, did you find that at that time?
Objection as to form, Judge, find what?
That the devices, I'm sorry,
Okay, that's fine.
did you find what you just described, that the devices were separate from the person during the January 9th?
Again, without external corroboration, I can't determine the actual person behind the device.
Okay, I understand that. But your findings were that there's no evidence.
Objection asked and answered. He just indicated that he could not find.
Objection, next question.
In terms of that specific day, did Lieutenant Giaccio end up agreeing with your conclusions?
I would say that there was disagreement over the way I had phrased the document.
The way you phrased it? Okay.
Exactly.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Phrased it.
And so not relating to your analysis of the data? Am I to understand that?
Can you clarify your question? I'm a little confused.
I'm just following up on your previous answer, and I'm trying to clarify the meeting between you and Lieutenant Giaccio relating to the January 9th, 2003 artifacts.
Judge, that's not a question. Objection.
You phrase it as a question.
Yes. Just what I said. Did he agree with you as to those artifacts on that day?
An objection asked and answered. The witness testified that there was a disagreement over the way the document phrased.
Objection, if you can answer it, that's fine.
I would have the same answer. There were disagreements over the way that I had written that document.
Okay, so on that particular portion of that document, there were disagreements. And my question, I think, that started this all was that relating to the data that you extracted and interpreted, or the characterization of it?
Again, I would say the disagreement was over what was on the paper.
Oh my. Sonia Blanco said, did they show that Christine and Joseph had more than one communication? By that, I'm sure you mean Christine's device, because the state alleges Christine had no idea. And the evidence seems to show that, even though they can't prove who exactly was doing it, they just had a whole bunch of evidence throughout the last 6 days, right? So I'm not going to go over that again, but there was 1 month worth of communication. And in the 1 month of communication, showing that, for example, when Brendan and Juliana went to New York or when traveling together, oh, suddenly then the account's not being used. And then when they're back, then the account's back in use. But only with Christine's device and only when she was home. Because, you know, baby boy who's on trial here thought he's really, really smart. Like, so super smart. And one could say, nice try. Smart plan. Sort of. But you messed up. Okay. Thank goodness.
And so when, in terms of that specific section, was there agreement at any point between the two of you?
There were a lot of things on that document, even on that day, as far as what the devices were doing, I think we were all in agreement the devices were doing what the devices were doing.
Right. But he wasn't in agreement with your conclusions.
Judge asked and answered.
Literally 5 million times asked and answered. We have been over this to the point we're wondering, are we stuck here? Are we going to watch this forever? LT020 UK said, thank you for no ads. I've stepped away from this trial out of pure boredom and just tuned in to find this guy still being questioned. I mean, there were a couple of witnesses in between, right? There were a few. There was actually Beckner. Wait. When was Miller on the stand? There we go. Casanova, Smith, Nielssen, Busch, Giaccio, Saly, Fayez, all of those were in between. But yes, here we are again. Here we are again. Thank you for your sticker.
Question, please.
I appreciate it, Judge. I'm not sure that it was.
Ask and answers.
Okay.
Does the defense attorney understand that it was just the word device missing? Does he understand that or not? I don't know. At this point, I wonder.
So let's move on to another day that was a crucial day in this catfishing, January 23rd.
Objection to counsel's testifying.
Okay. How about January 23rd? Did you do an analysis of the devices on that day?
I am trying to recall the specific devices done on that day. Again, there were a lot of devices processed on a large number of days.
Do you have your reports with you?
I believe they're...
Is it all right, Judge, if he can retrieve that?
I think it's on the front. They're on the front.
Why? Yeah, Carrie's like, he absolutely understands it, but doesn't want the jury to. And I think days ago, the jury does. Stefan says he does not. I think we should question the defense attorney on catfishing, devices, Celebrite, digital forensics. Helena B said, I feel like the attorney's searching for a gotcha moment and he's just not getting it. Defense looks so desperate. Yeah, this is not a good look. Thank you, Lena.
I'm sorry, was the question a device that I processed on that date?
Yes.
January 2023 would
No,
have
I'm
been prior
sorry.
to the
It would have
homicide.
been the artifacts relating to that date.
Do you know which device in particular? I mean, there are a lot of devices.
So I guess as a guide, I was trying to break it down as to specific days, but we can use your executive summary if you'd like to, and then go through it that way. Do you have that
Whatever.
available to you?
Or we could not.
Yes, I have it here.
Just stop
Okay.
it. 45 minutes left of court today. Shay. Yes, sir. He's gonna make you do this for the rest of the day, okay?
Court's indulgence for 1 moment.
I'm on mute. Court. Okay, so Purple Color said, I don't understand why the judge doesn't stop this, because then there could be issues for appeal, right? Judges got to be very, very, very patient as well. Stefan said, the ones and zeros. Carol?
Do you have that handy, Mr. Detective Miller?
I have one in front of me, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you this. In terms of all the devices in this investigation, did you image all of those?
I extracted data from all the devices, yes.
Okay, and is that essentially imaging, or am I using the wrong term?
Imaging would imply a, depending on the circumstance, a bit for bit copy.
Okay, and in your extraction, did you extract all of the devices in what you deem a forensically sound manner, consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes.
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
Yes.
Listening to the testimony before, Lieutenant Giaccio testified that he received data extractions from you. Is that correct?
I don't recall his exact phrasing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you last.
I don't recall the exact phrasing of his answer.
Okay. Did you ever give him data extractions that came from you?
Data was provided. I know portable cases and Cellbrite reader reports. A lot of data was provided to a lot of people in this case.
Okay, specifically based on what Detective or Lieutenant Giaccio said. Do you remember what you had given him?
Not specifically.
And I think in the previous testimony, you had testified that you'd given your data extractions to the lead homicide detective, correct?
Yes.
And is that just part of the routine of making sure he has a full case?
Yes, it's important to pass the data on.
And did you provide data to Lieutenant Giaccio and the detectives in the form of a magnet portable case?
Yes.
And or Cellbrite reader formats?
Yes.
Okay. Did those productions contain the same data you extracted from the respective devices and reviewed during your analysis on this case?
I believe so.
So I'm going to try to show you something here. Sir, do you see something on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Are those examples of the data that you provided to Lieutenant Giaccio?
There's screen captures and what appear to be a Word document that appear to have come from those, yes.
Okay. And
Judge, I apologize, it's probably just me, but is there any way we can zoom? I can't read a single word on the page.
Can you zoom that a little?
let me see if I can do that.
There you go.
Much better, thank
A little
you.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sir, what is this?
This appears to be a screen capture from a portable case in a Word document.
Okay, are these the things that you provided to the lead detective and Lieutenant Giaccio?
These screen captures?
Or what these screen captures contain?
All portable cases and reports generated in this case were provided to Detective Bryant and others.
Okay. And
We're still doing this, huh? We're still doing this, huh? I was hoping I could let's go stretch a little bit. Let's chase down a kitty, if we could. Willow was also outside the door. Fury's lying on the couch. And Willow just, every time I open my office door, she wants to show me where the bowls are. Every single time. Just like, oh, okay, let me go show you where you can feed me some more. And I'm like, oh. Anyway, so I managed to get Pepper to come say hi to all of you. And we're still here? Really? Okay.
do you know, were these same items provided in discovery? I'm just scrolling down.
I believe they were.
What is going on with his shirt and tie right now?
Down so you see
Dude,
all of those items?
thank you, the ninny fee, and we can't see anything here. Thank you so much for your sticker. Yeah, Feedmeister said, I didn't realize there were so many ways to ask one question. It's quite something, hey?
These are all the devices that you went through?
I don't believe it's all of them, but these are devices I went through, yes.
Okay, and are those devices that you provided to Detective Bryant and, I guess, based on his testimony, Lieutenant Giaccio?
Yes, these were provided to Detective Bryant.
Okay, but were these the things that you gave to Lieutenant Giaccio?
I believe he had access to all of them.
Okay, so you didn't actually give them to him, he just had access as supervisor?
I don't recall what I provided him directly.
Okay. Okay, so he had access, you don't know if you provided it?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained.
You're on a course indulgence for a moment?
The judge is like, okay, how about no?
Do you have the portable cases for these with you?
I do not.
Where do they reside now?
Right now, I believe they're on hard drives back at headquarters.
Okay. And would you have access to those in order to move them into evidence?
Right now, no.
Or in the future?
I have access.
Objection. I'm not sure.
Everyone approach.
Thank you.
Yeah, Judge. The judge is like, can you approach? Like, what the F are you doing? Purple colors, thank you so much for your $4.99 sticker. Really appreciate it. Yes, Brendan Banfield, it's not going well. How do you think? How do you think this is going, huh? Your collar also looks like crap. You need to adjust your tie. Your comb over needs some fixing. The judge is like, you want to move more things into evidence? You want to go and get all the hard drives or what? Look at the judge. Judge's face. She's like, unbelievable. I can't believe you would do that to us. There's a snowstorm coming. Sorry, I'm just I'm just pretending I know what they're saying. The judge is like, what are you thinking? We said there's a snowstorm coming. We're supposed to be on verdict watch already. But Judge, I want to move things into evidence. I say that this could be like, we've got until February 6th, am I right? Brendan is like, oh man, rethinking everything. Dumbass. Who is innocent, presumed innocent, unless proven guilty in a court of law. Do you think that he's been proven guilty by his defense? By the state? Who proved his guilt more? He's thinking hard about that too. Zenjen Art said the sidebars are on the record, so she's still having to hold back, but her face says it all. I know, it's like, what are you doing? What is this? We'd like to move some more things into evidence. 60 devices, right? Extractions. I mean, he did get transferred, okay. But can he access those USBs? Hard drives? Extractions. We'd like to go over those ones and zeros. Okay, sir, do you see the page before you? Now on the first line, does it start with a 1? 3 zeros. 1 1. 2 zeros. Okay, and then we'll go like that for 8 hours. This one, read his notes. Judge, tell us, please. What is it? Look at the judge, like, oh my word.
Sorry.
Damn, whatever the next trial is going to be, it's going that we'll watch together. The 26th one is going to be riveting, hey, compared to this. Can we go back to Brian Walsh's trial? That was interesting. I'm just joking, of course. We want to see justice for the victims. In every case, we want to see justice for Christine Banfield and Joseph Ryan. This defense case is testing everybody's patience, right? Lana says, any reason he had 60 devices? I would guess there's Brendan, Juliana, Joseph Ryan, Christine Banfield. It's 4 people already. Okay, I'm just trying to think it out. I'm trying to think it through, because then there's laptops. Okay, so 4 people. And if each one, let me do my own math. I'll be back. I don't know why 60. There's a lot of devices. I'm like, maybe if each one had like a phone or 2 or 3, maybe like an old phone, laptops, all sorts of things. 15 devices per person. How many people were they looking at? All the people they were communicating with? I don't know. Oh my word, what are we doing now? Now we're frozen in time.
Or maybe you can identify it as it is, I'm not sure.
This appears to be a screen capture of messages from one of the reports.
Okay, and are you familiar with the data that went into this screen capture?
Is in the data extracted from the device? Yes.
Okay, and what, if anything, do you see in this series of communications?
I see an item number titled Christine phone, and then I see messages below that.
Okay, and this is what data? Sorry. What day is identified in this?
January 9th,
Okay.
2023.
And is that one of the important days in this case?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of January 9th?
What is it, Grizzlies? What's the significance of January 9th? You know it, right? We've heard it about 1,000 times. It's the day the FetLife account was created, January 9th of 2023. And for over a month, they spoke to Joseph Ryan and others. Okay. And the crime happened February 24th of 2023. Dale Easel said Joe's devices too. Yeah, in my little calculation, Joe was included. It's just, 60 devices is a lot.
That was the day the Gmail account was created.
Okay, and do you, what can you conclude by looking at this screenshot?
The messages were sent using this device.
And can you identify who the other device is?
I see a phone number.
Do you know that from your analysis of this case?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know who was on WhatsApp of the people that were using devices in this case?
Multiple people were using WhatsApp.
Do you know who? Other than Christine, who else communicated with WhatsApp with her?
Juliana.
Okay, in this situation, do you have any conclusions as to who Christine is communicating with?
Objection asked and answered. He indicated he doesn't remember the phone number.
Overruled.
In context, it would appear to be Juliana.
Okay.
Just for the record, I believe you had marked that prior to as defendant's 86.
86, okay, thank you, Aaron. Aaron, do you see anything on the screen?
No.
Detective Miller's face.
If you'd like your expert help.
So anyways, the sniffing is in fact the attorney. Yes, indeed. Sniffing out more BS to sell. And Stout said the defense attorney is trying to run up his legal fees. I mean, at this point, it's very, very possible.
Sir, do you see something on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the communication that you see there?
It appears to be Facebook messages.
And what, have you seen these in your own independent investigation?
I would imagine at some point in the last almost 3 years.
Okay. And when you were looking at these, specifically these, what, actually, let me have you look at, what is that?
It looks like a screen capture of details and artifact information.
And how would you extract an artifact like that?
A single artifact?
This particular artifact?
Well, the device would have had data extracted from it, and then that would have been put into a tool.
And this particular artifact, what can you gain from that?
Just what's on the page right now.
That, so can you go through that?
Objection. Who's asking for the witness to testify to the document if he wishes to admit it? That would be the first step.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this
Do you have a number for me?
as, I do have a number.
The 109, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
109?
Any objection to 109?
Yes, Judge, relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow 109 in evidence.
And Judge, if I may, it's a document from 2021, and we don't know who it's purported to be between.
All right, overruled the objection, 109 in evidence.
Thank you.
Oh, now, okay, no. So what number is this one then? I just want to make sure I get the record clear.
Yeah, why don't we do this, if we can, Judge? Can we make this one 109?
Okay.
And the other one
10?
110?
All right, so 110, subtraction, this is 109, any objection to 109?
Same objection.
All right, overruled, 109 in evidence, okay. I think we're on the same page now.
Sir, do you see the connection between the communications here and the extractions? And I can go to the next page.
Again, these are screen captures from what I would assume would be a portable case, but I don't have the whole thing here.
Okay. And that's 110?
110.
And what do you see there?
The details of artifact information.
Now, when you, do you see the, what appears to be a conversation going on?
Would this be 111 then?
111.
Okay.
Yes, I see messages.
And in terms of the messages, what's the, are any of the devices that you had extracted present on these communications?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Are any of the devices that you extracted data from present on these communications?
I see an item number and a label.
And are you talking about?
His face is shame. Even Brendan Banfield's face is like, guys. I mean, we're going to start relating to him in a way of like, I know, right? Uh-huh, that's scary, that's scary.
The yellow or the blue?
The blue, where it says local user.
Okay, and the label on that?
It has an item number and says Christine phone.
Now, did you hear testimony regarding Windows today or even days before?
I recall Windows being mentioned.
Okay, and in this communication, in your expert opinion, can you conclude a date as to the communication?
Judge, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to the contents of the
Do you
document.
wish to have this in evidence?
Yes.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object. It's hearsay. We do not have the speaker testifying.
I'm still here with you. I'm just quickly going to update my thumbnail for tomorrow because I said closing arguments, and I don't think that's going to happen either. So be right back. I'm here. I'm just taking myself off camera, and I'm looking over there to fix my damn thumbnail.
111, Your Honor. This would be for, as an extraction that he's identified.
I understand, but there's still hearsay is what the objection is.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that this is an extraction through digital forensics, through sound principles, which he's testified to.
Right, I understand that, but inside that, there is hearsay. So I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay. Sir, do you see what is described as a discussion about windows?
I do.
And when does that take place?
Judge, same objection.
He hasn't moved it in yet.
Correct.
I'll allow that question.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Again, Judge, the objection is to the witness testifying as to the contents of the document.
I understand, I'll allow that question.
What date is the, oh, it just went out. I think I have a power issue.
Can you use another computer?
Bill Gates saves the day. Really a power issue? Oh my word, fantastic. Technical problems? Never been so excited for that before. Oh yes. No, stop it. PI, stop trying to help out. Damn it, bro. Bill Gates, you need to step it up today. Do not let that laptop start. Please. No? None of that? Object. Stefan says 2/3 of the audience in the courtroom already left. I don't blame them at all.
The question was, before we lost power, the date that these communications were taking place.
And Judge, to clarify the objection, he's asking for information contained within the document, which is hearsay. If he's asking about the date they're extracted,
Allow
yes.
the date. Your objection is overruled.
Okay, thank you.
6/28/2022.
Would this be 113 then?
113.
Okay.
Sir, based upon your extractions, based upon the information that you looked at from Christine's phone, do you recall this?
I don't recall doing a dive specifically into Windows.
Into the specific topic of Windows?
Windows came up much later in the investigation.
Okay. And so when the Windows came up was during the initial recant in October, correct?
Yes,
Was that the first time you'd heard about Windows?
I believe so.
Had you been involved, would you have been in a position to advise whomever was there as to what the content was on her phone?
Possibly.
Okay. Were you ever asked about it?
I think later on, windows came up. I can't recall the exact artifacts that I looked at, though.
And they came up because, well, let me ask you this. Did they come up because they were taken, the orders and things like that were taken off of my client's laptop?
I recall conversations with Detective Bryant about windows that came up later in the investigation.
Okay, and did you do anything to determine whether that was what Juliana Perez Magalhaes had said was true relating to the artifacts that you looked at?
I don't recall specific artifacts that I looked at relating to that.
If you had been involved when she first said that, or been in the room, would that have been an opportunity to inform the questioner?
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think it's clear, inform the objection as to what.
Okay. In the room when the
We have 15 minutes left of court today.
recant on October 25th, if you had been in the room, would you have had the ability to inform any questioner as to what the specifics of the window purchases were?
I don't think at that time I would have been prepared to do that.
If you had heard that for the first time, as many did, would you have been able to track that down?
Judge, I object to the form of the question. What is that?
Would you have been able to track down information relating to the window purchase?
So perhaps Christine and Brendan had decided to redo the windows. And then at some point, when Brendan started banging the au pair, they're like, let's start plotting. And so let's get them soundproof. Let's pay another $10,000 and get these windows soundproof, seeing as the plan's already in motion to get new freaking windows. Don't we know this already?
Yes.
And what would it take in order for you to confirm or deny what she was saying in the recant?
Going through the devices, keyword searches, things like that.
Okay. And in this instance, do you see the writing on the screen?
I do.
I think that would be 113, Your Honor.
Yes, 113.
Is that what was done in this situation?
I don't recall making this screen capture.
Can you look at it and tell whether or not that's a search for windows?
I could assume it is, but since I didn't create the screen capture, I don't know definitively how that came to be.
Sir, can you see the communication with what it says is Christine's phone on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And the communication?
Judge, objection is to form.
I'll sustain the objection as to
Okay.
form.
What does this artifact indicate to you?
And for the record, that's 115.
115.
Okay.
Again, it's a screen capture of artifact information. It says summary windows, which is highlighted in yellow.
And is that indicative of a search for windows?
Again, I didn't create the screen capture, so I can't state how that came to be there.
Well, in terms of the standards that you live up to as an expert in digital forensics, is this something that you would require of yourself if you're doing a screen grab?
Objection is to form is what something he would require of himself.
The item that's on 115.
The artifact information here?
Yes.
When going through artifacts, yes, I would look at a breakdown of the data surrounding it.
And what can you opine about what you see there?
That it's a screen capture with a summary of windows. There's an email address associated with the calendar. Time zone is UTC. It's a calendar event.
And do you recognize the email that's being used?
I do.
Okay. And what email is that?
cbanfieldrn@gmail.com.
Okay. And is that her email, her personal email? as far
Objection,
as you
Judge,
know?
is that whose email?
Is that Christine Banfield's email?
Yes.
My word. Whippet Mama 73 said, Grizzly, thank you for all you do. I'm a lurker, but always here. By the way, I'm also 4'10". Okay, okay. Thank you for your 10-pound sticker. None the wiser says, can we all escape through a window, please? Show us the
Right.
way.
Move.
Don't move
to
anything.
evidence.
Move your own ass at the courtroom. Move Brendan Banfield into prison. Thank you so much.
Defense exhibits 110, 115.
110 is already in evidence.
One-
111 was
110 is admitted, 111 was already offered and
offered
denied.
and sustained. Yes, the objection was sustained. So we're up to, you want 115, which
Yes,
is the
Your Honor.
last artifact.
Yes, 115.
115, no objection. 114, objection. Hearsay.
He only offered 115.
Oh, I thought he said 110 through.
I initially said that.
Okay, so 115 is in evidence. We can go there. All right, now, do you want 112? Are you looking for the other ones as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to 112. I just got to get it on the screen. Can you get 112 on the screen for me? Because I believe that's 109, 110, 111. That's 112.
112.
112.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, I would, may we approach?
Please don't. No. Genesee Gal, welcome to membership. Shame. Look at Brendan Banfield. Even he's regretting this. He's like, what are we doing? What is going on? This is wild. My word. What kind of defense strategy is this? Really just exhaust everybody. Larissa says, Gisela must be tired. Get some rest. Well, how? I'm still alive right now. Oh, but believe you me, when I say bye-bye, definitely gonna do timestamps. It'll be one timestamp. See you tomorrow. Skip this day. Okay, sorry. Tori, I will put timestamps there. I'll be doing the timestamps. I always have work to do after I say goodbye to you guys. Then, whenever I'm done with my work, I'm gonna pass out. And yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, I think, because the judge said that they'll be back tomorrow. The judge is even accommodating them on a Friday, even though normally she attends to motions on a Friday. Thanks a lot, defense.
So sustain 112 as hearsay. Okay.
Is he writing you're fired? You are fired. Look, he wrote it there with like, ta-da, you're done. Madam Mayhem, welcome. Oh, we're there yet. Oh my word, we've only got 5 minutes left of court today. Hurry up, defense. What you got? There's a grizzly in the courtroom here. And she told us the jury looks bored.
Sir, do you recognize the data from this particular slide, slide 1?
For the record, we'll mark that as 116.
116.
It appears to be a screenshot of the CPRN920gmail.com.
And what's the date?
January 9th, 2023.
Yes. Now, what are the 3 entries there, as best you can tell?
They just appear to be potentially emails with subject lines. One of them is blank.
And the other?
One says pics, the other says pics 2.
And is this the email account that's alleged to have been created by someone other than Christine Banfield?
Yes.
Based upon your investigation? And what is this that you see here?
Screen capture of what appear to be logins with IP addresses and dates.
Okay. And do you, specifically January 9th, do you see that login?
I do.
And what does that indicate to you, and what device does that indicate is logging in?
We already know it's Christine's phone.
Looks like a Samsung SMG 991U with Android 13.
And do you know whose device has that identifying characteristic?
If memory serves, 2 devices have that pedigree.
Have SMG991U?
If memory serves, Mr. Banfield's IRS phone also has that same, it's the same model number.
Yeah, exactly. Grizzly Cubby, thank you, whoa, for your 70 Canadian dollar sticker. You said, you're still alive? I had time to go to the dog park for an hour and a half. Good job, G. Thank you so much. I don't even know how we're all still hanging in here. Some people have dropped right off. They're like, I'm out of here. But damn, to the 5,450 of you that stayed here, well done. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you stayed here with me too. Don't leave me here alone.
That was 117.
117.
And now this is 118?
118.
Okay. This would be
Sorry, Judge.
119 now?
Yes.
Oh, you went back to 118.
I went back to 118.
Okay,
I think I hit 119.
All right, that's fine. 118.
Detective Miller, what do you see here in this slide?
Again, screen capture with IP addresses with what appears to be login information.
And is there anything you can get from that login information?
The user agent is on the right.
And how is that being logged in?
With a Windows device.
Can you tell whether that's a phone or a laptop based upon what you see there?
From what I see there, it would be a laptop or a computer running Windows.
Okay. look at 119. Oops.
Mr. Carroll, it's
Can you
half past,
identify
okay?
what that is?
It's half past. The judge said till 5:30. So what are you doing?
I'm sorry, Judge, I can't even begin.
I'm sorry, Judge. I can't even begin. I know. Same. By the way, sorry, you mean you can't see it? Oh, yeah. We can't even begin to understand what is going on here.
I'll give that.
There you go.
We'll just look down the center column. Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does it show? What does it indicate to you?
Again, it appears to be a screen capture with emails and artifacts.
And is there anything there that can identify what device was being used?
Not that I'm picking up from the screen capture immediately.
And is it any information that you can look at that can identify what device is being used?
Judge, I think asked and answered.
Literally a million times.
Or
You're
what,
fired.
Sorry.
How
What email is being used?
I see the email address of cbrn920@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do these appear to be to you?
Email records.
Communications? And who are they from?
Oh, no, stop it. I have to keep myself awake by making new thumbnails for today and tomorrow.
I see a lot of FetLife,
Okay.
and then,
Damn.
oh, we moved.
Oh, sorry. Were you still looking at that? I was just trying to give you something else to look at.
Nope, that's
Why?
fine. We can,
Just
I
stop
Scroll
it.
down.
if you would like to. Yes, I see FetLife.
And FetLife.
Yes, FetLife.
And more FetLife.
What are you doing? We know Christine's devices were used. See that, huh? Do you think the jury is just going to forget or what? Is this like a form of hypnosis or what's going on here?
Can you tell from the screenshot whether these, so are you satisfied that they're all FetLife? Just based on scrolling around?
Objection, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
I can see what's in the screen capture, but again, I did not create the screen capture.
Okay. But if you were trying to create a screen capture from digital forensics, this would be the form in which it would come?
It could be, depends on what I'm trying to take a capture of.
Is there a way for you to determine whether these are still active or they've been deleted, anything like that?
From this screen capture?
Yes. I can move it if you need me to.
I'm not seeing a deletion marker in this.
I'm sorry, what? The location marker?
You asked if I could tell if something was deleted from what I'm looking at.
Yes. Do you need me to move it to someplace where you could tell on this screen grab?
I don't think this screen capture has everything in its entirety.
What makes you say that?
If you scroll back up to the top. So if I were looking at it like in a portable case or in actual Axiom or something like that, I would be able to see all of the data fields, but since I didn't create this screen capture, I don't recall if there's any data fields beyond what was taken in the screen capture.
What kind of data fields would you include in your screen capture?
What was relevant, and if there were specific artifacts, I would try to tag them when appropriate or make them known.
And in terms of the FetLife account, in this case, what would be relevant for categories for a screenshot?
I mean, I would want to look at everything.
What more than what's here?
Again, I don't recall off the top of my head what other fields would be on that. And again, this is a screen capture that I didn't create.
What is happening?
But if you could create any screen capture, what more would you want?
Objection asked and answered. He said he doesn't know what other fields
Yes,
would
yes, a
be.
million times, yes. What is he doing?
Okay. And in terms of dates and times, things like that, can you opine about those?
I see dates and times.
And do you recognize a range of dates?
They don't appear to be in chronological order. I see that they're jumping around.
Is this like sleep therapy or what? What are we trying to do here? Do you... What do you... What do you see? I see dates and times. And in those dates and times, I'm like, oh my word. Wow, okay. Definitely, we're being hypnotized or this is sleep therapy. I don't know. Are we dreaming? I could be dreaming, right? Can somebody please wake me?
These be maintenance records relating to the FetLife account?
Maintenance records.
Yes.
You mean he's frowning?
I'm not sure I follow.
He's frowning his ass off. Look at him, look at him. He's like, what the hell? Looked at the clock.
Maintenance emails and communications.
They appear to be incoming communications from FetLife.
Okay, from FetLife to cbrn920@gmail.com.
Long ago. Stephanie in Canada. Long ago.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you?
That email address was receiving communication from FetLife.
See, he's even looking at his Tony like, what the hell, bro? Anna, what you doing there? Look at a watch, perhaps. Stop moving anything.
119 was the last one.
This is 119.
119. So 116, 117, 118, 119.
All right, we want to start with 116.
Holy
Back
crap.
to 116.
If we can go back to what that was, I believe it was the screenshot of CBRN with the 1923.
Do you have any objection to 116?
No, Judge.
Okay, 116 is in evidence. 117, which is the next one. If you could, any objection to that?
No, Judge.
Okay, 117, and then 118.
No, Judge.
All right, and 119.
No, Judge.
All right, it should, just to clarify, should 119 be under seal since there are names of a lot of individuals that are not involved in this case?
This
Yes.
guy
Okay.
looking at his
Is that okay with
notes.
you, 119 under seal?
Yes.
Okay.
This will never stop cracking me up. This guy looking at Brendan's notes. Watch him, watch him.
119 is evidence under seal. We're going to stop right there, Mr. Carroll. I'm going to stop because we're already past 5:30.
Thank goodness.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today.
For
We'll
now.
start back up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you in the morning. You can stay right there for a second.
Yeah, Brendan, you happy with that, huh? You like that, huh? Did you hear how Mr. Carroll said it? Okay. I'm going to stop you there. Okay. The court's indulgence? No. What are you doing? Look at this guy. Look how he looks at him.
Detective Miller, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, don't discuss your testimony at this point with anybody, okay? All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, so have we worked on jury instructions?
Mine are in my office right now. I'm going
Okay.
to send them to them tonight.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to go over jury instructions, okay? 9
That's
a.m.
fine, Judge.
Tomorrow, we'll do jury instructions. How many more witnesses do you have after Detective Miller?
Potentially 3.
3 witnesses, so you
Yeah.
should be done tomorrow, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
Could be, I don't know. It could be long.
okay,
I'll try.
all right, we'll see about that. And then you said your rebuttal evidence is very,
Oh, my word.
Judge, I think, yes, we have 2 witnesses at most.
okay. So there is a possibility we might be able to get done tomorrow. My goal would be to get done with the evidence tomorrow and then have closing arguments whenever we come back from the snow. Have our jury instructions already done in closing, if we can get there, okay? But I understand your witnesses. If we don't get there, we don't get there.
Right.
But if we have a 5-day break in between something, that's what I'm trying not to do. I want to try to get all the evidence in and then have a 5-day break and then do closing arguments. But,
Right.
I mean, if we can, if we have to stay a little longer tomorrow night, I don't think any of them would mind. So
Right,
keep that in
right.
mind to be ready to finish everything tomorrow, if we can.
Judge, we were ready to finish everything today.
Well,
Yeah.
I understand that.
Exactly. This guy, Mr. Carroll, if he says, I don't think so, believe me, no, Judge, we are not finishing tomorrow. Hell no. There is 0 chance of that based on what Mr. Carroll is saying. 3, potentially 3. Do you know what that means on my little list of counting? The 3 remaining detectives. If Saly Fayez was counted in the 12 people working the case. If not, then he's got 4 left, 4 detectives still to call. We know what you're going to do. And then the state might have 2 to 3 rebuttal witnesses. And then they're going to have maybe a 5-day break and then closing arguments. Holy crap, we all need a 5-day holiday after this. Don't worry, we won't be taking that. It's okay. We'll be here for many days.
Okay, if it can be done.
Judge, as a little update, we just were told
I
that
was just saying, there's a nationwide Microsoft outage causing our email to be down.
Causing what down, to be down?
email to be down.
Our email.
Did you hear that? I knew Bill Gates was going to come to the party. A Microsoft outage? So, email's going to be down. Oh, my word. Okay.
Okay, well, you'll figure it out. I'm not worried.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The other thing, not just another housekeeping matter, Exhibits 10 and Exhibit 16 have the included pages.
10
And I can share that with counsel,
let me
and then
go
we can address that tomorrow.
Back to defendants 10?
Yeah, 10 and 16, Judge, they were the letters that it said
That
2
were
out of 3.
truncated. Yes, the letters that were 2 out of 3 pages, and then the other one just stopped after
Okay.
2 pages, and we anticipated that there was more.
All right, so you need to add more to one of these.
They're already done. I'm just going to share them with counsel, and then we'll be ready to.
All right, but 10 was never submitted into evidence.
Correct.
Only 11. So we have to update 11. But we need to update 10 as well. 'Cause
We
it's
would
ready
need
to-
Well,
to
10
update
wasn't
both.
submitted because
It
the
wasn't,
the one page
They were not
was.
admitted.
So now 10 is admitted.
Once we
Once you
receive
get
the
it.
I'll share that with them
All right.
if
10
Microsoft
and
Edge doesn't.
was the other one, 11?
16.
16, 10 and 16, okay, got it, I got the two, all right.
And so we
as
can
soon
do
as we
that
get
first thing. Yeah.
First thing in the morning, we can take care of that. I'll see you at 9 o'clock with jury instructions, okay?
Yes, if council wants to send that early, I mean, we're still waiting on yesterday's exhibits, so.
Or do we don't have 82 yet?
I have a video that has been downloaded on the hard drive.
We haven't looked at it yet, reviewed it.
I have, yes.
Okay, so that is 82.
Correct.
So we have 82 and 83.
I don't have 83 because it was under seal.
Okay,
But the one that well, actually, I think I do have 83. It was the one that he gave me that was.
Right, I understand that, but you have all the videos there. But do you need today's video?
I do need today's without audio.
And Judge, what I'm raising is the Commonwealth is still missing yesterday's exhibits that were supposed to be submitted by close of day. We never received copies. We addressed this morning that the link that was shared did not allow us permission. So
Oh, right, 'cause
we
it
still
went
haven't,
back
I
to-
can't confirm.
So
that-
82 and 83, you need, can we email?
I can email it. I can save it and email it to you all if you.
That's fine.
Well, we'll email 82 and 83 to you.
Okay,
Shannon
thank
will.
you. And then anything for today.
And then anything for today. We'll take care of.
82, so to clarify, 82 is the continuation of Beckner's video, the second half?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
we don't, we need to see what's been submitted. I still don't
Right.
know.
That's fine. 82, you need 82 and 83, and then whatever from today.
Yes.
Okay? All right. We can do that. All right, anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, all right,
you.
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, no, do not, he's gonna do that tomorrow. So the question would be, I wonder if we should start later so we can watch everything much faster and really skip over breaks, or do we just start a little bit later so that when there are breaks we can read more letters? Because there are 70 of those, and I don't mind doing that. It takes more energy, but it's okay. My word, that was a terrible day. That was a really bad day in court. Wow, this one's going in the books, hey. We're gonna say, a year from now even, we're gonna say, hey, listen, like, don't sneak in here like that. We're gonna say, do you remember that trial? Do you remember that defense case? We're gonna be talking about this, hey. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is teleport to the next day. I've already updated the thumbnail to not say closing arguments. They're going to be doing jury instructions first, so the judge is like, she's ready to go. She's like, okay, and then the judge, the defense said, oh, maybe 3 more witnesses. You mean 3 or 4? You mean the rest of the detectives to ask them the exact same crap, and then you're going to put Detective Miller back on the stand? That's the whole day. That's the entire day. State's rebuttal witnesses, we'll see. Anyway, I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for spending the day with me. Thank you for your support. I really appreciate it, whether you just watching, liking, sharing, subscribing, whatever, buying stickers, becoming a member, whatever it is. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Couldn't do this without you. I'll see you over there. I'm going to put the link in the chat. Bye, everyone.